rations so low that they would be without food in just 2 days. That's when people will get ugly, and that's when mistakes will be made. A beaten path led her through a thin set of maples, oaks, and elms dotting the riverbank. At first, his form was faint. As she walked closer, the shadowed figure grew more into focus, and a man emerged ahead of her. His arm hung slightly bent at his side. His left arm moved fast as he worked his weapon-handling skills. She stood back, watching him as he practiced. She leaned against a wide-leafed maple tree. Its remaining leaves were reddish-brown, ready to fall at any moment. He started with one hand and slightly above his belly button, his hand extended out like he was in the early stages of trying to keep someone away. His gun sat nestled in the front of his body in an appendix carry holster in such a fashion that she wondered how comfortable he was that he wouldn't shoot himself in his privates. In fact, she wasn't comfortable with the gun's placement on his body at all. He drove his hand down on the handle, his thick belt keeping the gun almost in place. Tucking his elbow tight to his body, he would rip the gun free in a fluid motion. The gun would rise up mere inches from his abdominals, and when it was level with the center of his chest, he would drive the weapon out away from his body. His arm extended, he would squeeze the trigger with his index finger until the gun would go with an audible click. Each time it would click instead of boom as he dry-fired his weapon. He did all this with his left hand while his right hand hung bent with his thumb looped onto the front of his pants. He would holster his weapon and begin anew every few seconds. Click, holster, wait. Draw, click. He then pulled out a magazine and started to practice loading with one hand. Resting the gun in its holster, he would shove a magazine into the magazine well, pull the gun from the holster, and rack it downward off his belt. Then he would raise it up to his eye level, aiming. After a few minutes of watching him, she spoke. "It's fun to watch you work." He looked fiercely in her direction, gun in hand. "Jesus, Tess." He shook his head. "Not a smart idea to sneak up on a guy working his gun." "You can say that again." She strode down the small embankment. He holstered up and ran a hand over his headscar. "How'd you sleep?" "Not too bad, considering I was in the back of an old pickup. I'm assuming it wasn't the first time." She lifted her eyebrows. "And I assure you, it won't be the last." He smiled and flexed his right hand. She inspected it with her eyes. "Does it hurt?" He gave her a pained look. "Always. Over time, you just become accustomed to the pain." He scrutinized his damaged limb, willing it to work as he concentrated. "I feel naked with only one hand and downright useless. My left hand is slower than dirt and clumsier than a clown on skates." He shook his head. "Not fast enough." "It will come around." She glimpsed through the trees in an effort to make sure no one else was nearby. She took a step closer, not trusting the trees that might have eyes and ears hidden among them. She tightened her blanket around her, trying to stave off the coolness of the morning. "I took a walk through the pastor's camp the other day." His smile faded. "Please tell me you didn't do anything." "Who, little old me? Never." She fluttered her eyelashes at him. "I'd have killed him given a chance." "You thinking about joining up? You would be his greatest conversion yet." "No, but I did see something that I thought you should know." His thick blonde beard with hints of brown moved in the wind. His eyes were a beaten steel blue. "And?" "Your tall friend, the pastor, has been holding small conversion parties in that barn on the far side of the fields." "Conversion parties?" She wrapped the blanket tighter around her body. "Jesus, it's cold." "Yes, he was recruiting new members to his church club." "So, if they want to join, who cares? They're with us now." Tess frowned. "I care." "He's welcome to do what he wants as long as he upholds his side of the bargain." Steele turned away from her and did a quick draw of his gun, pointing it down range. "It's about economy of motion. That's why I wear the appendix holster. The gun starts out almost entirely centered with the core of your body. I don't have to bend my arm back to draw like you would if it was on your hip, or even worse, along your back. Can't do a backflip with the gun tucked on the backside, but up front you can." She smirked. "You gonna do a backflip?" "Ha, no. All you have to do is draw up, point forward, and aim in." "Thank you for the lesson, but what about the pastor?" He put the gun back, looking down. "What about him?" She took a step closer. "Steele. He had bikers in there." She peeped over her shoulder. Wind ruffled the few remaining dead leaves still clinging to the trees. I also saw one of ours. Steele gave her a sidelong glance. I don't want to know. He shook his head no at her. Why? Because it's not my job to police our people and their beliefs. Her words came out hurried. You could have spies close to you, people that report back to the pastor or worse. He raised an eyebrow. His left eyebrow always rose higher than the right one because of the scar tissue running along his scalp. It was as if the eyebrow had to lift more than its partner to reach upward. Worse? Her voice quieted. You could have an assassin in your midst and not even know it. He stared at the ground, weighing her words. He met her eyes. That's possible. His words sounded distant and foreign, as if it were a faraway idea for him. You aren't going to do anything? She exclaimed. Nope. He drew his gun out again, and the hammer sprung forward with a click. You're an idiot. He snorted and turned to her, gesturing his arm wide. No, I'm just trying to hold this together. What do you want me to do? Execute the chosen member? Call out the pastor? What does that get us? She narrowed her eyes. One less psychopath and eliminates a threat among us. I will not move on this information, and that's final. If they move first, I will deal with them. But so far, the pastor has upheld his word. I will not breach his trust and give him a reason to. She shook her head in disgust. You're going to get killed by one of these bastards and leave us here under their control. This guy is a pig-headed imbecile. That's a possibility. Can you hear yourself? Why aren't you doing anything? The threat is there. She leaned closer to him and spoke at a whisper. If you don't do something, I have no problem silencing this prick. Her eyes stared into his for a moment. She wanted to make sure he knew she meant it. She would kill the pastor and leave the chosen leaderless. If a new person stepped into the fold, she would do the same to them. His eyes grew angry like a blue tempest, and his voice grew mean. God damn it, Tess, you will not. He brought himself under control, and he whispered in harsh tones. He's our ally. Unless he makes an open declaration of hostile intent, we don't do anything. Our peace is fragile. She pointed a finger at him. You will regret not taking action now. Then so be it. He pointed at her. But I forbid you from doing so. Fine. She agreed, but her word was a lie. She spun and walked back through the trees, her blanket flying up behind her as she walked. Stupid man, doesn't know what's best for him. If he's too scared to see the truth, then I'll do it for him. Gwen, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. 2 more days had passed since the town dance debacle. She had isolated herself inside her grandparents' farmhouse from everyone, including the Sable Pointers. Jake had even come calling one night, and she yelled at her grandfather to make him leave from her upstairs bedroom. At breakfast the next morning, she sat swirling little puffs of eggs on her plate. As long as she could remember, her grandparents had kept a henhouse that produced eggs on a regular basis. They were fresh and brown, but they were only eggs, and she could only eat eggs for so many days in a row before the sight of them made her sick to her stomach. She choked them down anyway. Baby Steele needed all the nutrients she could supply him with, and if she had to eat one thing every day, eggs were far from the worst thing she could fuel her growing baby with. Her grandfather looked at her and smiled. It was that same happy smile that she had seen so many times when she had been with him. You love Graham's eggs, don't you? She smiled back, faking it. Love 'em. Hear that, Graham? She loves your eggs. Graham cackled a laugh. I'll go get you some more. They won't keep for long, so we gotta eat 'em. No, Graham, I'm fine. Thank you. Graham pretended like she couldn't hear Gwen and left the dining room for the kitchen. She came back into the small dining room with a black metal skillet. She scraped the last of the dried eggs onto Gwen's plate and gave her a smile. You were always such a good eater. Code for I was a chubster when I was little. That was part of her reason for being so focused on fitness as an adult. Never could find a leftover in the house when Gwen came to visit, Pa added happily. She would even eat off my plate, Becky chimed in with a smile. If anyone knew what bothered you the most, it would be a sibling, and if Becky had the opportunity to highlight one of Gwen's insecurities, she took it. Gwen gave her a fake smile. Her grandfather put his hands beneath his chin and leaned on the table. He cleared his throat. I meant to tell you last night, but you weren't receiving guests. What's that, Pa? He shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Well, you see, Gwen, I debated whether or not to tell you at all. Pa? She said with a disapproving stretch of his name. Jake brought some disturbing news. She cocked her head to the side, brow furrowing. What's that? Pa stared at his hands first, collecting himself. He said a large group of folks was trying to cross the bridge. Sheriff said it was steel. Now, I don't know if I believe him. Gwen cut him off and flew out of her chair. Pa, that's Mark. I told you he was coming this way. He needs our help. Pa lifted a hand in the air in an effort to defend himself. Now hold on. Those people could be dangerous. She ran from the house, the door banging behind her. She sprinted for the barn. Gregor sat outside the barn door and eyed her as she ran out. What's going on? She marched into the barn and grabbed a thick saddle, carrying it back outside. Patsy tossed her head in the corral. Gwen stomped over and draped it over Patsy's back. She tightened the cinch around Patsy's stomach, making sure the horse hadn't held its breath while she was tightening it. Gwen, wait! Her grandfather called from the porch. Gregor leaned on the fence. You okay, Miss Gwen? She looked up for a second, fixing a twisted strap. Steele's here. Gregor smiled. Great. Those imbeciles in town aren't letting him across. Isn't there another way around? Not for about 30 miles, and I'm sure Jackson's on his tail. Damn, Gregor said. He scratched his head. She jumped on the horse and locked her feet quickly in the stirrups. Gwen, don't overreact, her grandfather said, walking as quickly as he could through the yard. I was only trying to protect you. From what? She screamed at him. Patsy seemed to sense Gwen's irritation and stomped her front hoof into the earth. Pa gazed at her from below, worry clouding his face. I only want what's best for you. It ain't safe with them. She scowled down at him. You don't get to decide what is best for me. Her tone was harsh, but she wasn't a child, even if she was his grandchild. She pointed out at the river. I love that man over there. She pulled on Patsy's head hard to the side. The horse neighed in response, and she trotted for town. She could hear them shouting after her, but she ignored them. Her hair flowed behind her, she rode, and she tried to keep from riding the old horse too hard. She kept her at a canter, and soon the buildings on the edge of town came into view. Gwen patted Patsy's sides. Whoa there, girl. Nice and easy, she said, soothing the horse. Gwen could feel Patsy's sides trembling between her legs from all the hard work. She trotted the horse right up to the sheriff's office. She dismounted and patted Patsy's side as she wrapped the reins around a dead light pole. She walked down to the riverbanks and peered out across the brown waters. Pickup trucks, buses, motorcycles, and all manner of cars lined the banks along the other side. Men stood on the edge of the river in biker vests. She thought she saw a man hobbling among them in combat uniform. The wide brown river stretched between, always flowing downstream. He's made it. He really made it. She shook her head. That man should already be in my arms, and instead he's stuck over in Illinois because my hometown can't find the goodness in their nice little hearts to let him over. She spun around and marched up to the sheriff's office. She ripped open the glass doors and walked in. Diane, the receptionist, waved at her. Good morning, Gwen. How can we help you today? Gwen breezed past her. Gwen, you can't just go in there. The sheriff's busy. Gwen ignored her and walked right into Sheriff Donaldson's office. He leaned back in his old reclining leather office chair. His cowboy-booted feet were propped up on his desk. His beer belly sat plump in the middle, and a gold-starred brown Stetson hat rested atop his head. Pictures of the sheriff and local politicians at state fairs and homesteads adorned the walls. He set his feet on the ground and smiled. Well, Miss Reynolds, how are you feeling today? Your grandfather told us you weren't feeling well at the dance. She placed her hands on his desk and leaned across. Have you talked to them? Sheriff Donaldson frowned. I don't like your tone of voice, young lady. His mustache fluttered a bit beneath his nose. Let me repeat myself. Did you speak with the people across the river? Sheriff Donaldson's mustache twitched even more with anger. You can't talk to me like that. If you keep avoiding the question, I will punch you in the mouth. I don't care how nice Mrs. Donaldson is. I'm sure she would understand her husband is being a total horse's ass. I thought better of you, Miss Reynolds. You've sure gone back on your raisin. But if you must know, I did speak with the people across the river. Was it Mark? The sheriff cocked his head. I spoke with a young lady. He smiled. Kept calling me Brando. Gwen frowned at him. Sounds like Tess. Don't reckon the lady gave a name. The sheriff's eyes darted up as he recollected the conversation. And Mark Steele, was he there? The sheriff twisted his mustache as he thought. Now that I think about it, I did speak with an Agent Steele. He leaned forward. You did? She said excitedly. What did he say? I did. Pushy fellow. Very serious. He organized a stack of papers on his desk before he continued. I know that this whole thing has been tough on you, but the mayor isn't wrong about this. We could hardly afford to take in the people we did, let alone hundreds or even thousands more. You're wrong. She turned her back on him. He's here. He made it. He's coming across. Now, Gwen, don't you do anything hasty. I got men watching that bridge day and night. There's no way they're coming across. She ignored him and walked out. She pushed open the glass doors and left him standing and shouting from his desk. I'll lock you up if you try and help them. Don't care who your grandfather is. He yelled after her. She unraveled Patsy's reins and glowered at the vehicles parked on the other side. My people need my help. Her thoughts surprised her for a moment. Those are my people, but these are my people too. I'll be watching you, Sheriff Donaldson called from the doorway. She hauled herself up onto Patsy. Be my guest, she yelled at him. She gave him the middle finger as she walked her horse away. How's that for raisin? Your grandfather will hear about this, he yelled after her, shaking a fist. The moon didn't shine in the night, covered by thick fall clouds. They took a wooded path down the shore of the bubbling Mississippi River. The two horses' hooves squished into the muddy trail, making a sucking sound every time a horse pulled a hoof free. Wet leaves smeared the riders with droplets of water on their way by, and branches slashed at their faces as the horses walked slowly in the dark. They stopped the horses a little way from the town that was only an outline of buildings in the dark. A candle here or there in a window gave off the only light. Gwen dismounted. The glow from Steele's camp was like that of a sieging army. Muted orange flames from large campfires across the water dotted the riverbank. Gwen's partner in crime joined her. Hold this, she said, handing him the book from her grandfather's library. Jake took it from her. What are we going to do with this book? He whispered. His white teeth flashed a confused smile. Hold on. She dragged a match along the rough sandpaper-like striking surface of her matchbook. The short match lit, and she held it inside her lantern. The wick caught fire, and the kerosene lantern let off a mellow yellow glow. The horses stamped, and Jake's handsome face illuminated along with his checkered red and black flannel shirt. It hadn't taken much to convince the man to help. He was willing to win Gwen's affection through any number of means. Why do we have to do this at night? So no one will see us. Remember that time we snuck out on old man Waverly's fields? You were drunk as a skunk and tried to tip that cow, but fell in the manure instead. You were covered from head to toe in the stuff. He laughed a bit. Then, when the sheriff caught up to us, you told him Rosie ate your necklace and you was searching for it. She snorted a laugh. I do. Young and dumb and in love. She touched his arm and pointed away from the horses toward the town. Keep watch. Nobody can know we're doing this. No problem. He turned around and faced the town, taking a knee. He held a hunting shotgun across his worn work jeans. He spoke quietly. Like coyote hunting, except without the spotlight. You keep running that mouth and someone will spotlight us. She flipped open the book and set it on the ground. Thumbing through the pages, she stopped on one. Perfect. Holding the lantern, she said quietly to herself, Now, let's get their attention. She took out an old sack and placed it over the lantern for a moment, then flashed the light with 3 quick flicks of her wrist. She waited a moment and did it 3 times, slower. She waited another moment and did 3 quick flashes again. She watched Steele's camp. "Come on, guys." She repeated the process again and again. When she stopped for the 3rd time, a flashlight flicked on and off from their camp. She smiled. In Morse code, she signaled GWEN, and the person on the other side signaled 2 long flashes. She ran her finger down the page. M. Mark, she thought. Her excitement grew butterflies that fluttered in her stomach. He was there, and even if they spoke mere fractions of words, it gave her hope. She flashed out her message to the other side and waited for acknowledgement. 3 long flashes came back, along with a long, short, long beam of a flashlight. "Okay," she whispered. She waited a moment before she continued. Something moved in the night. A twig breaking turned into feet trampling through the forest undergrowth. "Jake!" she half shouted. "We got some company," he said back. He walked toward the approaching people, gun held on his shoulders. Flashlights beamed back and forth in the woods, and shouts of men tracking went up. The searching lights stopped on Jake, and Gwen dove for the riverbank, sliding down near the water. She covered the lantern with her sack. "Jake?" the sheriff's voice said. She peered over the edge of the embankment. A group of men surrounded Jake. She recognized Red, Dory, and Colton, along with a few others. "Well, Jesus, man. We thought you were one of them trying to sneak across. What are you doing out here?" Jake gave him a smirk. "Just bought these horses from John Reynolds, and I'm taking them back to the farm." The sheriff shined his light along the horses. "Only 2? Hope you didn't pay much, 'cause those beasts look pretty sorry." Jake glanced at the horses. "We're running out of fuel, Sheriff. Soon it will be all we got to farm." Gwen peeked out from the bank. "And you needed them tonight." The sheriff pushed the hat up on his head and scratched his thin head of hair. Jake grinned. "You know me, Hugh. I'm always trying to jump on a good deal. The Reynolds are hurting with all those mouths to feed." Gwen ducked back down. The water lapped her ankles. The sack heated up in her hands. She started quickly flashing the lantern across the river. Flashlights beamed her way, illuminating the dirt embankment above her head. "What's that?" Sheriff Donaldson said. Gwen continued spelling in Morse code. Long, long, short, G. Short, short, I. Short, 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 long, V. "You ain't never seen a glowing catfish, you?" Red's voice piped up. "I lived here my whole life, and I ain't never seen one." "Me neither," Colton agreed. Footsteps grew closer as they walked toward the river. Jake interjected. "Sure, me and my brothers grabbed them all the time when we was kids." Short, E. Gwen hurried as fast as she could. Jake spoke really fast. "But it ain't nothing to see. Did I ever tell you the story about that 3-headed calf we had last year?" The footsteps grew closer her way, sticking in the mud, but she ignored them. Long flash, M. "You sure did," said a voice so close she couldn't believe they didn't hear her. "And what do we have here?" Hands gripped her shoulders forcibly and ripped her out of the muddy shallows. The lantern fell from her hands and sizzled out as river water splashed onto it. The sheriff's mustached face got close to hers. "I told you to not be sneaking around trying to help those lowlifes across the river, and here I find you sneaking around trying to help 'em." His hand slipped down and pulled her firearm from her hip. He tossed it on the ground. He turned back to Jake. "And you, Mr. Bullis, have been lying to me to cover up for your girlfriend who thinks she's above the law?" Sheriff Donaldson gave Jake an angry stare. "Sheriff, no need to get angry. She wasn't doing no harm," Jake protested. Red frowned, his thick jaw widening. "She's betrayed her own town, talking with those criminals across the way." "I have not," Gwen hissed. "I'm trying to help people in need." Sheriff Donaldson frowned. "And kill us all in the process." He pulled her closer, lifting her up onto her toes. "What are we going to do with this common criminal?" Gwen's eyes darted toward Jake. Jake reached for them. "Sheriff, I'm going to take her home. You touch me, boy, and I'll smack you down." The sheriff turned back to Gwen, and a slow smile crept across his face. "I'm going to do something that should have been done a long time ago." The sheriff released her and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows. "Sheriff!" Jake shouted. Steele's Camp, Illinois. Steele held his binoculars to his eyes. His zoomed-in optics were black as he scanned the shore across the river. The light flashed again. It waved around frantically and disappeared as if the darkness had stamped it out. The cloud cover blocked any semblance of the moon, leaving a night with almost no light. No visual assistance from houses, street lamps, or buildings. Thunder's voice boomed, although he was still trying to be quiet. "I don't know that one." His long hair was topped with a red bandana tucked into the back knot and keeping his hair back. "Looks like whoever was sending that code was stopped," Steele said. He let the binoculars rest. His heart sank in his chest. It had to have been Gwen or someone acting on her behalf. He glanced over at Kevin. The lanky man was a beanpole in the night. "What was the first message again?" Kevin held up a piece of paper near his face, using a red light to read. "MAYORN. WONT. And. HELP. And." Kevin read. "What about the second line?" Steele asked. GIVE. End. M. That was the last letter. "Give what?" Steele glanced at his friend, glowing red. His features shadowed like he was in a photography darkroom. Kevin appeared unsure. "Money? You think these people want money? What the hell would they use it for?" Kevin shrugged his shoulders in the dark. "Maybe they don't think it's as bad as it is out here." "Well, shit, I can take a donation. Nobody here cares about money." Thunder pulled out a wallet and offered Steele a couple of 20s. Steele waved him off. "Ogo started giving me money to pay the toll campaign." "Could be something else. Let's see. Give me Mercy, give me Monkey, give me Michelle, give me Macadamia Nut," Kevin said. "Jesus." Steele shook his head. "What do we do with it?" Thunder rumbled. "I suppose we can't do anything with it. Those assholes over yonder still won't open up the bridge, and we are stuck over here between a rock and a shell case." Kevin continued on. "Monster, Mickey, martyr, movie. We have to get ready to fight. We've been here for days, and it's only a matter of time before Jackson tracks us down." Thunder's gray beard moved up and down. "True." Kevin droned on nearby. "Martian, Maryland, Mopey, Dopey, no. Man. Give man?" Steele looked back at him. "Give man? What man? Which man?" Gunfire kicked off, and the sound carried clear over the rushing water. Shots rang out in quick succession. Big, booming shotgun blasts followed by the smaller pops of a pistol. Steele stared hard into the night, trying to penetrate the darkness with his care for Gwen. Gwen had been replaced by gunfire. He sighed, his heart fearing for her. Kevin patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him. "Come on, Cap." He steered Steele back toward the camp. "If the light comes back on, we'll see it." They all walked back to their bonfire, blazing away in the night. They joined some of the Red Stripes, Garrett and Half Barrel, along with Tess, Margie, and Kevin. Steele took a seat next to Tony, who continued to drink and prattled on with words that started with M. Steele tried to ignore him. Tess lounged in the back of the Ranger pickup, her head poking out of a sea of blankets. "What was going on?" she called down to him. He gave her a side glance, irritated to be reminded of the situation that was dominating his thoughts. "Someone was trying to send us a message from across the river." "Who?" "We don't know, but somebody cut them off before they were done." "Gwen?" Steele eyed her. "I think so, but the first part was clear. They aren't letting us across." Steele walked to the back of the Red Ranger and opened the passenger side door. He unzipped his bag and grabbed an atlas that sat on top and brought it back over to the firelight. He flipped it open to Illinois. He bent the other pages around to the back so it was only open to a single state. He pointed his finger on the map to the far western point that touched Iowa. "We are here, right on the southeastern tip of Iowa, but across the border. We have no choice but to try and find another access point." His finger dragged down the river bend. "The next bridge is about 30 miles south of here," he said, and tapped his finger. "Keokuk, Iowa." Thunder nodded. "Our fuel tanker is running low, but I think we can make it. We'll need to consolidate everyone in the vehicles, get all the fuel we can." Steele stared at the map. "We'll move down the river and set up ambushes here, here, and here." His finger jabbed the map. "Each group will retreat early in the fight, stringing Jackson's forces along and hopefully slow him down as his men become more cautious. If he does reach our main convoy, his men will be tired and spread out. Once we get across the bridge, then it's another race back to Hacklebarney." Thunder's lips pressed tight together before he spoke. "That's a lot of ground to cover. Over 60 miles over open terrain with no idea who or what is out there. We have no choice but to avoid a head-to-head conflict until something swings in our favor." Tess chimed in, her voice sneaking out from her pile of blankets. "What if that bridge in Keokuk is blocked or destroyed?" "If we're that unlucky, then we have to stand and fight." Steele pushed air out of his nose and gave a curt nod to his people. Kevin stopped saying M-words and muttered, "Sounds like suicide." He averted his eyes down to his drink. Steele's eyes focused on him, searching the man for more than an opinion. "Our only option is to run." Kevin's eyes drifted up to Steele and he wiped his mouth. "I wouldn't put my trust in luck. I'd put it in well-thought-out plans with impeccable execution. I'm working with what we got, and it ain't much." Steele turned to Thunder. "Do you think the clubs will see this thing through?" Thunder poked at the fire with the stick. "I suppose. They don't mind rioting, especially if they will get something out of it. I don't see them sticking around too long if the enemy catches up to us. That's when we'll need every gun we got." Steele stared at the flames, watching them burn and waver. If he got caught, he was going to die. Thunder kicked a hot coal that rolled out of the fire back near the edges. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." The blaze licked the darkness with serpent-like orange and yellow tongues. The fire mesmerized Steele as it crackled and popped in the night. Steele broke the silence. "Kevin, can you handle the first ambush?" Steele eyed the drunk man. Kevin was no coward, and he could fight, but he was usually with Steele and not commanding his own team conducting an ambush on trained United States soldiers. Kevin took a shaky swig of booze. The fire flashed off the metal flask as he tilted it back. "Me? Why me?" Steele had expected him to be anxious. "Because I trust you to get the job done. You heard Thunder. The gangs are tepid allies at best. The chosen people were once our worst enemies. That means things of importance fall on us." "I'm not sure." "I'll do it." Ahmed nodded to him from across the fire. "I can handle a gun, and I learned enough in Pittsburgh to hopefully troubleshoot explosives if need be." Steele grimaced. "My plan was to send you south with one of the gangs to scout the bridge near Keokuk." He glanced at Thunder and back to Ahmed. "Hopefully having you with a team of volunteers there will keep them honest." "I can do that. I'll take Ollie and Weston." "That's a fine crew. They have some good situational awareness." Steele's eyes shifted to his next compatriot, one of his only living friends. "That leaves you, Kevin. Can I count on you?" Kevin wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Yeah, I can do it, but what exactly do you need me to do?" "I need you to ambush the scouts at the head of Jackson's column. Basically, you are going to hit them with some roadside bombs and retreat. Shouldn't even need to fire a gun. Then you retreat south to the main convoy. I want Jackson to think we are behind every rock, every tree, and every hill along the river." Steele turned toward Thunder. "You think you could put together a few IEDs for me?" Thunder grinned. "Not a problem." "Kevin, let's get you paired up with Tom and O'Hara. They'll both do what they are supposed to." Kevin slugged back more of his flask's contents, then wiped his mouth. "As ready as I'll ever be. Here's to a long life." He raised his glass to Ahmed, who laughed and raised a bottle of water in the air. "It's bad luck to toast with water, but I'll let it slide." He held his flask up higher in the air. "Here's to a merry one, a quick death and an easy one, a pretty girl and an honest one." He nodded to Tess. "A cold pint And another one. Kevin turned his flask bottoms up with a drunken smile and the sound of muted cheers from the people around him. Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. Kinnick's hands shot out from under his blanket, his fingernails scratching the smooth wooden floor in a sleepy haze as he grasped for his M4. He planted the muzzle into the floor and used it to crutch himself upright. He half-walked, half-jogged for the barricade, his muscles in his back and legs tight from sleeping on the hard floor. He knelt down next to Hunter, his heart pounding in his chest. He edged his head just above the barrier, peering out. A cluster of people marched down the street. Others ran from house to house with guns. Hunter tracked one through his optic. "They will surround us quick. Get coffee on the line," he said over his shoulder. Duncan set his M249 saw on the barricade. Ramos dropped a box of ammunition, and it jiggled like a cluster of brass bells. Sergeant Volk held a radio to his snarled lips. "Volk to Hamilton 1! Volk to Hamilton 1! Hamilton 1 is up. Hamilton 1, get close to the brown building on River Street. I want visual on a crowd of hostiles fast approaching for engagement." "Copy," cracked out of his radio. Kinnick knew as the seconds passed the Cirque was closing its distance to the shore, guns ready to blaze. Soon the Hamilton 1's minigun would be trained on the mob of people gathering outside. A minigun would eat through the cluster of people in a fraction of a second with thousands of bullets. Townspeople with guns took cover around houses, but many more marched down the center of River Street in an angry rabble. They waved guns in the air alongside fists. Washington glanced over the barricade. "Looks like a riot." "A riot about to get fucked up," Whitehead said over his shoulder. He turned and stared back down his sights. "Prepare to engage," Volk yelled. "Hold your fire, Marine," Hunter said. He gave a quick eye shot toward Kinnick. "You are not clear to engage, Marine," Kinnick confirmed. Volk glanced at Kinnick, anger in his eyes, and hissed, "Sir, they shot at us." "Do not engage," Kinnick repeated. The mass of angry people gathered and shouted at the building. "Fuck you!" shouted a man. "Come on out, you cowards!" cried another. A man and woman emerged from the middle of the pack. The woman was in her 40s with heavy hips and shoulder-length blonde hair. "Look at what you've done to my baby." The young man between them could hardly stand. His eye was black, his cheek sticking out. Blood stained the front of his shirt in a thin red line. "They killed my boy," said a lanky man with salt and pepper hair. He clutched a shotgun to his chest. He shook his head, tears of anger rolling down his cheeks. "They killed my boy!" "Justice!" cried another man. Kinnick's eyes darted from his Marines to Hunter. "What are they talking about?" Kinnick asked. The Marines perused one another. "What are they talking about?" Kinnick repeated. He gritted his teeth. "God damn it!" He stood up and pushed his way through the Marines. "Colonel!" Volk exclaimed. Kinnick ignored the sergeant's pleas and placed his hand on the door handle and twisted. The door creaked open, revealing the angry faces of the mob. Their anger surged when he stepped outside, and he was met with a chorus of boos and jeers, buffeting him from every direction. After a moment, he raised a hand in the air. "Hear me!" He waited 10 seconds and repeated himself as the shout settled to a dull, angry murmur. He let his voice boom. "Hear me!" He felt the presence of other men standing around him. Hunter and Hawkins, Volk and his Marines, all took their place next to him. A thin, hard line of military men shoved up against the restaurant, with a sea of people waiting to crush them into the walls. "We come in peace," Kinnick said. "Sure looks like it." "Liar!" spit an old man. "Is this your version of peace, Colonel?" The mother of the victim screamed. "Look at what your men did!" She lifted her son's chin. The young man let his face be turned so Kinnick could see his battered, purpling cheek. "Open your mouth." The boy tried to lift his lips, but couldn't, so she forced his mouth open. Only a few bits of white teeth were left inside. Kinnick held up his hand. "I'm sorry, but none of my men did this." The boy's father was a short, robust man with only a wisp of hair hanging on atop his skull. He spit at Kinnick. "They beat them in the street like they was a piece of trash. The boys didn't even do nothing." The people parted, and an older woman was led forward. Her hair was in perfect curl as if she had been perming it the night before. She wore a sweatshirt and jeans. She gestured toward the end of Kinnick's line. "I seen them. Yes, I did." A bent finger directed itself at Sergeant Volk. "That one there. I couldn't forget his mean face." Kinnick glanced at Hunter. Hunter's single eye darted at Kinnick. Kinnick turned his head slowly in Volk's direction. Volk faced him. "Sir, they're lying. We didn't do anything wrong." The old woman's voice crackled. "He's the one that knocked Andrew's head on the pavement. Sure of it, and his friend was with him. There." Whitehead's face paled underneath his helmet. He gripped his gun tight. He threw his gun up to his shoulder. "You lie!" he screamed, his voice rising octaves. Guns were aimed at one another, and the crowd held in silence. The old woman didn't shy away. "I saw him. I was watching those boys check the lines on the docks when those two walked up on them." She pointed with a gnarled hand. "The big one there knocked the line out of Doug's hand and pushed him down. When Andrew tried to help, that one there hit him with the butt of his gun." She nodded at Kinnick. "He kept hitting him over and over again. I knew he was dead with the way he was just laying there." Kinnick put his hand up. "Everyone stay calm." He turned to Volk. "There ain't nothing to figure out, Colonel. Your men are to blame." Kinnick kept his hand in the air and weighed Volk up and down, trying to glean anything that might prove him innocent or guilty. His voice hovered above a whisper. "Did you do this?" "It was him," the boy cried. The boy's mother hugged the skinny teenager closer to her chest. Kinnick glared at him. "You're sure?" The boy squeaked out. "Yeah." Kinnick turned back to Volk. "Tell me something. Tell me you were anywhere but there." Volk's eyes drifted toward the ground. "No, it wasn't like that." Kinnick's face turned into a frown. "What happened?" Whitehead pointed out at the battered young man. "Sir, they fucking jumped us, and they got what was coming." "Shut up, Whitehead," Volk said with a glare at his fellow Marine. "We stopped them on the dock while we were on patrol. One of them drew a knife on us. It was quick. We reacted." "Why didn't you report this, Sergeant?" Hunter said to Volk. Volk snarled. "Because of what they'd done to Gore. That little fucker was laughing about it." He shoved a finger out at the battered teenager. "That bastard's lucky he didn't end up like his little buddy." Kinnick couldn't believe the words flowing from this man's mouth. He felt the treachery deep in his gut. "Damn, son, what have you done?" Volk turned back to him. "I did what you do when one of your brothers is assassinated by a town of treasonous filth." An uproar of angry yells erupted in the crowd, their balled fists punching the air. The soldiers and Marines put their firearms up to their shoulders, but kept them in the low ready. A bottle smashed on the restaurant behind them, sending glass flying through the air. "Sir, we should duck back inside before this gets ugly," Hunter said loud into Kinnick's ear. Kinnick eyed the people. "What have we done here? Why did you put me in this spot?" He glanced at Hunter. He appeared calm on the outside, a stoic, but Kinnick knew he was ready to gun down the front ranks and make a break for a building. This could be the end of the greatest experiment ever made. On the beaches of a small island in the Mississippi River, the entire operation could fold because people couldn't work together to keep the dream alive. Instead, they dug themselves into the ugly, shallow grave of revenge and vengeance. Kinnick pulled his firearm out of his holster and spun on the Marine sergeant. He pointed his M9 at the Marine's head, whose face broke into an outright snarl. "Colonel, what the fuck are you doing?" Hunter pointed his gun at the Marine sergeant. "Drop the gun, Volk." His gun bounced toward Whitehead. "And you, Whitehead." "Sir?" Whitehead's face twisted in confusion. Kinnick ignored the young Marine's pleas. "Sergeant Volk and Private Whitehead, by the power vested in me by the executive branch of the United States of America, I place you under arrest for murder." Gwen, Hacklebarney, Iowa. The doors to the American Legion were propped open. Someone had draped an extra American flag over the doorway leading inside. Gwen stood with her grandfather and grandmother outside the building. The Hacklebarney townsfolk made their way inside in twos and threes or entire families of parents and children. Most were multi-generational families of farmers, great-grandparents, grandparents, husband, wife, and children. John Reynolds grunted. Let's get inside before we have to stand in the back. He had on a pair of fine jeans and a nice Wrangler button-down shirt topped off with a John Deere ball cap. Graham wore a dress that Gwen had only seen her wear to church on Sunday. It had a floral design with a ruffled white lace neck lining. Gwen had elected to leave the Little Sable Point refugees back on the farm. Bringing them would only make the people of Hacklebarney dig their heels in even more. They walked inside the American Legion Hall. Hundreds of black and gold stackable chairs stood in neat, even rows, all leading to the front stage. An old, worn podium stood in the middle, adorned with a washed-out seal of Hacklebarney on the front. Mayor Dobson watched her enter and smiled. The sheriff sat on stage with him, his hat pushed high in his head, his shotgun leaning on the corner wall. People turned to watch them walk in. Betty Grant turned to her sister, Violet Crenshaw, and whispered something. Violet narrowed her eyes at Gwen. Gwen hadn't gained any popularity points at the town dance. I'm about to lose some more points here. Gwen walked with her chin held high beside her grandparents. Becky labored in, pushing Haley lightly in the back to keep her moving. They all took the last seats in a middle row. I want to sit by Gwenna, Haley exclaimed. Becky shook her head and pushed Haley into the seat next to Gwen. Gwen put her arm around the little girl. From a few rows over, Jake gave her a little wave and smile. He sat with a tall man and woman, his parents, Tyler and Cindy Bullis. They gave Gwen kind smiles. His father wore a dirty red and white International Harvester hat. The people continued to file in and took places standing around the edges of the room. It stinks in here, Haley complained. Gwen smiled, ignoring the girl's complaints. And it's boring. Haley alternated kicking her legs, right leg and then left leg, back and forth. Gwen leaned down close to her. Let's play a game. Really? Haley squealed. Shh, Becky said, putting her finger to her lips. Come on, Beck, she didn't mean it. Becky sighed, raising her eyebrows. Indoor voices, both of you. Gwen bent closer to Haley. I want you to count the number of guns you see in the hall. Haley pouted, the fun of a game disappearing. Counting? Ew. Just try it out. You can start with mine, Gwen said and pointed to her hip. Wow, Gwenna, I didn't know girls could use those. Gwen pursed her lips and gave her niece a cool gaze. Girls can use them just as good as the boys, but you should never touch a gun without an adult there to make sure it's safe. But right now, look at all the adults and count how many have big guns and little guns. Haley nodded. Okay, Gwenna, I'll try. She stood on her seat and studied the crowd. The sheriff mean-mugged Gwen from the stage. He had begrudgingly let Gwen keep her firearm when she said she'd used it to kill the infected that had wandered upon them by the river. A shot over his shoulder into an infected head had changed his mind, but others weren't as lucky. Mayor Dobson stood up and walked over to the podium. He waited for a moment, mouthing words to people in the audience and smiling. He made short waves at a few people. It made Gwen want to vomit. Can everybody hear me? He said loudly. He waited a moment for a confirmation. No microphone tonight, so all you get is my real voice. Can't hear you, George, Brian DeVault shouted from the back. Mayor Dobson walked out from behind the podium. He smiled again, spreading his hands wide. I'm not sure you could hear me if I was right next to you. The people laughed, and Brian smiled and nodded. How about now? Brian gave him a thumbs up from the back and leaned back against the wall. We're good. Dobson clasped his hands together, shaking them a bit as he spoke. Perfect. I want to start out by giving my condolences to the Newbold family. Sue, Gerald, and Catherine, I am sorry for your loss. Red was a great member of our community and will be sorely missed. He died a local hero, fighting against the infected last night. Let's bow our heads in a moment of silence. Let us not forget the McIntosh family. We must hold them in our prayers as well. Everyone dipped their heads, including Gwen. That idiot Red shouldn't have froze when he did, or he would be here today. They aren't ready for what's coming. I know these last few months haven't been great. We've seen a lot of scary things going on out there. Most of those things have happened far away, and we're blessed for that. Eyes sounded out from throughout the audience. I won't say we've been lucky, but we've stood tall and done a good job preparing for the winter months. Although we've had to cut down on production, we should have plenty and be able to plant again come spring. We might need to use some of the old methods, but we'll grow as much as we can. I spoke with Elder Leroy down the river, and he will exchange teams of draft horses in exchange for protection and medical care." Sheriff Donaldson stood, hoisted his pants farther up, and joined Dobson. He hooked his thumbs through his belt. "I can rotate some men down there in groups of 3 or 4 every other day." The mayor nodded. "That should suffice. Dr. Miller, would you be willing to see some of their people on the house?" "Yes, I will, Mayor," the gray-haired, glasses-wearing doctor said. Van Fogarty patted the thin doctor on the arm. The doctor gave him a smile. "You are all such generous people. I truly feel like this community is special, but unfortunately our problems don't end here." Mayor Dobson walked back and forth on stage. "There's an even graver threat lurking at the gates of our small town." He thrust an arm out and pointed toward the door. "As we speak, a band of hooligans, ruffians, outlaws, and outsiders are attempting to gain access to our beautiful town." He leaned closer to the crowd. "They are about as welcome as an outhouse breeze." People booed and yelled, "No!" Gwen's heart beat hard in her chest as she knew she prepared for an uphill fight. The mayor glared right at her as if he dared her to open her mouth. "They will bring with them the disease that plagues this great nation. They bring rape, theft, and murder. All they will do is take until there is nothing left, and then they will move on, leaving us stripped of our livelihood and dignity." Gwen clenched her fists and stood up. She couldn't help but bite on the mayor's bait. "That's not true." The room went dead silent. All heads turned in her direction. Even Gwen herself was startled by the force of her outburst. She pointed a finger at him. "And you know it!" The mayor smiled at her and gestured in her direction with one of his hands. Then he clasped both his hands behind his back. "Gwen Reynolds, everyone! It's been a while since she's lived here in Hacklebarney, but our prodigal daughter has returned. And with her, those people." Gwen took a moment to smooth her clothes and pull down her shirt. She could feel all of their eyes on her. "I'm sure most of you know me. I went to school with the Thornburgs and the Gebberts. I filled sandbags with you in the big flood of '96. I moved away a few years back, but you know me. I wouldn't lie to you. Those people across the river are not criminals. Those are good people, down on their luck and in need of our help." A susurration swept through the people in the tiny hall. Her grandpa gave her a proud nod. "Gwen's not wrong," the mayor said. "How many people did you bring with you?" 103 with 2 infants, and 1 in my belly." Mayor Dobson whistled. 103 people she brought with her. 103 hungry mouths. 103 beds. 103 people who need protection. "We can take care of ourselves." Gwen started before she was cut off. Her voice sounded like a whine instead of the voice of someone stating a hard fact. Mayor Dobson held up a hand. "I'm not finished." Gwen's mouth clamped shut. "Who's going to feed these people? Who's going to clothe these people when winter comes?" People murmured to one another. Gwen could hear the concern in their voices. "Sheriff, how many people live in Hacklebarney?" The sheriff thumbed his mustache while he thought. "About 1,163 souls." The mayor nodded and pointed out at everyone. "We just added 103 more. We just increased our population by almost 10% in one night. We don't know where we'll find more fuel. We don't know when we'll get help. We don't know anything. And now we have to provide for a bunch of new people that we're not even sure can contribute anything to our community." He dropped his chin, letting his words soak in. "What they are is leeches." People nodded their heads. "Luckily for us, John has taken it upon himself to house these people. Isn't that right, John?" Her grandfather stood up next to Gwen. He took his hat off and held his ball cap in his hands, nervously rubbing the brim. His voice came out shaky and tired, and it cracked near the end. "I have agreed to take them in." "And to clothe, feed, and house them?" John nodded. "I will, with some help, hopefully." Gwen knew her grandfather was a proud man. He wouldn't say no now, even if he couldn't do it. John, that was not the agreement, but I will not have them expelled. We're not monsters. People murmured their agreement. What about all the others? Not just the old and the young. There are hundreds of bikers along with men and women who can fight across the river. You'll need them to help farm. You said it yourself. We have to farm the old ways and we'll need the extra help. They don't know farming, Beebe said from across the room. The mayor shook his head. No, they don't. They could help us against... She stopped herself. What can they help us against? The mayor said. His eyes narrowed. There's the infected. The mayor's mouth tightened. He had her on the ropes. The sheriff has that under control. What else? Gwen's voice came out smaller than she would have liked. A force of renegade United States military forces is hunting the group. The crowd in the town hall erupted into shouts and cries of dismay. It was hard to pick out who said what, but none of it was positive. The United States military? Gwen's head spun in circles as she watched them all voice their disapproval. Gerald shook his head repeatedly. We can't help them wretches. Sue Newbold threw her short arms in the air. Fugitives! They're fugitives! There may be all kinds, but I'm not sure it takes all kinds. The mayor lifted his hands in the air. People of Hacklebarney, please quiet down. Gwen stood, shaking at their calls of traitor and criminal. She felt sick to her stomach, as if every word were a blow to her soul. Now, Gwen, we know you have loved ones over there, Dobson said. People gasped, the thought of loving one of those people disturbing. Dobson turned his head to the side, raising a hand toward them. We should cut her some slack. Even good people get caught up with a rough crowd in times like this. He nodded. It's okay. We forgive you for that. Gwen pointed behind her and out the door, her voice rising in anger. Those people are not traitors. They are as red-blooded American as you and me. Colonel Jackson is the traitor. Dobson's eyebrows rose on his face. Now, Gwen, nobody took you for a traitor, but listen to what you are asking me. No, what you are asking this community to do. You want us to harbor a massive group of people that the military is hunting. How could we do that? Many of us have served in the military and would never even remotely consider taking up arms against them. Grady McAllister cleared his throat. He stood on the wall, arms crossed, wearing his mechanic coveralls, and his signature mellow orange Alice Chalmers hat high up on his head. We had a couple of birds in weeks ago, military folk. Birds? Dobson said. Helicopters, a bunch of Special Forces soldiers and an Air Force colonel. Their chopper was banged up, bunch of bullet holes in them. Looked like they'd been fighting each other out there. He nodded. They looked like the good guys. Gave 'em fuel. Suppose they would have taken it if I hadn't. I never would have thought I'd see the day when we'd fight each other, but Miss Gwen could be telling the truth. Dobson's brow furrowed. That evidence is insubstantial at best. Anyone could have shot those choppers, including those people over there. He pointed toward the doors. Meant no offense, just my 2 cents. Grady leaned back on the wall. Gwen turned, pointing in the same direction. Mayor, if you don't let those people across, they will be slaughtered by a madman and his men on the banks of the Mississippi. Then, when they are done, they will find a way across. She shook her head, knowing she spoke the truth. And believe me, they will find a way. If the mood strikes them, they will ravage this town. She turned and stared at the people of Hacklebarney. She eyed Kenny and Jenny Hamlin, then let her gaze fall on Knowlton and Millie Gebbert, who gripped Roland's shoulders. If you don't give them everything they want, they will murder the men. She locked eyes with wrinkle-faced BB. They will abuse the women and burn this town to the ground. I've seen it in their last camp. They abuse their power and do whatever they want to the civilians, and the civilians have no choice but to let them. Everyone's eyes grew wide, including the mayor's. His jaw dropped a bit, but he quickly composed himself. That is a tall tale, but as the leader of this community, I have to take such accusations seriously. Sheriff Donaldson, can we double our patrols on the bridge? The sheriff stuck his belly out. I think I can manage to scrounge up a few more men. There are some men from Sable Point who can help, Gwen offered. The mayor leaned over to the sheriff, and they spoke in low tones for a moment. I don't think that's a good idea. Gwen nodded. Getting nothing. Integration was key in winning the town's trust, and they resisted her every step of the way. Mayor Dobson stepped back forward and shoved his hands in his pockets. "Gwen, you can take a seat." Gwen did as he asked, feeling that somehow he had tricked her. "We've discussed some really important things tonight about the future of Hacklebarney. I don't take these things lightly. It would be easy for me to step in and just say this is how it's going to be, but you elected me to represent you, and not giving you a say in the future of this community is downright undemocratic. So let's take a vote." "But we don't have ballots," Van said loudly. The mayor waved him off. "We don't have time for anything formal. The old-fashioned way. A raise of hands will do." The people of Hacklebarney nodded their heads in agreement. If they liked anything, they liked things that they were used to. "I want you to think about what was said here tonight." Dobson looked down and back up, ever the contemplating manipulator. "Those of you who want to allow the people from across the river entrance to our community, giving them refuge against the U.S. military, say aye and raise your hand high." Gwen found her hand shooting up. She nudged Becky, who rolled her eyes and raised her hand. Her grandparents did the same. Gwen glanced around the room and saw a few hands here and there. "Aye," Gwen said loud. "You may put them down. And those who would like to keep our community secure and barricaded to the outsiders, say nay." Hands shot up all around Gwen, and a multitude of voices cried, "Nay," loud and clear. Mayor Dobson clapped his hands together. "So there you have it. We maintain our current posture toward the outsiders and let them find their own place of refuge without us." Gwen was out of her seat and storming from the hall in seconds. She accosted the people as they walked out with not a care in the world. "They will die!" she yelled at them. "Get out of here," howled a man with a dip of his chin. "Go home," Beebe said with a comforting arm around Annie. She stood out in the street staring at the people across the river and hugging herself. The people of Hacklebarney filed out and went to their respective farmsteads and homes. Her grandfather walked up and put his arm around her. "They just don't understand," she mumbled into his shoulder. "I know, honey. We'll find a way. There's always a way." Steele, banks of the Mississippi, Illinois. Clouds of dust filled the air like a thick fog as the convoy rolled down a single-lane dirt road. Through the billows of tossed-up dirt, lines of trees stood guard between them and the water. A narrow path was cut through the middle of the trees for telephone lines that sagged between poles. On the other side of the trees, the land sloped into the brown waters of the Mississippi. The chocolate water bubbled by, moving faster than it appeared, and across the rapid water was Gwen. He had stood on the banks for over 15 minutes before he left, hoping that she saw him. There was no way she would miss the dust from his retreating vehicles. On the other side of the road, trees and fields of unpicked, withering brown corn lay trampled and unkept. Steele rode with Tess in silence. She had been chilly since their disagreement about the pastor, a topic he did not want to rehash with the slight yet feisty woman. "When was the last comms check with Ahmed and the Wolf Riders?" Steele asked her. She didn't look at him, and instead picked at the flaking black steering wheel. "About an hour ago." Earlier that morning, Ahmed and his volunteers rolled out south with McLeod and his Wolf Riders. More and more, Steele felt exposed without his allies close by. He ran a hand over his scalp. "After we get Kevin set up, let's get him back on the horn along with Thunder. I hate being blind out here." Thunder pulled the rear guard over a mile behind, and would take the brunt of any attack if Jackson's forces caught up to them. "Is it wise to put my most loyal scouts at the rear of the column? But who else can we trust?" Ahead, the road bent almost 90 degrees following the river. Steele pointed. "There. That's where I want our first ambush." When they reached the tree-lined point, Tess pulled the small red pickup over to the side of the road. "Why don't you have some of the pastor's men to do it?" she asked. Her voice held a high level of irritation. "Because you said it yourself. They can't be trusted." She stared at him with her almost black eyes. "This is dangerous, and I don't like Sable taking all the risks." "I don't like it either, but who else can I trust to do the job right?" She adjusted her hand on the steering wheel, looking out at the trees. I can't stand to have us lose any more after Scott's crew got chewed up in Pentwater and Lucas and Gregg and Burr Oak. There are only so many of us. He let his chin drop to his chest. There had been so many more names on his list. He didn't even know them all now. He started going down the list in his mind. Wheeler, Jarl, Andrea, each name adding to the weight of his failure to bring them all home. He finished with Max, Benji, Scott, Mom. The last name always stung the most. I'm sorry. I wish I could have saved them all. I would trade places with them to keep them safe, but we're at war with the living and the dead. People die in war, innocent people, the good along with the bad. If I could bring them back, I would, but I can't, so I'll fight for the rest of us. Her look was fierce like a tiger. Try harder. He stopped, his hand on the door handle, for a moment before he popped open the door. Kevin's pickup sat behind them idling. The other vehicles went around them. Kevin sat with long-haired Tom and young O'Hara, his baby face making him look much younger than he actually was. Kevin opened his door and stepped out with a slight drunken wobble. Steele pointed. This is the spot. Line the IEDs on the road here. Cover them with foliage so they don't spook. Steele pointed back at the power lines. Park the truck up those lines a ways. Wait for the first few Humvees to go by and hit them with it. All three at once? Exactly. That should cause a good amount of chaos through the column. Sprint back to the pickup and drive down the lines until you find another way route to the Riverside Road. The lanky man glanced worriedly at the trees. I hope they don't see us. Steele eyed the maples and oaks. Keep your heads down and don't mistake Thunder and his club for the bad guys. We don't want Biker Santa getting upset with us, and no need for any heroics. We just need to make them think we aren't worth the effort. We'll make sure it's done, Captain, Kevin said with a smirk. His eyes were open a bit wider today. Slightly more sober than normal. He stuck out his hand. Captain Steele. Steele shook his head and put his hand in Kevin's, holding it for a moment. I told you not to call me that. Too late. You can't pick your own nickname. It's man code. The more you try to kick it, the more it sticks. You're right there. Stay safe. We'll see you soon. Back before you know it. Kevin released his hand and got back in his pickup. Tom gave Steele a salute wave, and they drove off the two-track rutted road and turned over into the power line cut-through. Steele watched them drive away. He walked a red Ronda and slid back into the seat. Let's catch up before we fall too far behind. Tess gunned it down the road. In a few minutes they had reached the rear of the convoy. Rural roads passed them by and took them through a small town. Only the dead greeted them with their decaying hands and white eyes. The convoy didn't slow, but shot them down and ran them over in passing. By nightfall they had gone 14 sluggish miles. Poor roads and not knowing Jackson's location was making their progress painstakingly slow. Weary people made camp on the banks of the river. Steele hadn't wanted to travel too far ahead of his ambushers, and since he hadn't heard from them, he operated under the assumption they hadn't run into Jackson's unit yet. 30 minutes later, he heard the rumble of motorcycles. Steele hopped off the tailgate of his pickup. His leg felt increasingly better every day. It was his arm he was still worried about. Using two hands on his handgun was out of the question. If he wasn't resting the weapon, prone, or relatively danger close, the M4 proved difficult to use effectively for long durations. Although he could manipulate the M4 with one hand, it was much slower than using two hands, which was what most of his training was based around. Thunder stopped his chopper near Steele. The heavy biker dismounted his hog and adjusted his belt beneath his belly, running a hand over it. You see them? Steele asked. Thunder licked his lips. About 8 miles back. Dust from their trucks gave them away, but it looks like they stopped. That should have been past Kevin's ambush point. Didn't see them as we rolled by. I don't like that. Thunder picked at his beard. Just means they was hiding, but we did come across some of these fuckers split off from the main group. Steele's eyebrow lifted as far as it could go beneath his scar. Jackson's men? They claim they ain't, but who can tell? Probably just lying to save their hides. Show me, Steele growled. Thunder marched Steele around to the back of a full-sized black Dodge Ram. 2 men sat on the tailgate wearing Army combat uniforms, their legs dangling beneath them. Their heads were hooded with soiled white cloth bags, and their hands were tied behind their backs. Big Garrett stood guard next to them, a pistol shoved in his belt. "Take off his hood," Steele instructed with a nod. Garrett ripped the hood off one, and the man blinked in the dim light. Steele rested his hand on his tomahawk. "What's your name, soldier?" The soldier was young, no more than 20, and blond. His ACUs were too big for him, making him appear even younger. "Holland, sir." He gulped after he spoke. "Holland? Where'd you come from?" We... His eyes darted to his comrade. "Don't look at him. Who's your CO? What's your unit?" Steele rubbed his hand along the head of his tomahawk. "We were part of 2nd Platoon, 1st Company, 75th Infantry Battalion. My CO was Captain Forrester." "Under Colonel Jackson?" The young soldier's eyebrows went up on his face, and his cheeks twitched in a scared smile. He looked around for someone to believe him. "No, I don't know Colonel Jackson. Was he in Chicago?" "Sergeant Yates? Ben Mauser?" "No, sir." With every name, Steele watched the young man's face. His language and facial features showed no signs of deceit. Since his hands were tied, he couldn't do comforting moves like rubbing his hands, stroking his hair, or general fidgeting. Steele relied on his facial features to help determine his truthfulness. Holland made as much eye contact as Steele expected a man scared shitless would do. He didn't overblink. He didn't try to speak away from Steele. He didn't shake his head while he spoke. Then again, it was always possible that the man was a sociopath or a habitual liar, something that would greatly assist him with self-preservation in a dying world. Thunder swatted at the soldier, cuffing him in the back of the head like a bad dog. He grabbed the back of Holland's ACUs and yanked the boy around. He leaned in really close to the soldier. "You think real nice, 'cause you know what we do with liars?" "No, sir." Holland's voice shook as he spoke. "We give him to that man over yonder." Thunder gestured toward the pastor. He stood about 50 yards away watching with a group of his followers, arm crossed over his chest. They walked forward, a gang of religious fanatics with their clubs and guns. "I swear on my mother's life I'm telling the truth." "Where's your mother now?" Thunder grunted. "I don't know. I only went where they told me to go." "How'd you end up out here?" "Pretty far away from Chicago," Steele said. He kept one eye on the pastor's men as they approached. Holland's eyes darted back to Steele, true fear settling over the man. "You aren't going to take us back, are you?" Steele frowned. "Back where?" "To Chicago. Please don't." Holland begged. He began to shake, and Steele thought he might cry. Thunder leaned over to Steele and whispered, "They're deserters." What do I do with the military's deserters? The thought had never crossed Steele's mind. He definitely wasn't taking them to Chicago, but to release them meant risking giving up his position and relative strength to Jackson. To have them join his group, he added loosely affiliated cowards to his cause. The pastor and his cluster of followers stood expectantly nearby. "What have you found, Mr. Steele?" Steele glared at the captives. Thunder came across some army soldiers. The pastor raised an eyebrow. "Colonel Jackson's men?" He loomed toward them, peering down his nose. "I'm curious as to the composure of his men. I'm curious as to what makes them tick." "They claim they came from Chicago." Holland burst in. "That's right, we came from the quarantine." "Quiet, you," Thunder snarled. The soldier's lips shut, but his mouth still quivered. He sucked in air through his nose, trying to keep quiet. The pastor regarded the prisoners from above. "And you believe these men?" Holland shook his head in fear. "It's true. We deserted. You should have seen it. We didn't have a chance. The Zulus kept coming wave after wave. Millions, I swear it." His eyes went wide. "Nothing we did made a stinking difference. All we did was die." Thunder swatted the soldier with his hand again, and the soldier broke down into quiet sobbing, his shoulders shaking. "I do, Pastor." Steele looked at Thunder, and Thunder gave a disapproving nod. "As disgusting as it sounds, I believe them." The soldier nodded his head frantically. Thank you. You are a very generous man." Steele thought Holland might throw himself at his feet and kiss his boots. The pastor lifted his chin. "Neither of you find it coincidental that while we are being chased by a renegade military unit, we run into soldiers that don't belong to him?" "He's just a kid. I believe him." The pastor brought his hands together in front of him with a small clap. "Deserters are Jackson's men. I say we send a message for both alike. String them up and torch them." Steele met eyes with the pastor. The pastor was unmoving beneath Steele's gaze. His words were true in his world. Holland's eyes hopped from man to man, and finding no aid, started sobbing again. "We only wanted to live." The sound of running water pouring on the metal on the truck bed could be heard. "Please, we didn't mean anything by it. Don't do it. Please don't do it." Steele twisted his head in Holland's direction in disgust. "Jesus, man, get a hold of yourself." Holland shook as he cried, "Please." Steele considered the pastor and his armed group with a narrowed eye. He would win a fight against them with the red stripes at his back. Once the entirety of the factions became engaged, he wasn't so sure. If it came down to it, he would make sure to carve up the pastor first with his tomahawk. "Deserter or not, I'm not burning these men." He made sure to stress the word men in an attempt to stabilize Holland's weak fortitude. "These men lack the heart for this world, Mr. Steele. Nothing steadies their hand or steels their nerves. They are broken. In my experience, you're better off separating the wheat from the chaff sooner than later. They stay with the living today." The pastor licked his lips as if he had more to say. He nodded his chin slightly and gave Steele a soft, knowing smile. "Although I disagree, I concede to your decision, but best keep them in your camp. Accidents tend to happen around mine." Steele gritted his teeth. Thinly veiled or not, the pastor's threat was just that, a clear warning that these men would not be safe. Holland shook his head in relief. "Thank you, sir. We'll do anything for you. Whatever you need done, we're your guys." The soldier in the other hood nodded vigorously. Muffled thank yous eked out from inside his hood. The pastor and his gang turned and left for their campsite. Oily-haired Luke gave a creepy look over his shoulder back at Steele. "Damn that man." Steele eyed the two deserters. "Keep these idiots locked up until I can figure out what to do with them." Steele walked back to his campsite, his blood boiling. Tess, Steele's camp, Illinois. Flames danced along Steele's face. How dare he presume to murder those men? This isn't some medieval crusade. This is the 21st century. We can't just burn people at the stake. Tess watched the fire. This guy truly is a slow learner. Of course he thinks he can. That's what he's been doing since the beginning. Steele shook his head, staring out into nothing. I hate that man. Will someone rid me of this God-forsaken priest? Just say the word. She snapped her fingers. Gone. He gave her a mean look. No, we have to stay true to our word. She glowered over at the chosen campfires. People were huddled around them. Thunder and the Red Stripes were camped nearby. Rather than risk a fight in the night, they had stayed near the convoy. I need to take a walk. She unfolded herself from her blanket nest and jumped out of the back of the pickup. Don't go far. You don't know what's out there, he mumbled. I'm not an idiot. I'll stick to the campsites. Steele nodded and scratched at his scar. Damn, this thing itches. She laughed softly and walked away. Keep yourself alive. She made a beeline for Thunder's camp. A Red Stripes patched biker, as wide as he was tall, stood in the shadows near his campfire. She waved at him. Who is it? He commanded in the dark. It's just me, Half-Barrel. A grin cracked his lips. Hey, Tess, he's over by that fire. Half-Barrel gestured with his sawed-off shotgun in hand. She found the thick, big-bellied biker taking a piss on the fire. Never do grow up, do they? She said from behind him. The man shook his member, jiggling it in the direction of the flames. Better than losing it to one of the infected. He turned around and waved her over. He embraced her for a moment like she was his daughter. He smelled like campfire smoke and body odor. He released her. How are you, my girl? He said, looking down at her. Been better. We've all been better. It's an ugly, dark world out there. That it is. He took a seat and she folded, sitting with her legs beneath her near the fire. She put her hands closer to the flames, letting the heat warm them. "What's bothering you?" he said. He rested both of his hands on his knees. She contemplated the licking flames of yellowish orange. "You know, generally speaking, the end of the world is a joyous place. Infected trying to eat us, those pricks over yonder trying to murder us, and the military hunting us like a pack of dogs." She looked up at him. "So everything is just swell." Thunder nodded, gazing out. "I take everything one day at a time. But then again, I may be more comfortable with my days being my last. Not so long ago, I was throwing back beers at the clubhouse, making money with imports and exports from Canada." "Imports and exports? You mean drugs?" She peered at him. He glanced up at her. "Ha! Done enough drugs in my day. I'm over that. The new trade is in animal trafficking." She smiled. "Like cats and dogs?" "Nah, the sexy stuff. Mostly endangered species parts. Ivory, fur. But we've brought over our fair share of live ones, too. One time I snuck over 70 turtles." "Turtles?" "Yeah, a real hot commodity. Hundreds of dollars a pop." He nodded at the fire. "It's a lucrative business and a lot less jail time if you get caught." She snickered. "Thunder, the big bad turtle dealer." "Laugh all you want, but we were rolling dough." He scratched his arm with a free hand. She put her head down for a moment. "What do you think of him?" "Who? Steele?" Thunder sighed. "The kid has got a lot on his plate, but he's doing all right." "What about him letting the pastor live?" Thunder shook his head from side to side like an elder silverback gorilla. "I'd have to say he's a better man than me after what the pastor did to us, but I suppose that's why we follow him." She peered over her shoulder back toward the chosen camps. "Look at all of them over there. Brainwashed. They're frickin' disgusting." Thunder grunted and nodded. "Every man follows something." His brown eyes rested on her. "You want to know something I learned over in Nam?" She felt he was detracting her from her true purpose. "Sure." He rubbed his hands together. "I was with the 3rd Battalion, 7th Marines. We were based out of Firebase Ross. It was in the Khe Sanh Valley, central Vietnam. I was leading a combat patrol near a small village. No more than 60 people lived there, really only a few families. We had intelligence that they were supporting Pavin in the area." His eyes grew distant as he remembered. "We went through the houses. Women and kids were crying. Dallas and I ducked into a hut. There was a man with his wife and kid. We kicked over some shit. We were searching for weapons and contraband." He scratched under his bandana. Dallas pulled up a rug, uncovering a trapdoor. He flipped it open. Tons of shit down there. Mortars, grenades, AKs, enough shit to outfit a company of the bastards. Dallas was screaming at the father. The guy didn't understand a thing. Thunder's eyes didn't blink. Dallas beat him. Hit him in the face, I don't know, 10, 20 times before I made him stop. I remember that man's battered face like it was my own. I'll never forget it. I hoisted the bastard up by the scruff of his neck. His voice dipped low. He was whispering the same word over and over through bloodied holes where his teeth used to be. "Mong An." Thunder shook his head. Food in Vietnamese. His eyes said it. He was only doing it to survive. He was doing it to feed his family. Tess gulped. "What did you do?" Thunder stared into the fire. A moment passed as he relived his memory. "I stabbed him in the gut. He laid on the dirt floor crying, and he kept repeating, 'Mong An, Mong An, Mong An,' over and over. Then I cut his throat." Tess's voice came out in a whisper. "Why?" Thunder's eyes blinked, and he stared at her again, having come back from the recesses of his memories. "It was war. It was us or them. I'd be damned if I lost another Marine on that tour." He gave her a faint smile. "There may be misguided people out there, but they're people like you and me. We all have our faults. We're all trying to survive. People will latch onto something if it protects them and provides for their family. And I guess I'm like you. The way I see it, it's us or them. I don't care how they got there or why, only that they are blinded by his lies. Thunder reached over and snatched a can of beer. He held it up at her. Want a beer? She smiled. She hated light beer. Sure. He tossed it over to her and snatched up another. The can cracked as he popped the top. He slurped the carbonated alcohol and pointed with the can at the chosen camp. He's a harsh man. But times like this breed harsh men. She took a swig of her warm beer, and it tasted stale yet oddly refreshing. Or that's all that remains. Thunder's dark brown eyes reflected the flames, and he tossed a branch into the fire. She broke eye contact and lost herself in the fire. All she could see hidden in the orange and yellow flames was Pagan's face, his mouth twisting, engulfed by fire. His screams reverberated in her ears. His eyes pleaded for release from his unbearable pain as his ghost faded into dust and embers. The pastor deserves to die. Thunder nodded, his eyes distant. Aye, he does. Then help me, she said quickly. Thunder's eyes skimmed over the chosen camp where the pastor laid his head in rest, contemplating their demise. Tess, I hate that guy for what he done to all of us, but they're on our side. Until when? Until he decides he can take us out? It won't be only Steele he tries to take out. It will be us too, and I don't blame him one bit. What are you trying to say? Thunder asked, his furry brows furrowed together. I'm trying to ask you for help in offing the prick. She pointed. Assassination, murder, execution. I don't care what you want to call it. She pointed toward the pastor's camp. Those people over there are sheep. Mere sheep without their shepherd will be lost, vulnerable. Those people follow because they are scared. Without him, they will be normal. Cut the head off the snake, the body dies. Or you create a dozen of the little monsters, each worse than the last. Thunder, it can't get worse than him. I suppose you're right. She glanced up at him. Help me off this guy. Steele's too weak. I don't know what he sees in the guy, but it ain't helping us. You chose to follow Steele. If the man says he doesn't want the guy hurt, then you should respect that, despite the fact that we don't trust the pastor. You too? You won't help? Use some logic here. This guy hasn't done anything wrong since he swore to follow Steele. This isn't a good idea. You could turn us inward on ourselves with Jackson so close. She shook her head. Pagan's face still stared at her from the flames, begging for retribution. I thought you were better than this. She stood up. His eyes begged. Don't be rash. We've known each other since the early days. She lifted her eyebrows. Apparently not well enough. She sulked away, muttering to herself. These men are such cowards. First Steele, then Thunder. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. These men don't understand a damn thing. A form staggered from the woods in the darkness of the night. She thought it was a drunk, but knew better from experience. It hobbled closer and closer. She wasn't sure if it saw or heard her, but it came her way. She loosened a knife in her belt, a short 4-inch blade, long enough to penetrate the brainstem, eye socket, or upper neck. The gray-skinned demon walked with a hunch, one shoulder lower than the other. A low-pitched moan came from its ugly lips. She gripped her knife tight in an underhand hold. It reached for her, and she sidestepped quick, jabbing her knife. It punctured the soft, thin skin of its neck, and she drove her fist up. She didn't stop until the hilt reached its flesh. The infected stood for a second, white eyes staring vacantly at her, and then gave out. Its weight grew heavy, and she let it collapse into a heap with a small clap on the ground. She bent down, wiping the blade front and back on its raggedly torn clothes. Its skeletal mouth hung open. As easy as that, she said to herself. She was confident she could handle 1 or 2 with a knife. Any more than that, and things could get hairy. She studied the still corpse with its slender, pale face. As easy as that, she said to herself. She watched the chosen camp, a smile curving on her lips. As easy as that. Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. The 10-by-12-foot freezer was no longer cold, but only cool in the darkness. Clear plastic bags sat empty on barren shelves in racks that normally held meat, vegetables, and cheese. There was only one door in and out of the walk-in makeshift prison. Hunter watched the men with wolf-like eyes as they trudged inside. Whitehead's back slapped the wall in defeat, and he slid down onto the floor. Volk turned around, his face filled with pure disdain. Hunter held out a sack filled with water bottles and MREs. Volk snatched it from his hand. "Thanks," he mocked. Hunter bent down and picked up a silver-handled bucket. "Almost forgot." He handed it to Volk. Volk's eyes burned with hate. The Marines lacked any sort of gear and appeared almost childlike without their vests, magazines, guns, and helmets. Volk looked like a kid about to throw a temper tantrum, while Whitehead had the appearance of a whipped dog. Whitehead's head dipped down between his legs. Kinnick stared at Volk, meeting the man's mean eyes. "We will check on you in the morning." Volk snorted and shook his head. "If the locals don't finish you off in the night." "Pray they don't, because whatever they do to us, they'll do 10 times worse to you." Kinnick walked out of the freezer, followed by Hunter. Hunter put a hand on the door and started to close it. When it was almost closed, he coughed. "Why don't you give a holler when the shitter's full? I'll come in and bring you a new one." Kinnick ignored the banter and eyed the Marines as the freezer door shut. The desperation on Whitehead's face was one of a man being shut in a tomb alive. Volk didn't appear to care. The silver metal door clinked as the latch clasped shut. Hunter took a metal rod linked with a chain to the wall and slipped it into the latch. "Well, ain't that some shit? Nasty business." Hunter shook his head in disgust. "Worse than fighting the Zulus. Now what?" Kinnick exhaled. "We have to find our perpetrators without getting in a shootout with the entire town. Then we have to figure out what to do with these Marines." "You blame them? Somebody out there shot their squad mate in cold blood." "Yes, I can. We're held to a higher standard." Kinnick turned around and walked back through the kitchen and into the restaurant dining room with Hunter on his tail. The dining room was dark and looked like a family campout. Gear and blankets littered the floor. The other Marines either sat at the barricade or in chairs. "I fully believe men should be held accountable for the deed that they've done," Hunter said behind him. He moved alongside Kinnick. "As do I." Kinnick stared out at the barricade. Can you imagine the field day the press would have with a situation like this? "Ain't no more press, sir, but yes, I can. I know both you and me would be on the hook for it faster than 2 shakes of a lamb's tail." Hunter rolled out a tin of tobacco and pinched a wad of the black, grainy substance in his fingers, pulled his lip out, and shoved it into his mouth. "I know we would, but we must continue to operate like we will be held responsible for all of our actions. How we treat these people means something. Volk admitted to killing that boy. He also said that boy drew a knife on them. These men were trained to fight a war, not police a small town in Iowa." Kinnick pushed air through his nostrils. "I know what we are meant to do. We need these Marines. We're already scraping the bottom of the barrel for fighters. And think about what you're doing to their squad. Right now, 3 of the 9 Marines are incapacitated in a single day, one of them their squad leader. That's on top of this clusterfuck disaster our nation is in." Kinnick dropped his voice. "A nation that is requiring us to enforce Executive Order 17766. Hunter's cheek muscles flexed as he clenched his teeth together. "It wouldn't be the first order I haven't followed." Kinnick glanced at the Marines and Hawkins. "Me neither. We have to figure out a way to cajole this town to the fight. We are here to prep them for war, not wage war against them." "Feels like a war that never ends. New places, new enemies, always a war." Hunter's eyes went distant as if he stared at a faraway place in his mind. He blinked as he came back to reality and scooped up a plastic water bottle in his hand and spit in it. Brown juices hit the side of the plastic and dripped down the side. "That's why they pay you the big bucks, boss." Kinnick laughed and shook his head. "For nothing at all." Kinnick and Hunter walked down the middle of the street. Boone, Washington, and Duncan formed a tactical triangle. Boone walked in front, gun pointed downward, his lanky neck twisting as he scanned for threats. Washington stalked on the left flank, and Duncan on the right flank. Hawkins had stayed with Gore and the Marines under arrest. Lining the 2-lane residential street were newer sidewalks made of clean white cement. The houses were nicer than most of the others on the island, giving off a lake community vibe. The houses had long panoramic-style open windows and porches. all facing the water with fresh paint and lighter pastel colors. Every block away from the water, the houses became shabbier and more run down. The lawns were overgrown, discarded junk lay scattered in the front yards, and backyards were lined with broken wooden fences. Kinnick was unable to tell if it was the societal collapse or if the homes were like this pre-outbreak. Hunter spoke under his breath as they walked past lightless houses. It's tough to ignore them looking out the windows and when a curtain flutters or the blinds bend. It never sits right in your gut. Kinnick kept his eyes moving from building to building. Makes you nervous, too? Hells yes. It could happen 100 times and mean nothing, but it's the time a sniper is waiting in ambush that counts. Recommendations? Well, I'd love to point my gun at each and every one. He spit chew onto the ground. Splat. But that doesn't show any trust, and when you point guns at people, you're more likely to find guns pointed back. Kinnick gulped and rested his hand on the pistol-like handle of his M4 carbine as they walked. Their destination rose in the air like a spire. The top of the water tower was barn red like a rocket, the rest of the tower painted white. 4 thin support legs propped up a tall, thick silver trunk that went deep into the ground. Hunter had speculated that the shots had come from the tower when Gore was hit. A ring of metal wrapped around the top provided a railing against someone toppling off. It was Kinnick's time to dig up some answers. If he needed to take a risk to get them, then so be it. Washington pointed to a leg of the water tower. Duncan, set up with the saw that way. Boone, you're over there. He pointed at another leg. Washington rounded out by placing himself outward by the nearest leg. He nodded to Kinnick. Kinnick and Hunter walked slowly through the grass beneath the tower. Both men knew what they were searching for, and there was no need to discuss it while in the open. They searched for anything that might provide some insight as to who had shot Gore. Kinnick blinked and closed his eyes, trying hard to see every detail in the overgrown grass. Hunter kicked with his boots into the grass. 10 minutes passed, and they hadn't found anything but dirt and dying overgrown brown grass that had tipped on its side in thick clusters. Hunter shook his head. Ain't nothing here. I'm going to hop up this ladder and see if there's anything up there. Carry on. The Green Beret skipped up the ladder. His boots resounded off the metal rungs, and his hands bounded over one another all the way to the top. He disappeared over the ledge. Kinnick paced below him. His eyes weren't particularly great compared to what they were when he flew C-130s, but they weren't terrible either. He also knew the odds of finding something were slim. The evidence could easily hide beneath the long, unmown grass until the dead finished walking the earth, or the perpetrator could have scooped up any evidence before their retreat. The shot could have come from anywhere nearby, and they were searching the wrong spot. Yet they searched, because Kinnick needed answers. He needed something to level the playing field with this town of people. He needed a way to trust them again, as much as they needed a way to trust him. The Marines knelt, warily watching their sectors. He brushed his foot along the grass, digging it through the clumps, trying to kick up something that wasn't supposed to be there. He swept his foot through the dead vegetation, swinging it back and forth. It crunched under his boots. He looked back up at the Marines, and his boot struck something in the grass. He stopped, eyeing his tan combat boot. He kicked the toe of his boot around the ground there, feeling with his foot. Something clinked off his foot. Squatting down, he felt the weight in his knees. A bit of shiny brass reflected up at him. He picked up the object. He twisted the round, cylindrical, tube-shaped piece of brass in his fingers. He flicked it around to the bottom containing the primer. It read, .300 caliber Winchester Magnum Cobra AP, around the edge of the shell. A small symbol of a coiled serpent was etched into the metal. Master Sergeant, Kinnick called up to the tower. I think we got something here. Nothing up here. Only a few missed shots from us. The end of the brass was dark with gunpowder burn. This could be the shell casing we need to match to a gun, or it could mean nothing. Kinnick let the shell casing roll to the palm of his hand, and he squeezed it tightly. Colonel! Hunter exclaimed. He leaned over the railing and pointed. Kinnick looked in the direction Hunter pointed, abandoned town blocks leading to the water. He shaded his eyes, staring up at Hunter. What? Infected! He screamed. Hunter hopped on the ladder and climbed down quickly. He reached the bottom and marched for Kinnick, his chest heaving. How many? Hunter snarled. Fleas on a mangy dog. Come on, Kinnick called. He started to run for the restaurant. The Marines fell in behind him, their boots striking the pavement. Kinnick gasped as he ran, gripping his radio. He placed it near his mouth and breathed. Coffee. Gwen, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. A red and black feathered chicken raced ahead of her, its feet kicking up little puffs of dust. Gwen tried to snatch it, but it ran faster and scooted out of her grasp. The chicken squawked in victory and continued to run for its life. It dodged into a corner, lifting its feet, preparing to make another break for it. Come on, Haley, trap it in there. Haley slunk forward, her hands close to her body, but ready to launch. Don't be afraid to grab it. Gwen crouched down with her arms, elbows flared, and her fingers spread. Okay, Gwenna, but its talons look sharp. It'll be fine. It's only scared. It will be fine after I wring its skinny neck. Both Gwen and her niece stalked close, pinning the terrified creature in the chicken coop fence. The chicken darted, its head bobbing with fierce determination. Get ready. It's gonna run, Gwen whispered. The chicken cocked its head to the side as if it understood her words, and bolted. It ran straight for Haley, the weak link, and ducked through her legs. Haley lunged much too late and crashed into the dirt. Gwen dove to the side, the chicken evading her grasp. Yow! She exclaimed. She rose to her knees and brushed off her overalls and one of her grandfather's work shirts. We didn't get it, Haley whined. She stood up, dirt covering her from head to toe. Gwen helped herself up. She smoothed her filthy clothes. My mom is going to be mad. Gwen laughed. Yes, she will. Come on over here. Haley stopped in front of her, and Gwen proceeded to pat her down. Gonna need to dunk you in the river. Terror filled Haley's eyes. No, Gwen, please. That's where the scary people are. I'll take a bath anywhere else, I promise, please. Haley's response almost broke Gwen's heart. The fear associated with the broken world touched the young the most. Her breath caught in her chest and tears formed in her eyes. The child stared up at her, quivering in fear like a young sapling in a rainstorm. Gwen crouched down. Haley, no one is going to hurt you, I promise. Her little unborn blond boy stomped around the chicken coop yard, smashing piles of mud with his feet. She ignored him like she had been for weeks. I see you, boy. Now let me deal with the people already here. Haley's eyes were large blue orbs. Please don't make me go there. Gwen grasped Haley's hands. You don't have to go down there, okay? Haley nodded, still pouting. A voice called from the fence. Gwen! She glanced up. Gregor leaned on the fence with his big arms, his long hair drooped on his shoulders. She stood up. What's up, Gregor? Gregor tucked his long hair behind his ear. Hank just got back from town. Steele's convoy is on the move. All of them? Yeah, they're gone. She patted Haley on the back. Let's get you inside. Haley ran off in the direction of the house. Gwen gave Gregor a worried look. Mark is an impatient man at best. I thought he would wait for us to figure something out. Can you take Chase with you and track them down the banks? Take one of the trucks. Gregor nodded. Yes, ma'am. He hoisted his AR-15 and walked off to find Chase. Gwen followed Haley across the yard. Women cooked over fires outside the barn. Most of the men had gone off with her grandfather to help with the harvesting of her grandfather's soybean and corn crops. They had finished harvesting the smaller plots of sweet corn and had now moved onto the larger acreage of field corn. If it came down to it, although the people wouldn't be happy, they could eat the field corn. The field corn, colloquially known as dent corn, was primarily the starchy corn that would be used to feed the cattle. Many of the other Sable Point refugees were pulling security, standing watch with rifles and shotguns. Gwen patted the top of Rocky's black head as she walked by. The boxy-headed Labrador retriever accepted her praise and laid his head back down. She stepped onto the porch and pulled off her dirty, knee-high rubber farm boots. The smell of food tantalized Gwen's nose as she stepped inside. Graham's voice came from inside. How did you get so dirty, young lady? Chasing chickens, Grandma. Wipe your hands, dear. Gwen stepped inside the kitchen. Her Graham was there with May Clemens, Harriet, and Joey. They were all working on a massive meal. Graham smiled. She held a wet rag to Haley's hands. You too? She glanced up at Gwen. Those chickens must be mighty weaselly, or somebody's out of practice. Gwen returned her warm smile with one of her own. I don't think they're any smarter, but I'm out of practice. Her grandmother finished wiping Haley off. She handed the towel to Gwen, then turned back to her kitchen stovetop, wielding a large wooden spoon like a master alchemist. 4 large pots bubbled on the stove. "I suppose we should be thankful for this old wood stove. With no power, it's been a godsend." Handling the wooden spoon, she stirred one and then the other. May chopped vegetables, her knife banging off a cutting board. "Smells delicious." Gwen stepped close behind her grandma and squeezed her shoulders, peering over. "What are you all making? Chili?" Her grandmother regarded her over her shoulder. "Your favorite, but I'm leaving it pretty bland. For the kids." She continued to stir, not looking at her. Gwen smiled. "That sounds great. Hopefully we've enough for the folks outside." "We'll make do. We'll add water if we need more," May said. She gave Gwen a friendly smile. Gwen's grandmother and she were becoming fast friends. Her grandmother continued to stir. "When are you due?" Gwen's heart leapt in her chest, her eyes flying toward the other woman and finally settling on her grandmother. "Gram, what are you talking about?" May stopped chopping and glanced at Gwen inquisitively. Harriet's eyes went wide, and she zeroed back in on the food she was prepping. Her grandmother turned around, holding a spoon in one hand, her other on her hip. "Gwen, even if you didn't have that guilty look on your face, I could tell by the color of your cheeks and the size of your breasts." Gwen averted her eyes. "Gram, please, you're embarrassing me." Gram swung her spoon around. "Nonsense. Why should you be ashamed? Just because you ate supper before you said grace?" Gwen's mouth clamped shut. "I'm not ashamed." Her eyes dipped away from her grandmother. "I didn't want to tell you until I was further along." "You didn't want to tell me because you were afraid of what I'd think." "Yeah." "You love the father?" Gwen avoided her grandmother's gaze before she could meet her eyes. "Of course, Gram." "Then it's good. Is it that boy who stuck across the river?" Gwen rolled her eyes. "Yes, it's Mark's, but he's gone." Gram shook her spoon, pointing outside. "Just like a man to run away when the world starts to get real. You should have picked a better baker to throw one in the oven." "Please, he wouldn't have left without a reason." Her grandmother's face crinkled in suspicion, and Gwen didn't know if it was for her or Mark. "You've been seeing that Bullis boy quite a bit lately." Gwen tilted her head to the side and gave her gram a disappointed look. "It's Mark's child. Jake is only a friend." Her gram raised a gray eyebrow. "A friend you play kissy-face with?" Gwen felt her cheeks start to color. The other women were silent. May turned back to the vegetables, and Harriet looked away. Joey made a noise and quickly turned around. Her grandmother pointed the spoon at her like she was casting a spell. "Mark ain't here. Somebody's got to raise the child. Jake's a fine man. He's got a good, down-to-earth family." "Mark will come back, or I'll find him," Gwen said more softly than she would have liked. Gram's weathered face softened, and she set her spoon down. "Come over here and give your grandmother a hug." Gwen did as she bid and hugged her grandmother, the relief of acceptance overwhelming her. There, my girl. I'm only being hard on you because I want what's best for you. Just because these are sad times doesn't mean that we don't have reason to rejoice," she whispered. "This is a special gift." Her grandmother leaned back and wiped a tear. "How far along, dear?" Gwen wiped the other side of her face as tears leaked from her eyes. "About 3 months." May put a hand on her shoulder. "You have the glow," she said softly. Harriet smirked. "About time we got that out." Gwen cried a tear, then laughed a little. "Yeah, it is. Will you all do me a favor?" "Yes, dear," her grandmother said. She reached up and touched Gwen's face. "Don't tell Pa. I don't want him to worry." "Oh, Gwen, he would be so happy. You've always been his favorite." The screen door slammed shut. "Haley?" Becky called as she walked in. "In here, Mama." Becky set a basket of eggs on the table. "Now I remember why I became a teacher. Those chickens are grosser than those little buggers I used to teach." Graham smiled. "Thank you, Becky." "Why does everyone look so emotional?" Becky eyed them with suspicion. "Jesus, did somebody die or something?" No, no, Graham said. Times are tough and we're letting it out. She gave a knowing side glance to Gwen. God, don't scare me like that. You should all pick up smoking. It helps with the stress. Graham sighed. You should quit. It's bad for Haley. Becky avoided eye contact with her disapproving grandmother. Doc Miller said I could smoke when I was pregnant. What's the difference now? He said that because he knew you wouldn't quit, Gwen chimed in. You should talk. I remember in high school you and me would sneak out to smoke. A youthful indiscretion. Becky snorted and held up a pack of cigarettes. If you need me, I'll be outside having a youthful indiscretion. Gwen crossed her arms over her chest, watching her sister leave. She's always been a stubborn one, Graham said. She picked up her spoon and dug back into the steaming red chili. Ahmed, south of Steele's position. Ahmed twirled the bat between his knees as they drove. It reminded him of riding the bus to an away game in college, all the tension of the upcoming game settling in on him while they burned hour after hour on the road. Part of his routine had been silent prayer, and he would use the bat to keep the beats in his mind. Peace be unto him. May you take all their souls and bring them peace that they cannot find here on earth. His second reason for silent prayer was to stifle the sounds of Ollie and Weston arguing in the front seat over who had the better college football team. He prayed for the lives he had extinguished, knowing that he would be forgiven for the lives around him that had been taken too early. Too many have been taken before their time here was done, but God has a plan. The rumble of motorcycles sounded off ahead of them. They drove at the back of the 50 or so wolf riders riding slow down the uneven road. Ahead of their scouting group, 3 more bikers acted as outriders, cautiously looking out. He could barely make out the black wolves' patches on the backs of their vests. Ollie flicked on the lights as dusk descended upon the land like a gray blanket. Ahmed rolled his shoulders and then his neck, trying desperately to tune out the 2 men bickering like an old couple. Ollie drove, 2 loose hands holding the steering wheel. I'm telling you, State is better than Michigan every year. He glanced at Weston as he talked, gauging his comrade's reaction. Weston shook his head. Weston was a taller version of Ollie, with a bald head to match, except Ollie had a beard where Weston couldn't grow a thing. You've got to be joking. He pushed himself back into his seat. What's the overall series record? Ollie scoffed. Don't know, don't care. Michigan's got them on the overall series, but what about the last 10 years? It hasn't even been close. Coach D is a hero, a mastermind, one of the best coaches in the country. Weston nodded. Sure. Coach D is a great coach, but we have to talk about tradition. Historically, Michigan has been in control of the series. Ollie shook his head in disgust. The tides are changing. The past will only be what it was. In the future, people will look back at the last 10 years and say this was the turning point. This was the beginning of the culture shift. I have no doubt Michigan will kick, bite, and scratch to hold on to the idea of being superior, but just like anything that is losing relevance, eventually they will be kicked to the side and everyone will talk about the way it used to be as they are forgotten. Ollie slapped the steering wheel as he thought of something else. And can we really take seriously a bunch of wins when dudes were wearing leather helmets? It's laughable. Not even the same sport. We were a lot smaller school back then. Weston smirked. Whatever. The series is in our favor, so it doesn't matter how many wins in a row you get. We don't even consider you rivals. The Buckeyes are our real rival. Weston got comfortable in his seat, smug victory settling on his face. Ollie glanced back from the road and back at Weston. Color was rising in his cheeks, and Ahmed could visibly see the man's blood pressure go up. Dude, you're joking me, right? He glanced back at the road and back at Weston. You're joking, right? Weston crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. Ollie exclaimed, We're one of the only teams to beat OSU in the conference more than once since they split them up. You guys haven't won a game against them in years. It's called the game. That's the real rivalry. Doesn't it have to be competitive to be a rivalry? Hell, we have a better rivalry with them than you do. Weston's jaw dropped. Take it back. Our rivalry with OSU is historic. Ollie shrugged. Just saying, it has to be competitive to be a rivalry. Hey, Ahmed. Ollie glanced in the rearview mirror. Ahmed sighed and stopped twirling his bat. What? Who do you think is better, MSU or U of M? Ollie said, looking at him in the rearview mirror. I don't know. Alabama? Ollie scrunched his nose up. Come on! Weston waved him off. Apples to oranges. Why do you care? Did you guys even go there? It's not like they are going to play anymore. Ollie looked back at him quick. No. Weston peered down and muttered. No. Red brake lights flashed ahead. Ahmed pointed in the middle of the two men. They're stopping. Ollie braked the pickup, gradually coming to a stop behind the rear of the bikers. The last biker, the tail gunner, waved them forward, and Ollie pulled the pickup onto the shoulder. Weston rolled down his window, and a gust of cold air blew into the truck. Ahmed shivered. Freezing compared to Virginia. Near the front of the Wolf Riders, McLeod waited for them. His black goatee swung down his chest, and sunglasses hung off the front of his jacket. Hey guys, my boys in the front say we are going to have some company. Don't know how many, but they're coming up quick, so let's take some cover. Shouldn't we get word back to Steele? Ahmed said. McLeod smiled. We will. But don't you think it's a better idea to get him actionable intelligence? Yeah, he'll want to know how many we're dealing with. McLeod pointed to a short ranch-style house in a field. Windows were dark. Of course. I'm going to get my boys behind that house and barn over here. We'll follow you, Ahmed said. Weston rolled up the window. Jesus, it's cold out there, he said, rubbing his hands together. Ollie reached over and adjusted the heat on the dash. Those guys must be freezing on those bikes. He turned the steering wheel and followed the bikers up a dirt driveway. An infected man reached for the bikers as they rolled around to the back. A Wolf Rider swung a pipe one-handed on the way by, striking the thing in the face. Skin and brains streaked into the air, and the infected collapsed. Ollie pulled the pickup around to the opposite side of the barn. Wolf Riders were dismounting their motorcycles. Ollie turned the key and cut the engine. He twisted a knob on the dash, and the lights disappeared. The three men sat in the dying light. Do you guys get a weird vibe from that guy? Ahmed asked. Weston shook his head. I mean, they're in a gang. It's all kind of weird to me. Ollie nodded. Seemed real angry all the time, but not any different than normal. I don't know. He just seems weird to me. Not any weirder than the rest of us, I guess. Ahmed pulled his radio out. Steele, this is Ahmed, over. There was a 10-second pause before Steele's voice came on. This is Steele. We might have some company, don't know how many. Keep a low profile and let me know. You got it. Ahmed tossed the radio on the seat next to him and cracked the rear passenger door. Ollie glimpsed back at him. Where are you going? Steele is going to want to know numbers. I'm going to move closer. Ollie exchanged a look with Weston. You don't mind if we just chill in here? No need for all of us to be cold, Weston chimed in with a weak smile. Ahmed shook his head. Stay here. Ahmed shouldered up his M4 and gripped his bat. He walked to the corner of the barn and knelt down using the bat to brace himself and waited. The wind picked up, blowing dirt and weed-ridden yellow stalks of dead crops across the road. The leaves on the stalks rustled as if an army of the dead were trampling through them. The chill reminded him of how bad it hurt to hit a ball in the cold, the sting in his hands after connecting. He assumed that it would be the same smashing in the skulls of the dead in the cold. He rubbed his hands together, letting the bat hang in the crook of his arm. The cold from the earth was soaking through his pant leg on the ground. If it snowed, it might stick. The bikers spoke behind him, huddled around motorcycles. He couldn't make out their conversation, but they didn't seem worried about whatever came this way. You should be worried. These guys mean business. He dipped his chin, eyeing the men behind him. McLeod stood over with a group of his men almost as if they were in a huddle. He glanced Ahmed's way and gave a smile. Ahmed lifted his chin in acknowledgement. Looks like a rat, smells like a rat. It's a rat. He continued to rub his hands. His skin was starting to turn red and dry with the nighttime cool air. He perked up, eyeing the road and the surrounding trees. The hum became a rumble, and 3 motorcycles sped down the road. They slowed down and cut their lights as they turned into the farm's driveway and raced up between the house and the barn. Boss, they're right behind us, the Wolf Rider barked. Good work, Pot. Ahmed spied back on the road. He heard them first, too. They weren't as loud as motorcycles, and they appeared soon after he heard them. He saw their lights through the trees, beams penetrating through any open space. 3 tan Humvees roared into view, cruising. Helmeted men stood in their turrets. They continued driving by, blocked from view by more trees. "Scouts," Ahmed whispered. "They're coming from the south." Ahmed's mind raced, and he continued to whisper out loud. "They're coming from the north and the south." He stood for a moment, digesting the information. "We are walking into a trap." He turned around, observing McLeod for a second. The black goateed man was near the back of the pickup. Another couple of his men were leaning on the other side, talking. Ahmed stood up and started to walk toward McLeod and yelled over to him. "They're coming up from the south and from the north." He needed to send word back to Steele. McLeod cupped his own ear. "What's that?" "I said they are coming from the north and the south. It's a trap. Steele is walking into a trap." McLeod cocked his head. "You don't say." He leaned against the pickup. "We have to tell Steele before it's too late. Let me grab that radio." "Yeah, we really should." McLeod knocked on the window, his knuckles rapping the glass. Weston's bald head and smooth face poked out. "Can you grab me that radio?" McLeod asked. "I gotta call this one in." Weston smiled. "Sure thing." He reached in the back and snatched up the radio. He handed the radio to McLeod with a smile. McLeod's mouth curved into a nasty smile. "Thanks." Weston started to roll up the window. "Wait, I need one more thing." Weston gave him a helpful smile. "What's that?" McLeod whipped his arm up level with Weston's hairless head. Weston's face barely registered danger before McLeod's Glock 17 put a round through his skull. Weston's brains exploded onto Ollie's face. Weston's head kicked back to the side, resting on the headrest. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he immediately let out a soft moan. Ahmed's insides electrified all at once like he was hooked up to a car battery. His body felt like a ghost, ethereal and entirely fluid. He only did what was natural. The biker chief leaned across Weston's body and double-tapped Ollie. Ahmed ran at McLeod. Ollie slumped onto the steering wheel, blood leaking from his head and neck, his mouth open. Ahmed sprinted and closed the distance in a fraction of a second. He did what was natural with what he had in his hands. He swung as hard as he could, catching McLeod on the wrist before he could turn all the way around. The gun clanked onto the ground. "Fuck!" McLeod cried. He immediately gripped his destroyed hand in his other. A bearded biker aimed through the window. Pop, pop. Weston's body jerked as he absorbed more rounds, blocking the bullets. McLeod screamed, "Watch it!" Ahmed instinctually ducked down near the door, and McLeod lunged for him, trying to wrap his arms around his body. Ahmed body-checked him with his bat and ran. He sprinted off into a defunct cornfield. Adrenaline pushed him into a dead sprint, ignoring the tightness of his almost frozen muscles. He could barely hear the shouts and curses behind him. It was like they were fleeting memories in a world of fight or flight. He picked the plants as he high-kneed over uneven ground. The soil exploded under him. The bullets whizzed in the air. His chest burned as he sucked in cold, harsh oxygen. His lungs needed it to pump the blood roaring in his veins. If he was one thing, he was fast, and 20 yards turned into 40 yards. He could hear the roar of engines as the wolf riders fired up their motorcycles to give chase. "Keep going. Allah help me. Keep going." He repeated it in his mind over and over. His arms whipped back and forth as fast as they could go. The cornstalk struck his arms and legs, tripping him. Every piece of uneven ground tried to bring him down, but he wouldn't let them. A thick line of trees marking the end of the field became closer and closer. "If you can reach those, you won't be in the open. A little further. Allah, help me." He breathed each word as he ran. He felt it bite him. It was a cold bite, like he'd been seared with a frozen poker. The sound of reverberating thunder bellowed in the distance. His heart rate went sky-high in his chest. His right side burned. He kept running, but the pain became too great. He gaped down at his chest. Blood seeped through his ACUs near his right breast. His legs slowed. They felt heavier than normal, like he was running with a parachute holding him back. He stumbled forward and fell, dropping to his knees. He put his hand to his chest, dipping his fingers into the blood. The warm crimson fluid covered his fingers. He still didn't believe it was his. "No, they couldn't have hit me. They were so far away. I was so close." Almost out of earshot, He could barely hear their laughter and shouts of the hunt over the thunder of motorcycle engines. He rubbed the blood between his index finger and thumb. His fingers were sticky like he had dunked them in watery honey. He forced himself to stand up. "Not today," he uttered. His mind overcame the lethargy of his legs, and they were forced to obey. Shoving his bat into the ground, he stood upright. He stumbled 8 more feet, and he heard another boom. Something thudded into a tree nearby. He fell back into the corn stalks. The rumble of motorcycles prevailed over the blood pounding away in his ears. They performed more like dirt bikes in the field. Ahmed's hands dug into the earth. He crawled. He could feel his mind and soul departing his body, but he forced himself to crawl hand by hand over the earth. He knew the only thing that mattered was getting away. The earth clumped and fell apart in his hands. He let go of his bat. He was a wounded animal trying to flee the hunter's grasp. His feet were cold, and he regarded them only as stumps, although he knew they were still there. Motorcycles raced around the corn. Men shouted. Flashlights scanned the land. "You see any blood? That fucker's got to be here somewhere. Didn't you see him drop?" "Sure did, about here." Ahmed pulled himself over a fallen tree trunk and collapsed. He put pressure on his chest. "Damn, my feet are cold. Not just my feet." The darkness surrounded him and closed in fast, gripping his flesh and soul. "Allah take me." Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. Hunter and the Marines pushed ahead. Their gear jingled as they ran, making them sound like escaped reindeer. "Yeah, boss," crackled out of the radio. "Get Hamilton 1 upriver to Garfield. Zulus are coming down that road. Take them out." Kinnick's radio buzzed. "You got it." Hard-fought blocks disappeared, and they reached Gary's restaurant and rushed inside. Hawkins stood ready, M4 in hand. Gary and Martha huddled together near the kitchen, watching the men. "Let's go. Infected." Gary scooped up a shotgun from the kitchen counter. "I'm coming with you." Martha reached for him. "Be careful," she said softly. Gary nodded to her. "I will." "Hamilton 1 is swinging up to the road, but we're going to head that way to stave them off." Gary nodded. "Others will join." Kinnick was surprised. "You sure about that?" Gary nodded his head, a slight look of embarrassment on his face. "They will." The zip of the minigun hummed, followed by the quick thunder of the M250 caliber machine gun as it fired. Kinnick wouldn't accept any deviation. If Gary and the people of Warden so much as looked like they were up to no good, Kinnick would have them shot. There was a distinct difference between building trust and not defending oneself, and he intended to keep the rest of his men alive. Too many had been lost since the struggle had begun. "Let's move," Kinnick commanded. The men filed out of the restaurant and into the street. The faraway hammer of the machine gun and buzz of the minigun was like a low-pitched thunderstorm of bees coming their way. The Marines' equipment bounced on their torsos as they sprinted. Houses blurred past them as they ran. People came out of their homes to watch Kinnick and his men run by. 1 block turned into 2 blocks, and within minutes they had traversed to the other side of the island. A short bridge connected the island to a far-stretching swampy causeway running between low, uninhabitable islands, where about 100 yards away a short bridge linked Iowa and Illinois. Hamilton 1 bobbed in the water about 10 yards offshore. Its turrets swiveled toward the road. Fire breathed from metal barrels. Hanger held the handles of the minigun with both hands. He was slightly hunched over the minigun, twisting and turning the turret for maximum coverage. Every burst sounded like he unleashed a giant hummingbird with the destruction of a T-Rex. Hundreds of infected bodies exploded as hot rounds melted through the rotting corpses. Hunter pointed at Duncan. "Get that saw up." Duncan went from kneeling to prone and flinging his bipod out. He moved the stock into his shoulder pocket, his elbows propped up on the ground. Boone knelt down next to him and dropped his pack. A fast-paced da-da-da-da burst from the barrel of the saw. A cluster of disorganized civilians, led by Gary, straggled in with shotguns, AR-15s, and rifles. They joined the Marines. "Where you want us, Colonel?" Gary yelled over the gunfire. "Fall in line," Hunter called at them. The civilians haphazardly lined the road, intermixing with Marines. The machine guns on the Cirque went silent. The boat bobbed on the water. "They're reloading," Hunter yelled at Kinnick. He turned to the Marines and civilians. Wait until they're closer. Don't waste the ammo. With the lull in the bullet fusillade growing silent, the dead marched along the swampy road for the island. They staggered and stumbled, but they all advanced for the island of Warden, as if they knew they would soon be rewarded for their undying effort to destroy them. The dead reached the edge of the short bridge, claiming it as their own. Duncan fired his saw in bursts, a repetitious sound of tied-together da-da-da-das. Then silence while he acquired his next grouping. The rest of the line reported back. The bullets ripped the gray flesh of the infected dead. The body shots only staggered them, and in mangled determination they marched onward as more rounds penetrated their flesh. Kinnick aimed high, controlling his M4 with quick single shots. An infected man gave him a skeletal grin through his sights. Kinnick's eyes went fuzzy, and the infected became a blur. Ping! The dead man's head kicked backward, and he fell onto his side. "Coffee! Get those machine guns up!" Hunter yelled into his radio. Coffee's voice came back through with urgency. "They're reloading!" Hunter's head twisted as he stared down the line with his single eye. He screamed at the men and Marines. "Keep firing!" The dead fought tooth and nail over the fallen bodies. When one fell, it did not stop. It crawled over the bodies of the others who had been rendered incapacitated. They gained ground on the bridge. Every foot was bought with their twisted and bullet-ridden corpses. Each toppled foe revealed another in its place. The faces of the dead were clear now. It was easier to tell that they in fact used to be human. Dead white eyes, painful moans, slack-jawed faces, fingers spread wide trying to grasp the living close for their infected bite. The hum of the minigun fired up again, and to Kinnick it sounded like a beautiful bumblebee's song. It ate through the dead on the bridge. The tings and tangs of bullets hitting the metal echoed. In 30 seconds, the battle was over. The dead were decimated into chunks of rotting flesh, strewn about the road. Hunter lined up a final shot and banged it out. An infected woman 400 yards away tumbled down onto the ground. Kinnick inhaled, feeling like he hadn't taken in a breath in 20 minutes, and exhaled loudly. The ringing of gunfire dominated his eardrums with a high-pitched whine. He brought his radio up to his mouth and clicked the side button to talk. "How are we doing on ammunition, Coffee?" "Went through about 8,000 rounds here. We got about 32,000 left for the minigun." Kinnick nodded. They did not have an unlimited supply of bullets like some first-person shooter video game with the cheat codes on. "Cruise up the road to Garfield. Take out any stragglers, but don't be wasteful. I don't know when we are going to get a resupply." "Wilco." The Cirque motors fired up and powered up the flank of the swamp road. Kinnick addressed Hunter. "We should have blown this bridge earlier. At least it will provide us a little gap from the ones crossing." "On it, Colonel." He turned toward the Marines. "Hawk and Duncan, stay with me." Hunter walked off with the two men. Kinnick turned back to town and ran a hand over his head. Gary moved alongside Kinnick, speaking quicker than normal. "That boat's got some serious firepower." The Cirque grew smaller as it cruised north for Garfield. He gave Gary a stern gaze. "Yes, it does. Remember that, Gary, for all these people's sake. Remember that." Gary glanced away in discomfort. "There's something I need to talk to you about." Kinnick pulled the shell casing from his breast pocket and twisted it in his fingers. "We found this by the water tower." He handed it to Gary. Gary looked at it for a moment, twirling it between his fingers. He flipped it so he could read the bottom. 300 mag. High-powered round. Made to take down elk and moose and the like. Gary gulped. "Or kill a man." "Or kill a man." Gary leaned close. "There's something I need to speak with you about." He let his voice dip. "At the restaurant." Kinnick nodded softly. "I see. What do you have for me, Gary?" He slung his M4 and started his walk back to the restaurant. Washington and Boone joined Kinnick. The civilians followed them in a disorganized rabble of armed men. The sound of footsteps echoed off the road. They walked in silence back to the restaurant. Kinnick and his Marines entered the dark restaurant. Martha stood near Gore. She glanced up at him. Her eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head as she spoke. "I'm so sorry. He just stopped breathing. I tried to help him, but couldn't." She rushed to Gary and wrapped her arms around him and murmured into his chest, "Thank God you are back." Everything is safe now, he said to her. They gazed into each other's eyes. Martha broke away her eyes from Gary and looked at Kinnick. I'm sorry, Colonel. Kinnick walked slowly to where Gore lay. When Kinnick reached his side, his eyes fixated on the Marine. He didn't have the appearance of a hard-nosed, steely-eyed warrior, but that of a young college kid with so much more to live for. Gore's face was pale, and his eyes were open. They didn't blink and had a glossy gaze. Kinnick had seen enough dead bodies of late to know the difference, but he checked for a pulse anyway. He pushed 2 fingers into the side of Gore's neck. He felt nothing but flesh and tendons in the side of his esophagus. He picked his fingers up and pressed them back into the young Marine's neck. No blood pumped through the carotid artery. He pushed harder. Nothing. Kinnick wrapped the boy's blanket and pulled it up and over the Marine's childlike face. He put both his hands on the table and leaned against it, taking in the Marine's loss. Damn, he muttered. Harsh whispers caught his ears. Washington hovered over Kinnick's shoulder. Anger seethed off the Marine, and he cocked his head to the side. Fuck, man. They'll pay for what they done to you, brother. Colonel, we have to do something. Kinnick bowed his head, still staring at the dead Marine. I understand, Corporal. We will figure this out. I've had enough of this shit. We've been out there fighting, and this is how they repay us? The Marine turned toward Gary and Martha. Kinnick raised a hand in the air. That's enough, Corporal. These are our hosts. Washington stopped, clenched his jaw, and nodded. Ain't right. We'll figure this out, Kinnick repeated. Will we? Have we already lost? Lashing out in anger will not bring Gore back. Temperance, young one. Gary and Martha argued near the open kitchen. Gary looked worried over at Kinnick. Martha's arms were folded tightly over her chest. She stared at the ground, and fear settled on her perpetually worried face. Gary squeezed her shoulder and walked over to Kinnick. I'm sorry about your man. His eyes searched Kinnick for some consolation. Gary eyed outside the restaurant and coughed nervously. I haven't been completely honest with you. I fucking knew it, Washington said. Kinnick's mouth tightened. Quiet, Washington. How about you take a seat? Washington shook his head and walked across the room. He sat down, back to the wall, gun draped across his lap. Gary gave the Marine a wary once-over as he walked away. Kinnick took the opportunity to make the subtle gesture of moving his hand closer to his sidearm by leaning on the table that held Gore's body. Gary's eyes were wide with worry. You see, I wasn't sure at first. He shook his gray-haired head. I guess I didn't want to believe it, but after you showed me the shell, I'm pretty sure I know who shot your man. Killed. A few seconds of silence passed between them. Why didn't you tell me before? Well, this is a small town. We look out for one another. Maybe I didn't want to believe it. Maybe I was scared, but you stayed true to your word out there on the bridge. You fought the dead like you said you would. A lot of the people today saw that and appreciate it. I was not deceiving them when I told them we came to help. Operation Homefront needs their cooperation, or this nation will fall. I understand. That's why I'm doing the right thing. He looked down at the dead Marine. The man that I think did this is Martin Biggs. Real big government conspiracy kind of guy. Been rattling off about the whole thing every time he comes in here or the TNC for a drink. The government infected us. It's the government trying to control the population. It's really never ending with the guy. He's talked about that stuff for years. Never thought he'd act out like this. Seriousness dripped from Kinnick's words. Do you know where he lives? Sure do. About 2 blocks from here, near the water tower. A huge explosion boomed in the distance. Hunter and his men would be back soon. Let's find out what Martin has to say for himself. Steele's Camp, Illinois. Steele drank his steaming hot coffee. The coffee was on the verge of burning his tongue, but warmed his insides heartily in the morning chill. The river swept before him, flowing angrily around rocks and fallen trees alike. The bloated bodies of the dead bobbed like life preservers as they passed, caught in the current. The water gushed, sounding like a falling cataract that never reached its pool below. The sky overhead was in a perpetual state of silver-gray gloom. Steele sipped his coffee and crushed the grounds between his teeth, emitting barely audible grinding noises with his jaw. They had been forced to make cowboy coffee the old-fashioned way over a campfire by boiling the grounds. Soon the grounds would be forcing him to take actions from the seated position in the woods. Although with his limited food intake, it would probably only result in an upset stomach with not much to put out. Tess took a mouthful of brew and grimaced with the bitter taste. He was on edge, and she knew it. "We haven't heard from either of them." He clenched his jaw after he spoke. Her voice fell away with the utterance of every word. "Could mean anything." She glanced over at her pickup, read Rhonda, trying not to set him off. "That's my problem. I'm fucking blind out here, and now I don't have any idea where Jackson is." She shifted under his gaze, and he blew air through his nostrils before he spoke. "Ahmed said he made contact with somebody, but I haven't been able to reach him since. Kevin should have made contact with Jackson's scouts a day ago, meaning either they didn't come or something went wrong. Now I don't know which way to go." "Ahmed was with over 50 men. I'm sure he's fine." Steele stared at the white coals of the fire pit. They've failed to report as well. Tess blew on her coffee before she spoke. "You know there's a perfectly good explanation for all of this." Steele shook his head. "We're in bad shape. If I send Thunder back out, I risk losing his men as well." "I say we stick with where we're going. The last known location of Jackson was northeast. That's the best info we have," she said. "Stick with it." He shook his head in his own disgust. Wheeler would have loved this scenario. "Who's Wheeler?" "My old team leader at the division. That guy was actually a captain. He peered out at the river. We could use him." "We don't have him. We have you. So make a move." She's right. Action, not reaction. Steele tossed back the rest of his coffee. He glanced over at Tess and gave her a genuine smile. "No day like today." In an hour, the convoy was moving back south, following the Mississippi River. The southeastern part of Iowa mocked them from the other side. Another hour later, the convoy came to a halt. The sun made the sky only a lighter shade of drab gray, like a dim flashlight underneath a charcoal sheet. Tess's neck stretched out in an effort to make herself taller. "All I see are brake lights." Steele leaned near the window, trying to get a view of what was ahead. "The pastor better not be leading one of his sorties against the infected. I swear to God I will kill him." Tess gave him a sideways glance. Her lips puckered a bit. "You won't let me do the honors?" Her voice was soft, as if she was trying to be sweet with him, an action that he didn't believe for a second. He threw his hand up, shaking his head. "You can do the honors." Steele snatched the radio out of the center console cup holder and brought the radio to his lips. "What's going on up front, Frank?" He had shifted the iron drakes to the front of the convoy. Frank's voice edged with a touch of stress. "Steele, we got contact." "Damn it," Tess cursed. Steele's hand instinctually went near his gun. He sat up in his seat, trying to see the front, and settled on handling his radio instead of readying his weapon. "Contact with what? The infected?" The radio was static for a moment. "We got U.S. Army blocking our path." Steele put his head to the microphone. "Fuck me." He shared a look of disappointment with Tess. He ran his hand with the radio over his scarred head, giving himself a moment to figure out what to do. He grimaced as he spoke, because he already knew the answer. "Are you sure? Over. Either that or a dozen tan Humvees with civilians dressed in combat uniforms." Steele looked at Tess, anger strewn all over his face. "This is bad." His anger stemmed from knowing he should be a better leader and the frustration of his situation. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he was angry. He was angry with the Iowans and bitter with Gwen for not securing him access across the river. He pushed all those feelings down deep in his gut. He had no time for it because every minute meant something. Every minute meant people's lives. "Do not engage. Roll the convoy back around. Not sure how Jackson got on the other side of us without the Wolf Riders catching a whiff of it, but we gotta go back the way we came." Frank's voice was terse. "Copy." The radio cut out. "Tess, take us to the rear." She whipped the wheel around hard, and they drove out of convoy line. Tess steered them back onto the road, and she zipped down the side of it, passing the worried faces of the others. They slowed down when they came across an all-metal and leather collection of bikers. The Red Stripes. Steele hopped out quickly, favoring his bad leg, and walked up to Thunder. Thunder stopped his motorcycle and straddled the beast. The bearded man with a bandana around his forehead frowned. "What's going on up front?" "Jackson's got the way blocked." Thunder shook his head in disgust. "You've got to be kidding me." Both men gazed south, anticipating contact with the enemy. "Wish I was. Everyone's turning around to come back this way. You're now our vanguard." Thunder gave Steele a nasty look. "This is bad." "I know, but we don't have a choice. It's north or east, and we know what's east." Only a moment after Steele had spoken, a rocket of fire screeched past the men and exploded in the field next to them. Dirt and rocks flew into the air. Debris rained down in fits, and Steele ducked low, covering his head. A crater remained in its place, fire crackling along the edges. "What in the hell?" Steele shouted. His M9A1 appeared in his hand. He looked past Thunder. About 800 meters away, near a bend in the road, Humvees had begun to fill it in. Other Humvees took to off-road driving into the cornfields, spreading out evenly like cavalry. Holy shit! Steele holstered his gun quick and unclipped his radio from his belt. "Frank, we got company in the rear." "What was that noise?" Frank said. "Jackson's men tried to hit us with a rocket." "East. Lead us east," Steele said. Steele took out his binoculars. Dust rose up across farm fields. Tiny tan all-terrain vehicles rolled from that direction as well. Thunder squinted. "No," he said. He made a quick glance behind him and then forward. Steele's radio fired up with Frank's stressing voice. "We got contacts to the east. Do we have orders? Over." Steele's head swam with decisions. He was a rat with nowhere to go, and the ship was sinking. "Everyone is counting on you. Good people will die based on your decision." The Humvees sat, each contingent roughly a half-mile away. They sat like war horses waiting for the order to charge so they could run him down. "The only way is west, and west is the river." A shallow island protruded out in the water like a small barge. A marshy lowland straddled the shore in the small island. Tessa's panicked face leaned out of the pickup, her short hair messier than normal. "What are we going to do?" she yelled at him. His radio blared with Frank on the other end. "We need orders, now." "We're sitting ducks out here," Thunder said, holding a shotgun across his handlebars. "We are surrounded with no way out." The ground rumbled as another rocket hit the open field. Steele crouched down instinctively as more earth rained down upon him and the bikers, the little pieces showering from above. Everyone's voices were far off in his mind. The shouts were distant. His radio fired up again. Someone fired a shot in fear. Steele blinked rapidly, his system overwhelmed with stimulus. "Steele!" Tess screamed. "To the island," he shouted. He pointed with his left hand. "Abandon the vehicles. Retreat to the island." He jogged back to the pickup and grabbed his pack, shouldering over to one side. "Come on!" he called out with a wave forward. "You expect me to leave my chopper?" Thunder yelled at him as he passed by. "If you want to live," Steele shouted back. He hit the button on his microphone. "Frank, we are headed to that island. The land is shallow and swampy. Only way in is by foot." "We'll be pinned." "We're already pinned." Tess slammed the door of her pickup and caught up with him. People fearfully funneled through the trees to reach the waterlogged banks of the Mississippi. The pastor and his followers straggled through the trees. The old man eyed Steele from down the embankment. Tess stood beside him. "You aren't worried about drowning?" The wetland was filled with muddy brown water that stunk like an overflowing sewer. Steele tested the bog with his boot. His foot sank through the water and was sucked into the soft, cool mud. It slurped as he reclaimed his foot. "What choice do we have?" He boldly waded out into the bog. Step by step, his feet sunk deeper and deeper into the stinking sludge. After a few steps, the frigid, muddy water slopped over the top of his boot. It was a struggle to pull it free each time. He was 20 yards out before he could hear Thunder breathing heavily behind him. "This ground won't hold a man like me," he howled at Steele's back. "It'll suck me down." "Keep going," Steele shouted at him. He kept on trudging forward, heavy step after weighted down step. Stunted trees and long brown grass grew out of the bog. Fallen trees covered in slime decomposed back into the swamp. His heart pounded in his chest from the effort, and he struggled to catch his breath. Steele chanced to look behind him. His people were strung out in a far-reaching, chaotic mass. Most of the red stripes struggled nearby. Tess's tiny form was only a few yards away. He squinted, eyeing Margie help Tony and Larry with the sable pointers. Trent carried a man on his back in a fireman's carry. His cheeks puffed out red with every step. They only held what they could carry in their hands and on their backs. Steele turned back, facing the lowland island that the river threatened to take back under its currents at any moment in time. He kept his legs working and churned through the slippery mud until his boots found more solid ground. The earth grew harder and more solid beneath his feet, marking his arrival. More of the swamp trees had grown taller here and had clustered in a tangle of wet roots and soft ground. He stopped. He exhaled, his chest heaving from the effort. His body was covered with the stinking dark brown mud. He looked like he had slipped into a giant mixing bowl of brownie batter, but smelled like he'd leapt into the bowels of an outhouse. Tess followed him onto the firmer island shore. She found a sturdy enough tree and leaned on its wet bark, recovering from the exertion. "You're insane," she breathed. Thunder struggled, the bog up to his chest. Steele dropped his pack and grabbed a rope from a side pocket. His chilled hands struggled to tie a knot around his waist. He waded back out into the putrid, muddy waters. "Toss me the rope!" Thunder's mustache fluttered as he breathed hard from his effort. Steele swung the rope over his and lassoed it out to the struggling man. It fell short into the mud. Steele quickly reeled it in with both hands. "Come on, Nancy! I'm sinking!" Thunder shouted. Steele twirled the rope around his head and tossed it out. Thunder's hands slapped the marshy surface. His fingers spread wide, and he managed to hook the rope with his middle finger. He grabbed the rope, looping it around his back and shoulders. With the added weight, Steele leaned backward and walked slowly onto the shore. Tess joined him, pulling with both her hands on the rope like they were in a tug-of-war for the man. "You're one big puppy," Steele grunted. The heavy-set biker finally made it to shore and collapsed, falling to his hands and knees. Thunder spit on the ground, fighting for air. "Remind me just to die next time." Steele stood on the shore watching his followers trickle in by the 10s and 20s until most were safe on the island. His eyes were constantly reading the other trees and road along the other shore, expecting Colonel Jackson and his men to line the bog and charge in. If he did, Steele would gun them down in the swamp. As the last of Steele's followers disappeared into the island marsh, the Humvees began to roll onto the shore. The first Humvee stopped. A door swung open, and a soldier in combat uniform hopped out. He moved to the edge of the bog and studied the mire. Steele estimated that Jackson's men would have to cover over 300 yards to reach them. "Shit, I'm way within range." He retreated into the swamp trees. Finding a thicker tree covered in slick green algae that looked ready to topple over, he crouched down and pulled out his binoculars. He scrunched his nose up to the musty, rotting scent of the bog. His hand trembled as he held the binoculars. For the first time, his body was reminding him of what a miserable state of cold he was in. His teeth chattered as he watched the soldiers. A soldier waved the Humvee forward. It drove straight into the mud. Tires spinning, the heavy mud rapidly converged around the vehicle, engulfing it in a brown mass. It stopped after a few dozen yards. Steele could hear the man work the engine, reversing and driving forward, then reversing, all the while spraying mud. The Humvee rocked away, mired in the muddy swamp. Steele exhaled. "They won't be making their way over here tonight." Soldiers hopped out and high-stepped through the mud back to the shore. More Humvees arrived along the shore, and soon a skeletal bald man stood on the other side. His hands were on his hips, a big grin on his face. Steele dropped the binoculars. "Jackson," he whispered to himself. He scanned down the line until he found a man with red hair. He stared, trying to figure out if it was him or not. His voice came in a whisper. "It has to be him." The man had tattoos on his arms. A tan scar H rested across his chest, but it was the way he stood that gave him away. His stance was different than the others, more casual, like he was a surfer waiting to catch the next wave. He favored one leg and stood like he was going to jump into action at any moment. "Mauser." The pastor's voice came from behind Steele. "Now what?" Steele had not heard him approach. He turned and glanced up at the man. The pastor's long, stern face stared down at him. "You've led us to the muskeg of defeat. How do we escape?" Steele stood up and put a hand on the pastor. "It's not safe." He pushed the pastor before him farther into the trees. They slogged through the wet ground. Steele glanced up at the elder pastor. "We should start building some sort of bulwark against them farther back into the trees where they cannot see us. We need to get some campfires going. It will be night before we know it, and our people are cold." Exhausted people emerged among the trees, clustering in fear. "I've already sent men to collect wood for fires. None of it is dry enough to use. Everything's too wet." "Then hunker down close, because it's going to be a long night." He looked up at the older man. The pastor appeared older every day, but there was fire in his eyes even now. Steele scanned his scattered, defeated people. He turned back toward Jackson's command. Enough swamp trees stood between them where he wasn't worried about snipers taking shots at them. "Let's start the fortification here." He pointed between falling green moss-covered logs. "We can start stacking. Anything thick, not just concealment. We want some kind of cover." The pastor waved to Peter, and a thick, curly-haired blond man, covered in filth, joined them. "Peter, gather the brothers and start building a cover for our people." Peter's mouth tightened at the sight of Steele, but he nodded to the pastor. "Yes, father." Steele nodded his thanks. "I'll gather up the Red Stripes and the Sable Point volunteers." He left the pastor and squished away. The night was cold, dark, and miserable. The entirety of his people was in disarray. Their morale was so low that very few people could even manage to speak to one another. Hope had drifted away, and now they were stuck facing their executioner with nowhere to go. When he walked among them, they gave him sorrowful looks of contempt. He supposed he deserved their scorn. He had led them, and now they were on the verge of complete defeat. He met a filthy Margie and Tony. They both had the appearance of beaten dogs. "Margie, can you find Thunder and help the Chosen pile the logs? Soon it will be dark." Margie nodded silently, and she and Tony walked away. Steele used a log and lowered himself onto the ground. He wiped the back of his forehead with his good hand, then ran it through his hair, touching the tender scar on his head. At dawn the next morning, Steele woke shivering and stuck to the ground. Tessa's form was nearby, her slender shoulders shaking in the retreating darkness. It wasn't the shivering that stirred him. It was the distinct sound of chopping, of metal cutting into wood. His body was stiff and his muscles sore. He pushed himself up with his functioning hand and followed the noise through the trees toward the shore. He crouched down behind a fallen log, joining a few red stripes and putting the binoculars up to his eyes. Over 100 soldiers labored on the swamp shore. Men with axes, saws, and hatchets carved into the forested landscape. Other men carried wood. The sound of hammers on nails echoed across the marsh. The base of a square structure was forming. Steele scanned the shoreline. A short, broad man with a bald head stood near the structure, overseeing its construction. Jackson. Steele kept his binoculars trained on him. Steele flexed his hand. It was still and frozen stiff in the cold dawn. He painfully squeezed his fingers shut. His nerves screamed along his arm. A slender form slid next to him. Tess crossed her arms over her small chest in an attempt to stay warm. She watched for a moment before she spoke softly. "What the heck is he doing?" "I don't know. Probably building some sort of siege engine," Steele muttered. "What are you doing, Jackson, aside from bottling me up with nowhere to go?" Steele's gut churned as he watched the men assemble whatever evil Jackson had in store for them. Kevin, Colonel Jackson's camp, Illinois. Kevin watched the soldiers throw a round log across the top of the structure through only one eye. The other eye had swollen shut where the stock of an M4A1 had come crashing down into his eye socket. Jackson's men must have been watching them set up the whole time. Kevin and his crew had no idea they were even close before he was looking up the receiving end of a carbine. He shifted his weight on his knees. His legs ached. Locked into place for so long, his knees begged to stand up and be moved around. The woods around him were damp and the ground wet, the moisture having soaked through his pants long ago. His knuckles knocked one another, pinned together at his wrists with plastic zip ties. "Does Jackson think Steele will lead a nighttime raid to take us back? Steele's brave but not stupid. Any assault he could conduct over the marshy ground would be shot to pieces." A trio of soldiers secured the top beam down with nails and rope. Two held it steady while the other hammered away. He'd known from the beginning, but hadn't let on to his partners in crime. Between the platform and trusses, any student of history would have known, no matter the crudeness of the structure. Kevin turned his head on an aching neck toward Tom and O'Hara. The two huddled together, heads dipped in defeat. Tom's long hair hung limply toward the ground. Their arms were wrapped around their sides, their hands tied together in the back like Kevin's. Kevin wasn't sure if they had any idea of the means of their destruction being erected right before their eyes. A young soldier with his helmet pushed up on his forehead watched them. He burned a cigarette in his mouth, staring out at nothing. He inhaled from the cigarette sporadically every few seconds. His M4 carbine lay across his lap lazily. Kevin's voice was hoarse with dryness. "Water." The soldier's eyelids drooped, not acknowledging Kevin's request. The soldier said something to himself and smiled, taking another drag off his cigarette. Kevin called out louder, "Water!" His voice came out harsh and dry like a crinkled-up piece of paper. He wished the man would at least give him a swig of booze. Anything at this point. His body yearned for liquid more than it did for oxygen. The soldier blinked. He glanced over at Kevin as if he had seen him for the first time. "What did you say?" He didn't move, still trying to make out if Kevin was part of his reality or his daydream. "Can we have some water? Whiskey if you got it." Tom lifted his long-haired head up, hoping. The young soldier didn't move. "No water for insurgents." Kevin sighed. "We aren't insurgents. What do you call setting up roadside bombs to blow up red-blooded American troops? Figured Sergeant Yates would have put you down in the dirt where you belong when we found you, 'cause that's what he does. Sets things straight." The young man flung out his cigarette, and another found its place in his fingers. "I can't even believe the colonel let you live this long." Kevin supposed the young guard had a point. In the soldier's eyes, they were the enemy, a group that had actively fought them and tried to kill and injure his brothers and sisters. "We're still Americans. We have rights." The young soldier burned his cigarette, the end lighting up orange, and laughed out a puff of smoke. "Rights? You've got to be joking, man." Kevin shook his long face. "I'm not. It was written in our Constitution that we have a right to a trial judged by our peers. A document put together by a group of rebels, vagabonds, and backcountry lawyers in the face of an empire's opposition. The cost was great then. The cost is greater now." The soldier rolled his eyes. "You'll get a trial all right. In fact, that's why Colonel Jackson wanted you alive, so he could administer justice." Kevin glanced over at his comrades. A trial by a madman while we pray for justice. The soldiers on the platform were throwing a rope over the beam now. They wrapped it around the beam a few times, letting the knotted end dangle. A soldier tied the other end to the edge of the structure. If it hadn't been clear to Tom and O'Hara what was going to happen, then it was now. O'Hara's body began to shake as he cried into the wet, leaf-covered earth. Kevin wanted to comfort him, but he knew it wouldn't do any good. They were on the hook. Hours had passed and the earth had warmed a few degrees, even though the sun was trapped behind the clouds. Kevin didn't know why Jackson waited. A new guard replaced the old. This soldier had graying temples and a beard. His gaze was much harder than that of the first guard. He held his carbine in his hands as if he expected to use it at any moment. The primitive gallows, like the ones erected to administer frontier justice, rested before them unoccupied and looming. The wood was in uniform. Instead, it was rough with axe and saw cuts exposing interior trunk. The pieces were lashed and nailed together. The rope dangling from the crossbeam wasn't thick hangman's rope, but some sort of black climbing rope. He guessed the kind of rope didn't matter. It would do the job as intended, one way or another. Through the trees, Kevin could barely make out people moving along the island shore. Steele must have seen us by now. Kevin knew he was devising a plan. Steele didn't leave his people high and dry. After a moment, reality kicked him in the gut. What could he possibly do in this situation? Around noon, the tramp of boots squishing the soft surface came their way. A cadre of military men entered their area, led by a short, bald man. Jackson. Jackson's ACUs were covered in mud up to his knees, and his collar was in need of adjusting. He was flanked by a stocky man with a necklace so full of rotting ears it might snap at any moment. On his other side was a fiery, red-haired sergeant. Other men lined the back of the group. Kevin's eyes scanned them briefly and settled on one in back. Mauser. Mauser's gray eyes connected with Kevin's for a moment. Kevin shook his head at the man very slightly. "Shame," he wanted to yell at him. "How dare you choose them over us? You betrayed us when we needed you the most." Mauser broke eye contact. "Look at this sorry excuse for an enemy," Jackson said. His mouth formed a spiteful sneer. "To think that you men, and I hesitate to call you even that, actually thought you could ambush my soldiers." The fiery-haired sergeant with a cross on his forearm stepped forward and spit in their direction. The gobs splattered into the earth in front of them, breaking apart and disappearing. "Pathetic." "You're correct, Sergeant Yates. This is the lowest scum this earth has to offer. Men that would not only betray their country, but stand against those that defend it." "You came for us. We had no feud with your men," Kevin said. Jackson's almost non-existent eyebrows bounced upward. He bent down in front of Kevin. "But I have a feud with you." Colonel Jackson stood up. "Stand them up. We have a trial today." Kevin found himself being pulled up by Mauser and the sergeant with the ear necklace. It stunk fiercely. The soldier grunted and pointed to Kevin's ears. He gave Kevin a crooked smile and a sharp elbow in the ribs. Kevin's legs worked begrudgingly beneath him. They felt like tired old things that had corroded from neglect and lack of use, the legs of an ancient tin man left to rust out over time. Mauser and his partner carried him more than his legs did. Kevin watched Mauser from the corner of his eye. "The only traitor I see here is you." Kevin spat, quiet enough so Ear Necklace couldn't hear him. "Shut up." His reddish beard had grown longer since they had last met. The ground slurped as they trekked over the slick mud leading to the gallows. "You should be ashamed. Look at the man you follow. He's insane. He's a Nero, and you are watching Rome burn." Kevin hissed. "I said shut up. You did this to yourself. You never should have raised arms against us. Jackson wanted to bring Steele in, not murder anyone." "You actually believe that? He's about to hang us." "You dug your own grave when you took up arms against us. You dug your own grave when you joined Jackson." His mouth clamped shut. How could Mauser be so far off the reservation? He'd been a stand-up guy. Now he was a blind man. They stopped at the rickety gallows. The structure was taller than 2.5 men, over 15 feet high. 3 ropes hung off the top beam. Ear Necklace shoved Kevin in the back. "Easy, Lowry," Mauser said. The soldier with the ear necklace clicked his tongue and mouthed, "Fuck you," to Mauser. Mauser wrapped an arm around Kevin's and led him to his rope like he was his prom date. Their boots clopped off the wood as they traversed the platform until Mauser stopped him at one of the ropes. He adjusted Kevin's shoulders manually as he squared him outward. Steele's group lined the other side of the swamp. Men in leather gear, Michiganders with rifles, men and women with clubs and guns. He could see the tall pastor clad in all black among them. A bearded man stood at the center of the people. Kevin could tell by his strong stance it was Steele. Mauser looped the noose around Kevin's head. The rope scraped Kevin's face as he forced it down and around his neck, cinching it tight. He dragged the noose around, rubbing it roughly over his skin until the knot was in the back of his neck. The click of claws sounded above Kevin. He glanced up and backward. 2 ravens crowed above him, settled upon the ruddy, bark-covered crossbeam. Their feathers shone dark as night and overlapped one another like a jaggedly made metal sculpture. Their heads flittered side to side, and the raven closest to Kevin let out a rolling guttural, "Rock, rock, rock!" Its partner joined in with the same tune, "Rock, rock, rock, rock!" If they could speak, their words would be, "Free food coming up. Come and get it, boys." "Ha!" Jackson called up from below. "Look, boys, the birds smell fresh meat." The hundreds of soldiers surrounding the gallows laughed. Even civilians were intermixed among them. A few hooted cheers of excitement. "You can do it!" shouted one. Kevin's heart pounded in his chest. His mind knew his moments on Earth were numbered. His body was preparing to fight or flight. Kevin doubted if he would have the opportunity for either. O'Hara sobbed outright next to Kevin. His body shook uncontrollably, his chin to his chest. Tom stood with his chest puffed out, chin held high. "What fine craftsmanship," Jackson said from below. He ran a hand down a still bark log, testing the sturdiness of the gallows. He moved in front, facing the condemned men from below. "You 3 men are being charged with high treason against the United States Armed Forces. How do you plead?" The ravens caught in response. Kevin glanced up at the blackbird above him. He let his eyes meet the raven's beady sable eyes. It bounced back and forth, never resting, always taking something new in. In guttural sounds, the raven emitted slow words of death. "Rock! Rock! Rock!" "You will die." "How do you plead?" Jackson demanded. "Not guilty," Kevin yelled out. Everyone's eyes were on him, including O'Hara's and Tom's. "Not guilty," Tom said. "Not guilty," O'Hara mumbled. He sniffled, snot dripping from his nose. Jackson smiled at them. "As I suspected, unrepentant bastards." He paced, his feet squelching with every step. "You deny that you placed roadside bombs in an effort to harm, maim, and kill soldiers within my command?" Kevin peered over the marsh, his eyes begging for rescue. Steele stood at the center of his people. His hand rested on his sidearm, motionless. "I do not deny it." "So you admit that you planted the IEDs and waited in the shadows to unleash them on my men?" Kevin licked his dry lips. "It's true." "Then what possible defense can you make for yourself?" Jackson peered hard at Kevin, eagerly awaiting his answer. Kevin collected himself and spoke. "You've hunted us and persecuted us across hundreds of miles. Innocent families, little boys and girls, old men and women. And for what? Because someone slighted you? What we did was in self-defense. We only defended ourselves when we were ruthlessly persecuted by a force of soldiers that should have been shielding us from the dead instead of trying to force us to join them." Jackson shook his head. "Tell everyone what happened in Youngstown, Kevin. I remember your gangly ass on the video. I saw what you did to those men. My men!" he screamed. Kevin audibly inhaled. "I was there at Youngstown. I was an accomplice to murder." The group gasped. "Hang him!" came a man's voice. "Let him do the hangman's jig," came another. Jackson waved his hands at them. "So you admit to killing in cold blood?" "I do," Kevin croaked. The crowd murmured to one another. He perused the bog and the people on the other side. "And I'd do it again," he growled. The soldiers booed him. A rock sailed past them. Shouts of violence rose up from the angry mob. "You were supposed to protect us," Kevin said. Another rock struck Tom. He cried out, "Shit!" Kevin stared back out at their angry faces. "You turned your backs on the American public. You're the ones who should be ashamed. All I did was fight for our people." The boos continued. More rocks soared angrily through the air. The ravens above Kevin complained. They flapped their wings rapidly and took flight. They circled the gallows overhead, waiting for their fill. "By your own admission, you've all committed high treason against the United States by taking up arms against her. I sentence all you men here to die by hanging until you are dead, dead, dead." Kevin gulped down his fear and stared down at his muddy boots. "Do you have any last words?" Jackson said. His mouth curved into a nasty smile. Kevin peered out. "Don't have any whiskey by any chance, do you?" Colonel Jackson appeared amused. He blinked rapidly. "Not for the likes of you." Kevin nodded. He had never put any faith that his last request would be granted. His voice started subdued, but grew with every word. "And I regret only one thing." "What's that?" Jackson turned an ear toward Kevin. Kevin made sure to look toward Steele's camp across the way. "Not coming today, are we? It's been a good run. We didn't make it all the way, but we gave it a shot. I guess I won't be recording our history. Maybe you can record mine. Never give up, never surrender." Kevin cleared his throat. His mouth was beyond dry, and his words came out as more of a caw than a conviction. "But I have but one life to give for my country." Jackson's mouth snarled in anger. "Let him rip." Kevin felt a hard boot in his back, and he was launched off the platform. His body was light for a moment before the rope held him back from falling. He felt the intense pressure of his entire body suspended from his neck. His windpipe ceased to function as the rope bit into his skin, blocking it from stealing more air. His feet kicked desperately, searching for something, anything to relieve his neck from so much pressure. He couldn't breathe. The shouts of joy from the people below were almost inaudible over the blood pounding in his skull and eardrums. He felt pressure in his eyes, and they enlarged as his body realized he wasn't going to take another breath. The rope twisted, spinning his body around. He spun past Tom and O'Hara. O'Hara's body was limp, his tongue dangling out the side of his mouth. Tom fought like a fish out of water, flopping every which way he could. Out of Kevin's darkening peripheral vision, he could see Tom's hands free, gripping the tight rope around his throat. Darkness crept in around Kevin's eyes as if it hesitated to take him. He was met with the smiling faces of the soldiers. They pointed and laughed as he wet himself. He had never read anything about that, and he didn't care. He kicked his legs, searching for the ground that he would never find. Searing pain shot through his neck and spine, but it was nothing compared to the panic of not being able to breathe. He tried to gasp for air, but the rope wouldn't let him. Crushing all resistance, it sealed his throat from the only thing he desired: sweet air. Kevin's body twitched, and he was gone. His foot moved, his body's final effort to rescue itself, a distant nerve still struggling to respond that it didn't know was already dead and gone to the next world. He swung next to the other two men. The rope gently creaked against the rough wooden gallows. The shouts of the soldiers died down, and now it was the ravens' turn as they called out from above, finally ready to get their fill. Tess. Steele's Island Camp, Mississippi River. No moon shone in the nighttime sky. No fires were lit among the people huddled together in the gloomy marsh for warmth. No flashlights danced in the night. The only light came from the distant campfires of Jackson's men across the muddy mire, the faint glowing tendrils shying away from the center of their murky island. Her form emitted no shadow when she stepped close to the man. She gently placed one foot down, using her tiptoes to softly pad through sleeping men and women. The faint cough of a man penetrated the darkness. She had been a silent apparition, drifting through the sleeping bodies of their camp. Tess had watched the men from nearby before she moved in close. Even if they had seen her, they would have thought she was one of their people relieving themselves in the night. The cowardly talk from both Steele and Thunder proved nothing to her. She was the only one with big enough balls to get the job done right, and his death would satisfy her need for revenge. If she waited any longer, she would never have a chance, with Jackson's forces poised to strike their death blow at any time. She stepped over a man, envisioning her sweet vengeance with every foot closer to her victim, sweeter than anything else she'd had of late. She could practically taste his death on her tongue. She stalked closer to his tent. Two men stood outside, surely armed and aware of their surroundings. She peered from around a tree at her target. The tent was makeshift. No one had much. Most of the gear sat in the abandoned convoy. Tarps were pieced together in a square, using trees as a foundation, forming the roof. A loose tarp end ruffled as the wind flowed through the trees, knocking brown leaves to the ground. It flapped for a moment and lay still. The shorter of the two guards said something and walked off into the night. She crept closer. He was taller than her. Short hair topped his skull like a freshly cut golf course fairway. As she inched in behind him, she could smell him over the wet swamp. It was a mixture of mud and shit. Her breathing slowed as she stood directly behind him, her breath shallow. She was so close she could reach out and touch him, but she only watched him. She studied this man's last moments on earth, wondering if he had any clue he was about to die. Hope it was worth selling your soul. Covering his mouth with her free hand, she quickly brought her other hand across his neck. Warm liquid spurted over her knife hand. He convulsed in her arms, and his body struggled to remain standing. He dropped his gun. It made a muted slap on the wet earth. His hands leapt up to his neck, but it didn't matter. He could never keep his blood from leaving his body. Cupping his mouth, she walked him backwards until he was laying down flat. His eyes were wild and frantic in the night, knowing he was fatally wounded. Keeping his mouth covered, She slipped the short blade up under the soft skin of his chin and jabbed it upward into his brain. His eyes widened further, and he let out a small, dying gurgle. She tugged the blade free and watched and waited for the other guard. She scanned her surroundings for anyone who may have seen her assault. In the dead of rural night, she was only searching for lighter darkness coming her way. Nothing presented itself, so she checked her 6 o'clock. She stole forward, squatting on the ground. Softly her fingertips touched the edge of the plastic tarp. Waiting for a moment, she gently pushed the tarp to the side. It creased and crinkled beneath her hand. With the tarp open, she peered hard inside, waiting to see if the tent's occupant had been alerted to her presence. She stood silent and still in the opening of the tent. A slender mound lay on the ground. It sucked in air heavily. Tess held her breath, watching. The old man rolled over and groaned. She steadily exhaled, letting the air escape her mouth. She crouched inside, letting her feet be soft and nimble beneath her. She hovered over him, peering down at her victim in disgust. This bastard! He thinks he can murder us. He thinks he can deceive us. He wants heaven so bad I'll send him on his way. Squeezing the knife in her hand, she bent near the ground. Her hand wavered over his shoulder, as if some divine intervention would not see her forward. She listened to his calm breathing. Can't back out now, sister. Slow and methodical, air entered and exited his body. Her knife inched closer to his neck. No, I want him to know it was me. I want him to see his executioner. Placing the blade to his throat, she covered his mouth with her other hand. He awoke with a start, his eyes blinking in recognition. Don't move or it's over now, she uttered. She stuck the tip of the knife a mere millimeter into his neck, not enough to harm him, but enough to let him know she meant business. She pressed it until she knew fresh blood had formed at the tip of her blade. He raised his hands up slowly in surrender. His eyes still hadn't recognized her. A thin smile crawled over her lips. I wanted you to know it was me. She licked her lips. I wanted you to know it was me that brought you down. It was me that ruined your little kingdom. And it was me who got revenge for Pagan. His hand gently touched hers, and she let her hand be shifted away. I won't call out, my child, he uttered. His voice wasn't worried or rushed, but seemed to come out at its own confident pace. Good, then added, it would only end faster for you. If he calls me to his table, who am I to deny him? She leaned closer to his face. Quit with your religious bullshit. I don't buy any of it. His mouth grimaced in the dim light. You have so much anger. If you surrendered to him, you would be free. Anger? She shook her head. Anger is only a fraction of it. You burned my friend alive. You killed my people. You conspire against Steele while he showed you mercy. One might call it anger. I call it making a cold break. He closed his eyes for a moment, and she reveled in the fact that she caused him pain. When he spoke, the tone of his voice was not harsh, but mild. His confidence rattled her insides, making her unsure of what she did. Our peoples were at war once, but Steele taught me a valuable lesson. He taught me that we can work together, both believers and non-believers, for a common purpose. If only he taught you that lesson, Tess, maybe we would be better off. You murdered my people, she repeated. You're a monster. I am what God has made me. I have given a downtrodden people hope. You've made them into mere zombies. Zealous though they may be, their hearts are pure. We were all put here for something. Even you, Tess. I hardly believe it was to martyr an old man. That's exactly why I was put here. She pushed the blade harder into his skin. His head leaned farther away from her. His hand drifted away from hers. Then why don't you finish the deed? I've done all I can to help my people on their journey. I'm ready to meet him. I've waited for that moment my whole life. He closed his eyes. Our Father, he started. His voice, while muted, carried power inside it. She twisted the blade in his skin, but something held her hand like she wanted a better ending or a more gratifying revenge. who art in heaven, shut your mouth, she growled, frustrated by her lack of conviction. Please send me to him. I am ready. Push the blade into my neck and it will be done. This is what you and I both want, the pastor said. She twisted the blade a bit more. She knew blood trickled down his neck. For me? This is for pagan. The pastor ignored her and closed his eyes. Hallowed be thy name. She pulled her arm back to ram the blade into his throat, ending the devious man once and for all. But pain exploded on the back of her head with a loud crack. She fell onto her backside. Her eyes went haywire like she had gone on a merry-go-round a few hundred times too many. She tried to blink them back straight. Flashlights flicked on, illuminating the half-tent. The pastor sat up, rubbing his neck. She slashed out wildly, and a short stick wrapped her hand hard on her wrist. Her finger seized inflection, and she dropped the knife. Rough hands tossed her on the floor, and a heavy weight pushed down on top of her. The pastor stood, still massaging his throat. Good work, Peter. Thank you, Father. Peter breathed onto her neck. Her resistance was slow and her head foggy. Her arms were pulled behind her, and she heard the sound of duct tape scratching free as it was wound around her wrists. She is a very troubled young lady, the pastor said. Her vision was doubled. More men poured into the tent with guns and weapons. Should we brain her and dump her in the river? No one would ever know. The tall, wraith-like form of the pastor now towered over her. No, Peter, that is not necessary. Her soul can yet be saved. Father, she's but a wild animal. The pastor lifted a hand at his follower. His mouth curved into a smile. Her body will suffer, but we will save her soul. Steele's Island Camp, Mississippi River. Gruff shouts sounded through the trees, traveling wide over the small island. Steele's hand went to his M9A1 Beretta instinctively. He eased it free from its holster. He rolled up onto his bad leg and grimaced as the pellets lodged deep inside made their presence known. He scanned the marshy forest, gun punched out. The trees grew lighter by the minute as the day broke the night. Forms moved through the trees. He knew they must be Jackson's men or infected. With one hand, he trained his sights on the nearest one, tracking them through the trees. Tess, he whispered. Wake up. He chanced a glance where she normally lay. The ground was empty of her sleeping form. More shouts carried in and out of the trees, but no gunfire. Tess! He scrutinized their area, but she wasn't there. Flashlights bounced in the boggy woods. Keeping his weapon in the high ready, his weapon compressed near his body and close to the center of his chest. He was ready to punch out to address any threats. He stalked toward the shouts with caution. A heavy person trudged in the dark nearby. Thunder's voice boomed. Steele! Thunder turned his way. What's going on? Thunder's shadowed face angered. They've got her. Have who? Steele's heart jumped for a moment. Gwen? Tess? What has Jackson done? The pastor has Tess. Steele watched the dark forms congregating far away. Their shouts drifted over the air to him. Flashlights bounced in the chosen camp. Why? Thunder waved a heavy hand, and Steele followed. Come. Steele hesitantly holstered his firearm and followed the thick-shouldered biker through the trees. Near the center of their small island, a mob of people had gathered. Steele eyed the men. A cluster of red stripes, a few Sable Point volunteers, and too many of the pastor's men. The pastor's head stuck out of the middle, taller than most others. Steele pushed his way through the mass of people. He put a hand on a man and steered him out of his way. What's going on here? He made his voice loud. Heads turned his way. The pastor seemed amused. Peter had a triumphant smirk on his face. Steele was not oblivious to the way the people had angled themselves. Red stripes and sable pointers on one side, the chosen on the other. Mr. Steele, we've been searching for you, the pastor said over his people. The chosen people parted ways, splitting down the middle. The pastor walked forward with his disciples, Luke, Matthew, Peter, and others, in tow. Peter shoved a skinny, hooded person ahead of himself. The pastor folded his hands in front of him. "Last night, there was an assassination attempt on my life." Angry cries and murmurs came from the chosen brothers and sisters. More people arrived, and the crowd stepped closer as they realized something big was going down in the camp. The pastor's eyebrows lifted, his forehead creasing while he frowned. "I know there are many who despise me. It is difficult to lead a holy life and not garner the hatred of others." Steele pointed with his unaffected hand. "Enough! Who is that? One of Jackson's men?" Thunder folded his big arms over his chest. Frank shoved his way through people. The pastor shook his head. "I wish it was our common enemy, but alas, it is one of your followers." Peter ripped off the captive's hood, revealing Tess's face. Her cheeks were puffy where she had been hit. Her eyes were downcast. Dried blood was plastered down the edge of her mouth to her chin. "There must be a mistake," Steele said softer. Inside his chest, he already knew. She had spoken about it. Endlessly, she had professed her hatred of the man. It was only a matter of time before she acted. "I wish it was, but she slew one of my men and attempted to take my life with this very knife." He tossed the blade onto the ground. When it hit the boggy earth, it made a squishing noise. Steele approached the weapon and bent over, wrapping his hands around the hilt. Blood still stuck to the point. Steele stared at the blade and back at Tess. Her eyes betrayed her, and she met his gaze in anger. "It's hers," Steele said. The pastor gave Steele a disappointed gaze. "I didn't want to believe it myself. I thought we brought peace to our peoples." Peter threw a fist in the air. "We want blood!" "String her up!" long-haired Luke howled. He joined Peter, raising a fist in the air. "String her up! String her up!" The pastor's men took up the chant. Steele stared at the knife in the palm of his hand. How could it have come to this? His fingers wrapped painfully around the knife hilt. The pastor met his eyes. A small smile crossed his lips. He's got me by the balls, and he knows it. The pastor raised a hand in the air, and his people quieted down. "I do not think it fair to let such egregious acts of violence go unpunished. Murder and attempted murder is a serious thing. As a former lawman, do you not agree, Mr. Steele?" Steele clenched his jaw. "I agree." "I thought you would. But God also teaches us forgiveness. I leave this poor soul in your hands, Mr. Steele, for you to decide her fate. I trust you will do the right thing." Peter shoved Tess in the back, and she grunted as she took a step forward. "String her up!" someone shouted. Tess took a few more steps towards Steele, joining him, her head still hanging low. Steele put his left hand in the air. "At noon we will reconvene and discuss her fate." The pastor nodded with a slight bow of his head. Thunder untied Tess's bindings. "Come on." Steele waved at them, storming back to his camp. The groups faded into their respective parts of the small, swampy island. Steele stood with his back turned toward her. "I told you not to do anything." He paused, letting his anger subside. "Yet here we are, our backs against the ropes." He glanced over his shoulder at her. "Kevin has been hung. We haven't heard anything from Ahmed or the Wolf Riders, and Jackson could lead a crushing assault against us at any moment." She answered him with silence, her demeanor reserved. She sat on a mossy log with her hands clasped in front of her. He turned around. "Our people are on the precipice of annihilation, and you decide it's time to settle an old score with the pastor?" Her eyes lifted up. He had it coming. Her puffy face peered up at him. Her eyes were unrepentant. He shook his head at her. "He's our ally, and you tried to kill him in his sleep." "He's never been our ally, only a viper in clergyman's clothes, a manipulator, a deceiver." Steele continued to shake his head. "This is how you repay me? With this day's lawlessness? I'm sorry. You forced my hand." Their eyes locked before she spoke. "Do whatever you have to do, but the only regret I have is not finishing the job." Noon came too fast. The sky was a dreary fall slate. The temperature hadn't gone up through the morning. In fact, Steele was sure it was dropping. Any colder, and he would be able to see his breath. Soldiers still stirred on the other shore. The clock ticked away as Jackson planned his next and final move. Steele had been outgunned, outmaneuvered, and outmatched at every turn. Now his friends were either dead, gone, or against him. The Chosen had come out in full force to witness his judgment. There was no doubt that they could easily turn into a lynch mob. It would only take a spark to send them into an inferno of violence. They lined the trees before him. In their center was the pastor, flanked by his most loyal disciples, Broad Peter, Slimy Luke, and Handsome Matthew. The pastor's long face watched Steele's. Steele's volunteers stood near him, armed and tired. Margie rested her gun on the ground with Tony looming over her shoulder. Next to her stood bald-headed Larry. Beside them was Trent in his hunting gear and Nathan. Thunder and Garrett stood with the remainders of the Red Stripes, Frank with his Iron Drakes, fiery-haired old Red Clare with the Seven Sisters, and the crotchety gang leader Warchild with the War Machines were mixed in. If things went south between the two factions, Steele didn't know who would put a bullet in him first, the Chosen or one of the biker gangs. Steele walked into the middle of the clearing between the two groups. He flexed his right hand a bit. Peter smirked at him. Steele gave him a glare, and the man averted his eyes. "You still remember our time together, don't you, Peter?" He cleared his throat. "As you all know, our groups have had problems in the past." He spun as he walked, eyeing people face to face. "We've also joined together, becoming allies against a common foe." He saved a special look of disdain for Tess. "We must stay together if we are to overcome this storm, both Colonel Jackson and the dead." His eyes shifted over to the pastor. "I will not stand for any more violence between our groups." He flexed his weak hand. "Any person who commits violence will be dealt swift and severe justice." He gave Tess a crisp wave forward. It was all business until it was over. His actions would be on a structured autopilot. Thunder's face was one of disgust. His eyes were alight. He hadn't agreed with Steele's conclusion, but he gave deference, barely. Tess walked forward into the middle between the groups. Her steps were short, but her chin was held high. She sidled up in front of him. Her eyes said she cared little for anything he was about to say. Steele held his chin up higher. "Tess, do you deny assaulting and attempting to murder the pastor?" "I do not." "Do you deny murdering one of the Chosen men?" "No, I do not." He stared down at the ground for a moment, then back up, his eyes connecting with her fierce, almost coal-colored eyes. "I will not stand for violence between our groups." He would not back down. "I sentence you to 39 lashes." Steele turned and glanced at the pastor, waiting for the elder to decide if the punishment met the crime. The pastor regarded him with neither acceptance or denial of the sentence. After a few moments, the pastor lifted his chin up. "In the spirit of forgiveness, we accept the punishment for the crime." "No!" the pastor's men cried out. Peter's voice rose with fervor. "String her up!" "Quiet!" the pastor commanded. His men grew silent. Tess gave him a small smile. "That all you got?" Steele ignored her. "Thunder, tie her to the tree." The heavy-set biker led her to a grooved, dark-gray tree. He swung a rope around and around her wrists, then knotted the rope around the tree. He turned and glared at Steele. Steele nodded to him. Thunder released a knife from his belt and gently cut down the back of her black shirt. Her shirt flipped out to either side, hanging free. Her back was bony, and each rib visible through her skin. Thunder marched away back to Steele. "You're making a mistake," he said on the way by. Steele ignored him. Her fate was sealed. Steele gave Rick a nod, and the average curly-haired man brought Steele a thin, pliable reed and handed it to him. The reed felt wet in his hand, but heavier than a thin branch should. Steele nodded to the man. Rick gave him a short nod back and rejoined the volunteers. Tess slipped her chin onto her shoulder. "Come on, Steele. Give it to me." "You think I want this?" Steele moved closer. He let the reed bend back and forth in his hand for a moment. "Go on," she said. "Come on," Luke hissed. Steele tightened his mouth and swung his arm back and whipped the reed onto her flesh. She sucked in sharply. He surveyed the work at his hand. A thin red line appeared diagonally, biting into her skin. 1. Whip, she cooed this time. She turned her head back to him. Stings. 2. Whack. She breathed heavier now. 3. Blood trickled down her back. Again and again he whipped her, each blow taking more and more fight out of her tiny frame. She didn't cry out until he had hit 23 lashes. By 33, the tree held her up. By the last lash, she knelt on the ground whimpering, her face resting against the tree's trunk, the flesh of her back chewed up and raw blood soaking into her pants. Despite the cool air, sweat ran down his face. His armpits were damp. His chest heaved. He threw down the tool of her punishment. He approached her and loosened the tomahawk from his belt, pulling it free. Swinging it, he chopped through the rope binding her. She fell back into his arms. He gently wrapped them around her. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Thunder handed him a blanket, and he covered her front with it. Her eyes opened a crack, and her voice came out, a weak whisper. "Is that all you got?" She gave him a short smile. He picked her up in his arms and carried her. The people parted before him. They avoided eye contact with him, not wanting to meet his gaze. He laid her face down near a fallen tree. Folding up his jacket, he placed it beneath her cheek. The faint sounds of Jackson's men eating, drinking, and hollering at one another around fires taunted them from the opposing shore, penetrating the island trees. Steele's men and women had no fires. They were wet and cold, tired and defeated. He sat down next to Tess. "One more push and we're done," he said to himself. "Everyone's gone. Gwen's trapped in Iowa. Kevin hung. Ahmed and McLeod are missing, most likely killed by Jackson." She coughed. "You still got—" He leaned down next to her face. "What was that?" "You still got me," she squeezed out. She groaned as she turned her head in his direction. "Even if you take me for granted." He bent down, giving her some water, and said softly, "We'll get you cleaned up. My only friend left, and I beat the hell out of her." Gwen, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. A fire crackled in the stone-encased fireplace in her grandparents' parlor. Gwen leaned forward, studying the black and tan square checkered board, her elbows resting on her knees. She gently let her hands settle upon a hard chess piece the shape of a horse. She glanced up. Her grandfather sat across from her. His eyes were cool, as if he'd been here 1,000 times before. A smile quivered underneath the surface. She pulled her hand back as if the horse had bitten her. She studied him for a moment. He folded his hands in his lap impatiently. "You're lucky we're not playing with a timer." She narrowed her eyes and definitively placed her hand on a crowned white piece. She slid it diagonally over the board and tapped a pawn. She put the piece on her side. Her grandfather gave her a small smile and slid his rook into her white knight, scooping up the piece. Both of her white knights sat on his side of the board, one standing and one on its side in a haphazard pile of defeat. "Check." She stared at the board. How could he have snuck that by me? She picked up her king and moved him over a single space. Her grandfather rubbed his hands together. He plucked his other bishop in the air and placed it on her side of the board. "Checkmate." "Wait." Gwen held up a hand. She lifted her king and shifted him up a square. The black rook took him on that move. A pawn blocked one way, and his knight made it alternative squares of retreat. She shook her head in dismay. "Pa, you always win. One more?" Her grandfather checked his watch in the dim light. The fire was dying. He slowly found his feet and placed a single log on the fire. "But when the fire goes out, we have to be off to bed or Graham will be mad at us." "Of course," she said with a smile. She tightened a blanket around her shoulders. The fireplace provided them with extra heat, but the furnace was no longer running. He sat back down and set the board up again. She had always been the white pieces growing up. As a child, she thought they were prettier, and over time, it stuck. Her grandfather always had the black pieces. He set his pieces in a row, the small pawns up front, and the specialty pieces in the back row. He gave her a cautious glance. "Gwen, you've always been too hasty. Remember, your queen protects your king." He tapped the top of the queen with a weathered finger. She followed along, setting up her pieces. "She's the best player of the game." Her eyes leapt up to his. His eyes crinkled in kindness. "Ah, and the most valuable to the king. The longer you keep her around, the longer he will stay in the game. Most of the time, anyway." He straightened his back row. "2 rooks are probably just as good, but don't be in such a hurry to get her in the game. Best to let your knights, maybe a bishop, feel out your opponent's defense. Be patient." "I beat you once," she reminded him. "You did. I didn't let you win either." The dry wood cracked and popped in the fireplace, sending embers up the chimney. He smiled. "Shall we begin? White always leads." "I know, Pa," she said. "Just checking." His brow furrowed a touch. "How have you been feeling?" She picked up a white pawn from in front of her king and moved it 2 spaces forward. "I'm feeling all right," she said cautiously. He picked up a pawn and moved it 2 spaces forward. "I know that yesterday was hard on you. You've been under a lot of stress. I don't want you straining yourself." She moved her knight diagonally back from her pawn. "I'm not." He moved his knight right behind his pawn. "Did Graham tell you?" she asked. He was taken aback. "Honey, please, tell me what?" She rolled her eyes. "I told her to keep it a secret. Should have figured she'd spill the beans." Her grandfather gave her a knowing smile. "Your Graham is leakier than a sieve." His bushy eyebrows rose in mirth. "But don't tell her I said that." "I won't. You know, I didn't tell her. She already knew." John shook his head in a knowing manner. "She knew when Becky was. She knew when your mother was with you. Hell, when she was with your father, she told me the next day. That woman has a 6th sense about these things." "Just don't tell Becky." She stared off into the fire. "All I need is her reminding me that I got pregnant out of wedlock." "Like a steel trap." He twisted his fingers in front of his mouth like he was locking a key. She moved her bishop out and across the board directly diagonal to his black knight, threatening to take him. He leaned in. "So it's really true?" "Yes, Pa." She eyed him, worried that she might be disappointing him. A wide grin spread over his wrinkled face. "Wow, that's just great." "You think?" Her voice felt small and weak like a child's in front of him. "What's not to be excited about? More grandbabies? That's fantastic," he said, his voice too loud. Haley rolled over on the couch, and she snuggled deeper into her blanket. The phantom blonde boy slept next to her. He still haunted her, always lurking in the shadows of wherever she was. Gwen gave a laugh and held a finger to her lips. "Shh, Grandpa." Her grandfather smiled. "The Rosalimo variation, an excellent attack to the Sicilian defense." He slid his pawn up on the other side of the board. "That's a good start." He paused a moment, taking in the miniature battleground. "So I guess I can run Jake off, then." Gwen glanced away. "Please don't." She slipped her white bishop over a square and took his knight, and he quickly took her bishop with his pawn. He set the piece on the side of the board. "He's not the father. He shouldn't be coming round these parts if you're bearing the child of another man. You can't be running around town with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. It ain't right for neither of you." She pushed a pawn up from her back row, creating a diagonal chain of pawns in defense. "Just don't." "It ain't right to be feeling another man while you carry somebody else's." "I know that." Her voice came out sterner than she would have liked. She peered back at the dancing flames in the fireplace. "Jake just reminds me of home, like you and Graham." He nodded. "You'll always have a home here, but remember, home is where your heart is. If it's not with Jake, then don't be with him. He's a decent man. I think he'd treat you well, but I can tell your heart isn't with him." His fingers touched his bishop and moved it a single space. "Thanks, Pa. You know, your grandma wasn't the only lady in my life." He paused, letting her absorb his information. Gwen's eyes widened. "There was somebody before Gram?" Grandpa Reynolds nodded. "Beverly Hankins. A real looker, too." Gwen gave him a disbelieving frown. "No, I thought you dated Gram since high school." He gave her a mischievous smirk. "We did, with a short break." "Short break?" Gwen's eyebrows shot up on her forehead. "Not my idea, Gwenna." Gwen set her pawn back on the board. "Wait, Gram didn't want to date?" Her grandfather's bushy eyebrows twitched. "Taking a break, I think you kids call it." Gwen laughed, a smile settling on her lips. "I've heard of it. But I met Bev at a roller rink over in Burlington. We skated the night away," he said with a far-off gaze. He leaned back, his chair creaking. "We even kissed on the first date. For back then, that was fast." He nodded his head, impressed with himself. Gwen laughed. "What did she look like?" "Curly brown hair, stunning blue eyes. Not as pretty as Lydia, but she would make men's heads turn." "What happened?" "Well, over time, my heart wasn't in it because mine never really left your Gram. I came back to Lydia and begged for her back. She wasn't quite ready, but I waited until one day I came home from work and my mama said Lydia had called. Didn't even call her back. Jumped in the shower and then drove to town as fast as my old pickup would take me." "Why?" Her grandfather laughed a bit. "Because she was my heart and I was hers. We only needed a little time apart to see that." He blinked his eyes, caught up in his story. He pointed to his chest. "Your heart knows. Your mind will try and make sense of it, but the heart always knows." Gwen scooped a tear from the corner of her eye. Hearing her grandfather talk about how much he loved her grandmother touched her soul and made her ache for Mark. She sniffled. "I wasn't trying to make you cry, sweetheart." She sighed. "I know, Pa, but you made me remember everything I love about Mark." As they had talked, the fire died low. They sat in the almost totally dark room. She could only see the gray outline of one of the greatest men in her life. "I know he's your man," Grandpa said with a nod. His fingers stopped. "But I have to say, check." His fingers left a rook in line with her king. She studied her pieces. Her white soldiers had dwindled. One of her knights and bishops lay slain off to the side, but her queen was still on the board. She tapped it with her fingers before she brought it diagonally and swiped his black rook. His eyes grew wide. His jaw dropped open a bit. He knew what was coming. "Checkmate," she said. He stared at his pieces and brought a speckled hand to the top of his head and scratched. "Would you look at that?" He folded his other arm over his chest, using it to prop up the one holding his head up. He pointed from one move to the other, trying to figure out how he got bested at his own game. She let a smile curve her lips up at the corners, watching him. "Pa, you're going to have to accept you've been bested." He held up a finger, shaking his head. A loud knock echoed from the front of the house. Gwen stood up and released her Glock from her hip holster. Her grandfather used his chair arms to help himself up, the chair protesting the entire way. He hobbled over to his shotgun sitting in the corner. "Gwen, it's me!" a man's shout whispered. Her grandfather pointed his shotgun at the door. "Who is it?" he grumbled at the door. "Hank, we got a problem." Gwen put a hand on her grandfather's sleeve. "Pa, it's okay." He lowered his gun with a nod, and she opened the door. Hank stood awkwardly, holding his hunting rifle in both hands. He bounced from foot to foot in nervousness. He ripped open the screen door. "We found Steele's group. It's bad." He looked back out into the night as if he heard something. "No need to yell, son. Come in," Pa said. Hank stepped inside. "Take a seat and tell me exactly what happened." She waved him into the parlor. Pa walked to the fire and bent over gingerly, tossing a log on the dying flames. He poked at the hot embers with a black iron poker like he was in a duel. "Can I get you anything?" "No, thanks," he said, looking at Gwen. What happened? Hank gulped, his skin hanging relatively loose around his chin. His belly had rapidly shrunk since she'd known him. Me and Chase were tracking the convoy down the river. He paused to catch his breath. And, Gwen said, Colonel Jackson caught up to them. What do you mean? Like a portion of his followers? It looked like the entirety of his forces. We couldn't tell from so far away, but Steele's group got pushed onto some island out in the Mississippi. There's no way off. They're trapped. Her grandfather's eyebrows pushed together in the center of his head. He clamped his mouth shut, not knowing what to say. About how far away? John asked. The river bends about 2 miles down the road, Hank said. Sounds like Harlem Island, only a mile or so by water. Filthy, swampy island filled with mosquitoes all summer. This is not good. What do we do? Hank said excitedly. Gwen stared at the chessboard. The white queen stood tall on the board across from the white king. The black king lay on its side, effectively checkmated. Pa, let's get the horses saddled. I've got some house calls to make. It's late to be calling on folk. We're in our darkest hour. She turned back to her grandfather. Not everyone agrees with the mayor. They'll listen. Grandpa Reynolds frowned. What's your plan? She stared at the tan and black checkered board. The flames leapt in the background, reflecting the glossy chess battlefield with fire. It's like you've always taught me. A queen always protects her king. Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. Only a sliver of the moon peeked from behind the clouds in the night. It left a waning light upon the dark pavement, a sky candle threatening to go out. The boot treads were light along the residential road. Kinnick's boots padded only as softly as a military boot could strike the ground. He kept his M4 carbine tilted down and to the right of Hunter in a low ready. Washington's large form loomed behind him and to the left like a dark shadow, and Ramos's smaller frame hung a little farther back than Kinnick's gun pointed to the right. Their gait was quick, but not any faster than Hunter could shoot effectively. Kinnick was not so sure about his accuracy moving and shooting at his current speed, but speed and surprise were their goals. They moved without night vision goggles, making their vision equally as poor as anyone else in the night. The difference between them and their prey was that they were on the offensive. Kinnick's mind raced. It had felt like an eternity since he was moving toward an answer instead of reeling from the never-ending conflict that only ever felt like they'd lost every battle. The small unit reached a four-way intersection and slowed. A two-story house loomed on their right. The white siding was a smoky gray in the night. Hunter lifted a hand off his Scar H and gave a silent point of a finger at a single-story ranch that stood shrouded in darkness. The four military men crossed the street, silent shadows in the night. It was almost completely quiet. It was too cold for insects, and only the sound of running water trickled through the air. A large wooden fence stood over 8 feet high, surrounding the back of the ranch. Hunter drew them to a halt near one side. Kinnick knelt down in the overgrown grass and waited. The dew on the nighttime grass soaked through his pants. Kinnick's eyes drifted up to a black and orange "No Trespassing" sign on the fence. The soft rattle of the gate latch on metal announced the denial of their entry. Hunter ducked back behind the corner of the fence and knelt in front of Kinnick, facing out. Hunter twisted his head a bit to the side and spoke over his shoulder. Gate's locked. I can lift a side window. Affirm, Kinnick whispered back. Hunter disappeared around the fence. Kinnick was forced to stare out into the night, where monsters stalked on the fringe of his eyesight. A low hoo-hoo sounded out softly. Kinnick pushed his legs straight and stood. Keeping his back bent, he cut the corner off the fence. Hunter crouched down next to an open window. Kinnick's feet crushed the dying grass below him until he reached the metal siding of the house. He pushed his gun through first and breached the threshold of the vacant window. His foot, unable to find solid ground, caused him to trip and tumble onto the floor. His gun made a muffled thud as it landed next to him. The muted noise was a blaring of trumpets announcing his arrival. I should have let the Marines go first. He lay still for a moment, trying not to make the tiniest of sounds while listening intently for movement in the next room. A musty stench seeped into his nose. This place hadn't been touched by fresh air in weeks. Kinnick's eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room. A ceiling fan hung overhead. Red, yellow, and pink flowery artwork decorated the walls. His head lay next to the sewing table leg and short-wheeled chair. Washington stepped inside the room, pointing his gun at the door. He was followed by another smaller form that turned into Ramos. Kinnick used the table to help himself into a kneeling position, and he felt Hunter's hand on the back of his shoulder, assisting him upward from the floor. "Always here in a pinch, sir." Kinnick nodded. The Marines in green berets stacked on either side of the door, armed men in a single-file line along the wall ready to rush in. Hunter twisted the knob slowly, letting it groan with every centimeter he rotated it. Metal slid inside the door handle, removing the latch from the door jam catch. The door slipped open, and Hunter checked his angles inside the room. He placed 2 fingers in the air and pointed one way. His finger pointed in Kinnick's direction, and his thumb pointed back at himself when he gestured in the opposite direction that he had indicated to the Marines. In a dark blur, Hunter curled into the hallway, the Marines hard on his back. Kinnick took up the rear and had to take large steps to catch back up to the outline of Hunter. Leaving too much space between stack members was a recipe for a gunned-down team. No sounds came from the rooms, and for that, Kinnick thanked God. Hunter's scar was up to his shoulder, and he tilted it to the side as he took small steps across, slicing the pie of an open doorway. He finished his cross and turned the other way to the next door down the hall. Kinnick checked his 6 o'clock, and the Marines were making their way down the hallway back toward them. 2 closed doors rested at the end of the hall. Kinnick gave the doorway that Hunter had successfully passed a quick glance and pointed his gun in its direction. It was a dark bathroom that stunk as if people were still using it, regardless of the plumbing situation. Kinnick stacked near Hunter, and 2 Marines moved to the other doorway. They would do a simultaneous entry. Hunter put a finger to his lips. He wanted to go in quiet, not guns blazing, something Kinnick had made clear before they had left the restaurant. What good are dead bodies? I need to show these people that they can still have justice in a chaotic world. Capturing someone was a much more dangerous mission than killing someone. If Kinnick had wanted the people in the house executed, he could have set Hunter up in a sniper's nest and let him pick them off, or even easier, have one of the Marines toss a few grenades through a few windows, but then he wouldn't get any answers. He wouldn't know if there were more compatriots throughout the town. Then they would be overrun by a mob angered by the murder of their own townspeople. People could only begin to trust if they felt safe, which meant that Kinnick put his men in the line of fire. Hunter lightly pushed in the door. The room opened up to a master bedroom with a king-sized bed. Kinnick crept behind Hunter and split off from behind him once the room broadened to its full width. 2 forms lay in the bed, mounds smoothly rising up and down in sleep. He pointed his M4 at them. Hunter crept along the bed until he loomed right above one of the people. His eyes narrowed in guile, and he flicked on his tactical light. "Good morning, sunshine," he cooed. The man in the bed bolted upright. His eyes were wide with fear, and if his hair wasn't gray already, it would have turned right then. He shied away from Hunter and the gun. Kinnick flicked the light on his carbine and pointed it at the other form. A woman sat up on her side and let out a fearful wail. Her back shoved up against the headboard, and her legs kicked as she tried to scoot back even farther. The man shaded his eyes with one hand, and the other fell behind him. What do you want?" he cried. His hand inched near the headboard. "Not so fast, sunshine. If you don't move those hands away from that shotgun hideaway behind you, I'll put more holes in you than a wiffle ball. Put 'em on top of your head, nice and slow-like." The man's face glowered as he placed his hands on the top of his head. Hunter grabbed him by his fingers and yanked him out of the bed. After the man was standing, Hunter kicked the back of his knee. The man cried out, and his knees banged onto the floor. Kinnick turned his hand palm up and gestured for the woman to stand. She did as he requested. Her neck leaned forward, and her shoulders slumped in fear. "Put your hands behind you," Kinnick ordered. "Why are you here? What have we done?" she demanded. The sounds of someone kicking a door vibrated outside the room. "Don't tell him shit, Vicky," the man said over his shoulder. "Quiet," Hunter ordered with a shove that forced his face into the wall. "Washington status," Hunter called out. Kinnick finished handcuffing the woman with zip ties. A boom reverberated off the walls. Ramos's voice rose in distress. "We got a gun!" Hunter knocked his restrained captive all the way to the floor and sprinted for the door. He angled off the doorway, looking down the hall. "Don't shoot!" Kinnick screamed. "We want them alive!" "Never surrender, son!" the man yelled from the floor. Kinnick moved up behind Hunter, pointing his gun in the direction of the captive man. "We need him alive. No casualties." Hunter cocked his head, taking in the hallway. The shotgun boomed again, and Hunter spoke out of the side of his mouth. "He's got Washington and Ramos pinned near the doorway." The man on the floor continued to holler. "Don't let them take you alive, boy! They only want to oppress us!" Hunter's scar sounded like thunder, with fiery lightning flashing from the barrel. Boom! 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 Hunter took a step to the side, and a half-second later the Marines burst into the room. Washington breathed hard. "Door was barred with some sort of reinforced lock. Then that fucking Bendejo started slinging slugs through the door," Ramos said, bent over at the waist. "Come on out, kid, and no one has to get hurt," Hunter yelled. The father lifted his head up and rolled onto his shoulder. "Kill the bastards! They've no right to be here! We do not recognize their authority!" Hunter backed down into the room. "Colonel, can you look downrange while I take care of something?" Since Hunter had given up his viewpoint and control of the hallway, Kinnick took it back by stepping in short steps, gaining degrees of angles with every movement, yet keeping his profile as small as possible. He slid into Hunter's place, his gun aimed down the hall. A door with 6-inch holes in it stood intact down the hall. Hunter crouched down next to his captive. "Now, if you don't quiet down, I'll give you a $3 haircut." The man twisted his neck and glowered up at Hunter. "Fuck you, pig. You got no right to be here." Hunter's fist slammed into the man's cheek and his head thudded off the carpet. He angled down. "I warned you." He slapped his cheek with a few taps to make sure the unconscious man was completely out. He walked back over to Kinnick. "Now, where were we?" Kinnick felt Hunter's hand on his shoulder. He whispered under his breath, "No." He waited a moment, staring down the dim hallway. "What's his name? Lady, what's his name or he dies?" "Randy," his mother said softly. "Please don't." Kinnick spoke louder. "Randy?" The shotgun exploded again. A piece of drywall crumbled from the wall next to Kinnick. "Jesus," he said to himself. "You can take it from my dead body, pig." "Should we oblige him?" Hunter asked. "No. Give me a chance." Kinnick tried to see through one of the holes in the door. "Nobody has to die today. Not you, not your parents, not any of us." "Go to hell!" a teenage boy's voice shouted. "We aren't here to hurt anyone in this town. We're here to help you, to train you to fight the dead. We're allies, not enemies." "We don't need nobody to teach us how to fight. My pa did that enough." "I see that. You have a good shot, Randy. Thank God it's not better. We could really use a shooter like you in the Marines." "Marines?" "Yes, sir, Randy. I've got Marines with me right now. 2 of the finest I've ever met." "I thought about joining before." "That's good, son. It's a very fine career. A lot of pride." "Shut up. You're trying to trick me. I do not recognize your sovereignty here. You're here to enslave us." "We didn't come to harm you or force you into labor. I know it may have felt like that, but if we were trying to harm you or kill you, we would have tossed a grenade through your window and been done with it. Why do I have your parents sitting here if I came to kill you?" "Let him go, then." "Randy, you know I can't do that. They are suspected murderers." Those laws don't apply to us. We defended our town and then you had Andrew killed." "Randy, we came to help your town and Andrew's death was an accident. Those men have been detained. I don't think you're a bad guy, Randy. Everybody makes mistakes. Put that gun down and we can talk about getting this straightened out because—" He took a deep breath. "You want to know something?" Randy was silent for a minute. "What?" he said, barely audible from down the hall. "There are a lot of really bad things that are coming our way, and if we don't get our act together—" A bright white flash exploded. The holes in the door beamed light like the room was atop the sun. Kinnick covered his eyes and ducked back into the bedroom. He felt people rush by him. His ears squealed with high-pitched ringing that only would have been worse had he been closer. Must have been a flashbang, he thought, as he squeezed his eyes shut and crouched down to the floor. He opened and closed his mouth, trying to stabilize the ringing in his eardrums. His vision began to settle, and he felt less like he was going to throw up. Lifting his M4 up to his shoulder, he took back his headspace, aiming his weapon down the hallway. A handcuffed teenager was pushed in front of Washington. Kinnick let his carbine lower, and he shook his head. Hunter peeked out from behind Washington. "With all due respect, sir, I love a good chit-chat, but we don't have time for this shit." Gwen, south of the Reynolds farm, Iowa. Wind howled down the river. It froze her face, neck, and hands. Ice-cold rain poured down, stinging any exposed skin on her body. Cold breaths fogged from the covered faces sitting around her. The trees shuddered beneath the rain and wind onslaught along the shore. The water bubbled as it rushed against her boat. As she rowed, droplets splashed up onto her hands, freezing them onto her wooden paddle permanently. Gwen dug her paddle hard into the chilly water. She shook herself, trying to keep in whatever warmth she had left inside her layers of clothes. Harriet coughed next to her. They let the water guide their craft down the river, but she was nervous about what else the river would push along with them. The moon gleamed across the surface of the rushing water. Shapes darker than the water floated in the dull light all around her boat. She twisted around. The shadow outlined pontoon boats, canoes, rowboats, and shallow-hulled fishing craft floating behind her in a small flotilla. She stuck her paddle back in the water with some force. A jagged shape jutted out of the water a few feet away, rapidly approaching them. "Watch that tree," she hissed. Gregor put his paddle out and used it to push off. Branches screeched as they scraped the side of her fishing boat. Gwen ducked as a branch swung over her head. She spun, looking back. "Tree!" she cried out, but it was too late. The canoe behind her tipped on its side, unloading the passengers. 2 people went into the freezing water. They splashed as they tried to stay afloat. "Help!" they called out. A boat behind them shined a flashlight, and voices of alarm went into the air. Gwen watched over her shoulder as a pontoon slowed down and the people were hauled aboard. She exhaled. But now there are 6 less spots. In the darkness, it was treacherous. In the cold, you could die quick of hypothermia. They let the water take them down the Mississippi for another half-mile, navigating with as much caution as they could. A small light flashed in the darkness from a nearby island. Gwen's heart sped up in her chest, causing her to breathe hard. The pin-like light blinked before going dark. She took out a pen flashlight and clicked it on and off at the other light 3 times. It responded with 4 flashes. She responded with 3, followed by the other light flashing 3 more. I, and, love, and, you. "Make for that island," she said. They all softly dunked their paddles, taking turns in order to keep their craft headed straight for the island. It wasn't long before her fishing boat scratched the muddy bottom of the shore. She jumped onto the shallows. Sploosh! Her boots were sucked down into the mud, and she was forced to strain to free them with every step. The frigid water soaked into her boots and pants, not willing to be deterred. Gregor, Harriet, and Jake followed suit. They pulled the fishing boat ashore. A canoe ground its bottom next to them, followed by a pontoon boat. Men and women hopped down into the water and pulled the boat to shore with a rope. One by one, the rest of the boats drifted in. Gwen slogged up an embankment, bending to use her hands to help herself up. A man-sized shape emerged from the trees. She drew her weapon. It moved like it was unafraid and had a shoulder sway that she instantly recognized. "Mark!" she cried. His arms engulfed her, squeezing his body into hers. He stunk like dried mud. She ignored the stench and savored his touch. "I knew you'd come for me," he said into the hair. He shook in the cold, his clothes saturated with water and filth. Mark turned away and made a low-pitched call out into the trees like an owl would make. "Ooh, ooh." Timidly, other forms struggled from the trees, huddled together. Bikers, people from Little Sable Point. A tall man walked down the muddy slope. He was dressed in black and almost glided onto the shallows. He tilted his chin down to her on the way by, his long face regarding her with a positive indifference. His voice was rich and practiced. "Many thanks, my daughter." He nodded and made for the pontoon boat. She read Mark's face. "Was that?" "Yes." He avoided her eyes. "I let the pastor go, and he has joined with us." "Jesus Christ Almighty," she said, looking back. His entourage of followers loaded onto the pontoon. "We can only fit about 100 people per load, and we already lost a canoe on the way down." "All right, let's try to get 120. Pastor and his people first." He waved people forward before he turned back to her. "Thank you. You should come with me now," she pleaded. His His shaded eyes wouldn't connect with hers. "I'll go later." She could feel someone's presence behind her. A hand touched her shoulder. "Gwen, is that it?" Jake said behind her. She could see Mark tense in front of her. She licked her lips and swallowed, her throat suddenly dry even with so much moisture in the air. She glanced over her shoulder at Jake. His hand held in place, his fingers firming up. His hand felt like it claimed ownership over her, protecting her and holding her at the same time. Her eyes leapt for Mark's. She wondered if Mark could see her guilt in the night. In order to cloak her own deceit, she ignored her instinct to stay between them like a boxing referee and took a step back. "Mark, this is Jake Bullis." Her mind's eye drew a boxing ring around them. The bell dinged, signaling the beginning of round 1. "In the right corner is Mark Steele, love of my life, baby daddy, and leader of a band of desperate people in the apocalypse. And in the left corner is Jake Bullis, my forgotten high school sweetheart, farmer, and the one currently trying to win me back by going against his own town in self-interest to help my people." Jake stuck out his calloused hand with a smile. Mark appeared less than amused, but took Jake's hand. "Great to finally meet you, Mark. I've heard a lot about you," Mark said in turn. She wondered who was winning the match of alpha male handshakes. After a tense moment, the two bull-like men released hands. Mark called to her people manning the crafts. "Let's move, people. We're in danger here." "You aren't coming?" she said. The rain continued to fall, unimpeded by leaves. It was as if the clouds huddled over Gwen and dropped all their precipitation just on her. His face was set like the stone of a forgotten statue. "I will be the last one." 20 minutes later, Gwen and Jake shoved their boat off into the water. 8 more people were aboard. She jumped onto the gunwale, and hands helped pull her aboard. She took a paddle, dipped it into the water, and they heaved away into the darkness. The night was never-ending. The drudge of paddling up and down the Mississippi River was literally sucking the life from her. Every single muscle in her body ached, hurt, and she was sure she would be sick from all the cold, the rain, and the exhaustion. This was her 8th trip between Harlem Island and Grandparents' Land, and she didn't know if she could do another. Jake was still with her. He had a tireless farmer's work ethic. She was sure he could do this labor forever without breaking. He was like Mark in that regard, but she thought even Mark could be outworked by this hometown countryman, who knew nothing more than hard work. He might be a simple man, but his values were unwavering in the face of struggle. Keep your head down and don't complain. Work hard, love hard. They had lost Harriet to the elements. After the 3rd trip, the woman was more of a liability than an asset. She trudged back toward the barn in a daze. Huge bonfires blazed on John and Lydia's property. People huddled for any and all warmth they could steal in the wet night. The sickest went to her grandparents' house or the barn. The rest were trying to set up some sort of cover in the rain. Their porch was awash with bikers and chosen alike. She thought her grandparents might have a heart attack, but they welcomed everyone the best they could. There were plenty of volunteers from the people she had rescued. Margie and Tony filled in. The exhausted, starving woman lasted 2 runs before Garrett from the Red Stripes replaced her. The big man pulled hard on his paddle. The last load should have been the final trip to the island, but organizing hundreds of the people to do anything timely was difficult, and more people emerged from the trees like ghosts of a forgotten battlefield in need of rescue. Gwen's shoulders were numb, but still managed to ache with pain as they neared the island for what she hoped would be the last time. They manually propelled the fishing boat right up onto the embankment. Mark was waiting. She climbed out of the boat. She ignored the water. She hadn't felt her feet in hours. "Why are you waiting? Let's go!" she half yelled. His voice was deep and gruff. "I need your help." He had the appearance of a wet, wounded wolf badly in need of a meal. He motioned her forward with his functioning hand. The midnight trees embraced his faint form, and she hurried behind him, her feet squishing in wet, marshy mud. The heavy scent of organic decay dominated the air, and she ignored the weight of her waterlogged boots. She followed him through the marshy woods. As they got closer to what she thought was the center of the island, a bright flash took her by surprise. The bright light shot up in the sky like a firework, but it was a single light. It hovered over the island, illuminating their area. Mark dropped to his knees. The earth squelched as she fell beside him. He eyed the sky with suspicion. The burning light drifted down over the top of them. His face was more haggard than she had ever seen it. It was as if the fight against Jackson had aged him 20 years in a matter of weeks. "Shit," he cursed. His eyes flicked back and forth as he read the flame in the sky. "What's that?" she asked, her voice hurried. "They know something's wrong," he hissed. His cold hand grabbed hers, pulling her up. "We have to hurry." The flare radiated downward on the swampy forest, forcing the shadows into the swamp. Bump! Another flare snaked into the sky. Bump! Then another trailed behind it, each casting more light over the trees. Mark ran in front of her, meandering through dead timber and sodden earth. Ahead of them, a low-hanging tarp covered a fallen log. It rippled in the wind and rain. Mark bent down in front of the tarp. He turned back to her. "I need help," he grunted. Gwen hurried forward and gasped. "Oh, my God!" A crumpled, blood-soaked form lay face down on the ground. "What happened?" She bent down next to the skinny woman. "Tess." Gwen had never loved the woman, but she was a part of their lives. Mark stared down at Tess, his eyes blank. "I did it." Gwen laid a hesitant hand on Tess's shoulder. Tess flinched beneath her and coughed. "What have you done?" Tess's voice was gargled and weak. "He hits like a wimp." Gwen lifted a bandage and Tess groaned. Her eyes shut for Mark. "Healing up well?" Tess muttered. Mark came to. "I had to keep order." Gwen's brow creased. "Keeping order? Are you insane? The poor woman's been beaten to a pulp." Mark closed his eyes for a moment. "It had to be done." Tess coughed. "Pah! If I'd succeeded, you would have given me a hand job as a thank you present. That man is the devil." Her speech broke into a wet cough. Gwen's eyes narrowed in concern. Crack! Wood splintered in the trunk of a nearby tree. Both she and Mark ducked. Semi-automatic gunfire popped from across the swamp separating the island from the shore. Humvee lights flicked on, high beams exploding in the night like spotlights. Mark scooped up Tess's things. "Come on, she's the last one." He wrapped his arms around Tess. Gwen did the same. "This is going to hurt," she whispered to Tess. They hauled Tess upright, and she cried out in pain. "Ah!" she screamed. Bullets whizzed into the trees around them. They stumbled, their backs bowed to the river shore. Tess groaned and gritted her teeth as they ran. They clambered over sunken logs and dodged watery pools. Garrett and Jake's forms grew larger on the shore. Garrett grabbed Tess in his arms like a child and ran her to the boat. The distinctive sound of a mortar thumped faintly from across the swamp, like someone had dropped a heavy book onto a carpeted floor. Mark turned, and an explosion erupted from the island. He watched the fire and smoke rising up into the air. Gwen didn't realize she was shaking violently, her teeth chattering. Jake wrapped his arms around her. "Come on, let's get you on board." He led her down to the boat, then lifted her onto the bench like a child. Garrett gently set Tess in the back. Gwen held herself with her arms, looking out at Mark. His eyes narrowed into vengeance through the icy rain. His beard lay wet and hung limp off his face. He tucked his bottom lip up, tightening his mouth in anger as he stared in the direction of Colonel Jackson and his men. His hand flexed at his side. "This is not the end, but only the beginning." He walked determined down the embankment, then shoved the fishing boat back into the Mississippi. Steele, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. In the darkness, the flat-bottomed fishing boat scratched the embankment and dug into the muddy earth as it slid onto the shore. The rain was starting to lighten, and dawn was hiding beyond the horizon. 24 other small watercraft, canoes, pontoons, fishing boats, and kayaks, lay strewn about a small dock and shore. He jumped into the freezing water with a splash and was followed a second later by Jake. Gripping the sides of the boat, they hauled it farther onto the riverside bank where it wouldn't be swept away. Steele quickly offered Gwen his hand before Jake did. Even though his body felt like it was about to die, he acted like he could go on for another 6 hours. He grasped her cold, wet hands and helped her down onto the muddy embankment. She gave him tired, worn-out eyes and a flat mouth. He glanced back at Garrett. "You got her?" He gestured with his head to Tess's crumpled form. "I got it," Garrett grunted. The tall biker crouched and gently hefted Tess up in his arms. Steele slipped up the wet ground, following Jake to a narrow foot-trodden trail. The hard trail had become slick with the rain, and they walked in silence, trying not to fall, the only sound boots sucking in the mud. Jake led them to the edge of Gwen's family farm. The field before them was filled with people. Groups of them surrounded bonfires. Some hovered near, and others sat beneath an old yet sturdy barn in an effort to stay dry. The white farmhouse stood in the distance. It, too, was covered with people like an old farm dog with fleas. They walked around the campfires. The flames persisted through the sprinkling rain, sizzling with smoke. Steele turned back toward the river, wondering if Jackson could see their smoke. He bet he did, but was too tired to worry about the man. Bedford and Half-Barrel nodded as he passed their fire. The Chosen gave him curious stares as they warmed their hands over orange flames. They appeared conflicted over whether they should burn him alive or thank him. In everyone's current state, he couldn't give two shits. He reached the steps of the old farmhouse. He could feel the eyes upon him, so he brought himself to a halt. The sun was coming back to his side of the earth, and light was encroaching on this field of diminishing darkness. A graying man sat in his rocker on the porch with a thick brown coat on. He was a sentry, the one that decided who entered his home. He stood with his shotgun in his hand. His wrinkled face squinted down at Steele. "House is full." He gestured with a speckled hand. "Maybe some more space in the barn." "Pa," Gwen said from behind his back. "Oh, God," the old man said. He hustled down his steps and embraced Gwen. "I know you got a piece of ma in you, but gosh darn it, you had us so worried." He glimpsed over at Jake and then Steele and released his granddaughter. "Jake?" He nodded. "Who's this young man here?" "Pa, this is Mark." Her grandfather's eyes inspected him. "Looks like a wet dog that's seen better days." "I feel like a wet dog that's seen better days." The grandfatherly man eyed him with more than an ounce of mistrust, but gave out his hand. Steele shook it. "Heard you've been having a rough time across the Big Muddy." "Yes, sir, we have." Gwen's grandfather frowned, bobbing his chin. "You can call me John." He gazed up at the sky. "Lightening up a bit, but you two look miserable." He gestured to them. "Come on in." He stopped, eyeing Jake. "Give me a minute. We'll find you some dry clothes and a place to sleep." "Thanks, John." The exhausted farmer took a seat on the porch steps. Rain dripped from the tips of his hair. "See you in the morning," he said to Gwen. His eyes regarded Steele with no fear. She was quiet at Steele's side. John opened the storm door and pushed open a squeaking door, letting them inside the house. People lay on the floor with blankets and on couches with quilts. A fire burnt low in the fireplace. "I finally got Ma in bed an hour ago. A lot of excitement tonight." The old man struck a match and lit a candle. He waved them forward to his stairs leading to the second story. "Gwen's old room is upstairs," John said to them. Each step complained as they walked up. The candle flickered along the walls lined with old black-and-white family pictures. At the top of the stairs, John led them to a room on the right. The door clicked open. "Becky and Haley are over there." The old man hushed. A mound of blankets lay bunched together. "Thanks, Pa," Gwen whispered with a hug. John gave Steele a knowing glare, as if he already knew Steele had been intimate with his granddaughter. It was equal parts mistrust and affection for a new man hanging around his beloved family. "Get some rest now. We'll figure this out in the morning." Steele nodded. "Thanks, John. Don't thank me. Thank Gwen. If it weren't for her, you'd still be stuck over there." Steele ducked his head in respect. "I know. Too good for the likes of you or that other one down on the porch." Steele gave him a grim smile. "I know." John lifted his chin a bit. "Good. Good night, son." "Good night, John." He closed the door and softly walked across the floor. Gwen was stripping off her wet clothes and tossing them. Their wet fabric slapped the wood floor. Her wet hair hung stuck to her face and neck. She was thin, bones showing in places he didn't remember, despite a slight bulge around her midsection. "Come on, take those off. I'm exhausted," she said in hushed tones. He stripped off his filthy Army combat uniform and tossed it in her pile of clothes. One of the mounds in the other single bed moaned and rolled over. Steele stopped unzipping his pants and gestured with his head. Gwen nodded and grabbed a quilted blanket. She held it up to give Steele privacy while he undressed. "Didn't mind the view from over here," mumbled Becky from the other bed. Gwen snorted. "Quiet, you'll wake her." "Just saying," Becky mumbled. He tossed the rest of his clothes on the ground and slipped on a pair of white boxers John had left. He bounced into the single bed, and Gwen joined him. She draped the quilt over them and snuggled into his chest. In moments, as the sun cracked the horizon, they had fallen into a dead sleep. Red shone through Steele's eyelids. He forced open eyes that wanted to be shut for the next 8 hours. Bright light penetrated the white curtains with ease. He shifted Gwen off his healthy arm, regaining feeling against the pins and needles. He flexed his fingers of his damaged arm. The tissue of his upper arm was new and fresh and ached. "No," she muttered. He eased himself out of the bed. Becky and Haley were gone, only a pile of blankets left in their place. He lifted the curtain with a finger and peered out the window. Almost 1,000 people were scattered below. Bikers in leather, little sable pointers, the chosen, all intermixed, all grouped into one refugee camp, all alive for the time being. He glanced back at Gwen. She was awake and watching him with her green eyes. "I wonder how far he got in the night." He turned back from the window to view his refugees. "You banded these people together. Now how are you going to protect them?" "It's almost 20 miles down south to the next bridge. Then he's got to drive all the way back up. That's saying he knows where we are. We have time." "Not much. What if he goes north toward Hacklebarney instead of south to Keokuk? Then it's a lot shorter drive." She stuck her bottom lip out a bit. "That bridge is blocked. He'll easily destroy those vehicles. How many men does Hacklebarney have?" She frowned. "There's over 1,000 people in this area, but there's something I have to tell you." He hated surprises, especially in his exhausted state. "And what's that?" He flexed his hand as he waited, trying to work some function back into this arm. "Not everyone in Hacklebarney helped last night." "What do you mean?" "I was only able to convince a few sympathetic families to help. Mayor Dobson and Sheriff Donaldson don't want anything to do with you." Steele shook his head. "Those assholes. Like it or not, we're here, and we need them." "I know, but you have to understand. These are prideful folks set in their ways. You push them too hard and they'll act like mules." He smirked at her. "I had no idea." She raised her eyebrows. "Don't you say it." He laughed. "Lucky for the both of us, I have a lot of experience in dealing with people like that." Her eyes narrowed in a playful manner. "I'm not stubborn." He grinned at her. "The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree." Her mouth gaped open. "That makes you an ungrateful ass, 'cause this mule rescued you when you were trapped." He sat back on the bed and touched her face. "Wrong. That makes me a grateful ass." He kissed her lips, letting his hand fall onto her belly. He looked down at her growing abdomen and back up into her sparkling green eyes. "Is it okay?" She smiled. "Yes, it's great. Graham's been feeding me plenty." "Very good." He pecked her lips again. Standing, he walked over to his ACUs and pulled on his pants, securing his belt, firearm, and tomahawk. "I'd like to meet this mayor and sheriff. I've heard so much about them. It'd be great to put a name with a face." Gwen's brows shrank a fraction in worry. "You're not going to hurt them, are you?" He threw on his jacket, draping it gingerly over his bad arm. "No, I just want to talk to our newest allies. But they don't want you here." He buttoned his jacket, struggling with one hand. "I'm sure we can work something out." Gwen, Hacklebarney, Iowa. Patsy's hooves clopped on the road. Gwen felt silly riding the horse alongside her grandfather, while everyone else either walked or rode on a hay trailer pulled by horses, but Mark had insisted. It wasn't that her body didn't feel like she had wrestled a bear the night before, but she felt like she was being treated like a porcelain doll. Small, painful, fluid-filled blisters dotted her hands, and every muscle in her body felt torn. She held the reins loosely in one raw hand, not wanting to put too much pressure on it. Mark walked in front of her by himself. The leaders of the biker gangs and their enforcers followed close by, but not with him. Santa-like Thunder and tall Garrett were the only ones she recognized. The pastor strode with curly-haired Peter and handsome Matthew, whose flail clanked around at his hip as he walked. Gregor and Hank flanked her horse on one side, Jake on the other. The men were quiet as they walked, only the rattle of magazines or guns and the faint sound of boots marching over the ground. She knew they were tired from the nighttime retreat, just like her. Her grandfather gave her a sad smile as he rode next to her. A cool wind buffeted his stringy white hair atop his head. 30 minutes later, they were upon the small Iowa town of Hacklebarney. They marched right down the center, as if they were an apocalypse parade. Doors shut, windows closed, curtains fluttered and shut. The American Legion was closed up, dark, and deserted. They stopped in the center of town in front of Mayor Dobson's office. Steele gave her a rearward glance, questioning their next move. His hand rested on the pistol handle at his hip. She gave him a gentle shake of the head. No. She lifted her eyes up to the windows of the mayor's office, studying the dragon's lair. The shade dropped and closed. The residual movement left it shaking in the wind. She cleared her throat. "Mayor Dobson," she called at the window. "I have some men," she made sure to emphasize that are here to talk to you." The blinds moved, but nothing happened. She turned Patsy in a semicircle. "Hacklebarney, I bring to you the good people who needed your help, but only a few answered the call." She scanned from building to building. A man emerged from the sheriff's office. Sheriff Donaldson tugged on his pants a bit as he walked, his shotgun in one hand. When he reached the group, he kept his distance, gripping his shotgun with both hands. His mustache flared. "Now, Gwen, we already had a vote. You turn your pretty little ass around before yous get a spanking. Take your little gang and mosey on out of here, or I'll call the posse up." Gwen's jaw dropped. The nerve of this imbecile. Steele gave her a small smile beneath his beard and nodded. "I got this, babe." He gave her a pat on the leg before leaving her side. Steele squinted as he approached the sheriff. "Sheriff Donaldson, is it?" The sheriff's mustache fluttered with anger. "Yes, it is." "I'm Agent Steele. I believe we spoke the other day on the radio." "Is that so?" Steele took another step forward. "We're the ones who asked nicely to come across, and I believe you said no. Now, son, don't you be putting—" "Sheriff." Steele's voice was iron. The sheriff's mouth snapped closed. His lips twitched in anger. "I think you owe Gwen an apology." Stubbornness settled on the sheriff's face. "I will not." Mark tapped his finger on his gun. "I'm not sure you understand the situation at hand." "Are you threatening me, boy?" "I sure as hell am, Sheriff. Now you drag that coward mayor of yours down here so we can talk to him, or this town is going to have a new lawman in these parts. The sheriff stopped. He frowned and glanced up at Gwen, and then cautiously looked at the bikers. "He's in his office." The sheriff hobbled over to the mayor's door. He pulled out a ring of keys. They jangled as he searched for the right one. He tried one, and then another. "Sheriff, need I remind you, time is of the essence?" Gwen said. She dismounted her horse with a hand from Jake. The sheriff gave her a weak smile. "That's it." The door clicked open. Steele put his hand on the sheriff's shoulder. "I believe you forgot something." The sheriff's mustache twitched furiously. Gregor inched closer along with Thunder. Garrett gave the sheriff a wicked smile, overshadowing the lawman. The sheriff turned around, facing the group. "I'm sorry, Gwen." Thunder put his arm around the sheriff. "You'll have to forgive me, but me and my boy Garrett don't hear too well. You see, we've been riding way too long to hear such a soft voice. What did you say?" The sheriff's eyes searched for a way out. "I said, I'm sorry." Steele reached in and soft-patted the sheriff's cheek. "Now that's how you speak to a lady. You know, I'm glad we had this talk." The party of people surged past the bewildered sheriff and walked up the stairs. At the top, Steele tried the other door. It, too, was locked. Steele shouted down the steps, "Sheriff?" Sheriff Donaldson stretched his neck while scrutinizing his keys in one hand. "I don't think I got a key to that one." "Jesus," Steele cursed. He took a step back onto his bad leg and planted a foot into the door jamb. Once, and then twice, he kicked against it with his good leg until the door burst inward. Mayor Dobson shrank down in his chair. The entire group filtered into his office, filling every available space with dirty, angry men and women. Thunder leaned on the mayor's desk. "So this is the prick who wouldn't allow us to cross the bridge?" Thunder sneered down at him. "I ought to skin him alive." The pastor weighed down upon the mayor from the other side. "God's people deserve better than they've been given, Mayor. You must repent for the sins you've committed." Dobson's head bounced from threat to threat. His office brimmed with men and women who would love to see him suffer. He gave a nervous laugh and smiled, spreading his arms wide, then brought them together. "What's mine is yours. You can't possibly hold me accountable for something that was done democratically. It was a vote." "People died because of your vote, Mayor," Gwen said. The group parted, giving her unimpeded access. She walked through them with her grandfather at her back, taking her place near Mark. "I was only trying to protect my town. Surely men of your caliber understand that." Steele leaned in. "My best friend got strung up and hanged trying to help us find a way across." Dobson rubbed his hands together. "I'm sorry for your loss. Many have lost much during these terrible times. Just the other day—" Mark cut him off. "I'm not here to barter with you, Dobson. I come with a warning." Dobson blinked. "Carry on." "There's a madman on the other side of that river. He has hundreds, if not thousands, of American soldiers under his command, and he wants us dead." "I don't see what that has to do with Hacklebarney. This is a community that serves. We support our military." "Those men across the river have gone bad. They look like the military, but they are rotten at the core. There may be good apples in the barrel, but the barrel's rotten." Dobson sighed. "I'm sorry. Hacklebarney cannot help you. Please carry on and don't come back. Plenty of land west." A voice came from behind Gwen. "Then maybe Hacklebarney needs new leadership," Pa said. Heads turned toward the old man. Dobson gave Pa a slimy smile. "John, please. You're far too old to lead our wonderful town through such a turbulent time. The stress would be horrible for your health." Pa nodded. "You're right, Mayor. I am too old. If I was a younger man, I'd take you out back and whip you with the hose. That's what we used to do with a cheating darn son of a bee like yourself." Gwen reached out for her grandfather's arm. He shook beneath her hand. "Pa, it's fine," she said with a proud yet sad smile. He gave her an understanding nod. Dobson smirked. "You can't possibly suggest one of these outsiders. The town would never stand for it, and by God, we will fight for our town. Sheriff?" "I reckon that be so," Donaldson said from the doorway. Steele eyed the local lawman with disdain. Her grandfather's voice rose up and crackled a bit with age. "Mayor's right. There ain't no need to fight, and with no offense to our guests, it can't be one of y'all, neither. Nor me." The mayor smiled. "Of course not." Pa held up a hand. "Now hold your horses. I lived here a long time. Longer than most, not as long as some, but I've seen a thing or two. We've got some good, hearty folk here. Strong stock. Some ain't too bright, but they ain't bad people." He pointed a finger at the mayor. "But since you've been here, Mayor, I've seen some ugly times. It ain't all your fault. I might even have agreed with you once or twice, but it wasn't until my granddaughter arrived did I realize what kind of man you are." "John, my good man, please, this is hardly helping anything," Dobson said. John's voice grew stern. "Now you be quiet and listen. Gwen here. She did something amazing. She organized and rescued all those people trapped across that river. Something she never should have had to do. But you know what? She did it anyway, because she's got a gosh darn spine and a heart to match. She done more for people in a few hours than you've done for this community in 6 years. So I think it's time you turn over the key to the town and make Gwen the mayor of Hacklebarney." The room was silent. A slow smile stretched along Dobson's lips. "John, you know I value your opinion, but I don't see how that is democratically possible." Pa pressed his lips together and raised his chin. Gwen had seen that expression 100 times growing up. The man had become a human mule, and nothing would budge him from his course. Dobson carried on, not noticing or caring, his voice patronizing. "John, you see, this is America. We have elected officials. I ran for office, and the people voted me in. What you're proposing is a dictatorship, ruling by force and fear. Whether you like me or not, I'm elected, and we won't hold another election for 2 more years. She'll just have to wait until then and run like it says in our town charter." "What happens if the current mayor is incapacitated?" the pastor said. His mouth stayed taut, a bowstring ready to hurl verbal arrows in any direction. Dobson gave him a curious glance. Thunder leaned over the desk. "Or missing." Dobson leaned away from Thunder. "No need for threats, but I assure you this town will never lay down for the likes of you." Gwen spoke up. "Mayor, I'm flattered by my grandfather's proposal, but I don't think it's right to depose the mayor by force. He was elected, and however much I disagree with his politics and general attitude toward everything, I can't accept a position by force." "Now hold on a second," Pa said. She reached for him. "Pa, it's okay." "Now don't you tell me it's okay when it ain't." He pointed at the mayor. "That man there has got to go, and you're going to take his place." "Sorry, John, it's not possible," Dobson said. Steele grew tired of the back-and-forth bickering. "We don't have time for this debate. Jackson is looking for a way across the Mississippi as we speak, and we need your support." Dobson shook his head. "Like I said, if the United States military requires our assistance, we will be more than happy to assist them in any way possible." John's voice grew strong. "You're wrong, Mayor. Section 12, Amendment A of the Hacklebarney Town Charter reads something along these lines. In times of great crisis, a special election can be held to ensure that the immediate survival of the community is maintained." "Bull hockey," Dobson said. Pa nodded. "I don't lie. Read it yourself." Dobson stood up and walked over to his bookshelf, trying to avoid touching the bikers waiting to beat him to a bloody pulp. He flipped open an old, worn yellow book. He licked his fingers before he turned the page. "Here it is." Dobson held the book up. "Section 12. Elections are to be held on the first Tuesday in November every 4th year. I don't see anything else." "It was an amendment." Pa pointed impatiently with his index finger. "It would be in the back." Dobson flipped to the back and ran his finger down the page. He stopped and his eyes blinked. "Amendment A. In times of great crisis such as war, famine, drought, etc., the community may hold an emergency election. It may be called by any member of the community, and the duration of special appointment may be at least 90 days or until crisis has been mitigated. Although not every able-bodied community member must attend, a supermajority of those in attendance is needed to enact an emergency duty official. Enacted by Mayor Fulton Reynolds, December 8th, 1941. Dobson stared at the book and back at Pa. Pa nodded his head, slow. "He signed that decree right before he left for the army." "Pa, I never knew that your father was the mayor of Hacklebarney." Her grandfather stared at Gwen for a moment. There was pain there and pride. "He was. Damn fine man. Makes me just about as proud as you do." Dobson dropped the book on the table and spread his arms wide. "This is preposterous. This hasn't been used in ages. There's no reason to start now." "No, Mayor, this is exactly what it was meant for." Her grandfather stepped up next to her. "As resident of Hacklebarney, I hereby call an emergency election in accordance with the town charter." Pa reached out and gripped Gwen's hand and smiled. "And I respectfully put Ms. Gwen Reynolds forth as an emergency mayoral candidate." Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. Howls for justice penetrated the restaurant. Only the light machine guns stopped them from rushing inside and tearing the Marines to pieces. Gary and Martha stood with Kinnick back from the barricade watching them. We need more time, Gary. The boy admitted that he was with his father when he took the shot. Gary's brow creased. All they know is that you rounded up their fellow law-abiding citizens in the night. There were gunshots, and people from their community were gone in the morning. How can they settle for that after what's been done to poor Andrew? Gary paused, looking over at Kinnick. He was a good kid. Worked hard. He probably would have graduated and went to University of Iowa next year given the chance. Kinnick sighed. It's not something I can change. He glanced over at Gary. We need one another if we're going to survive the coming days. Gary spoke softly. I believe you, Colonel. But how will you fix this? I'll give them a choice, and their fate will lie in their own hands. If they don't fall in line, the executive order states I must execute them as traitors to the United States. It's not only the dead they must fear, but their own government. It can't be that way. He nodded to himself. They hold their own fate in their hands. The Marines lined the front of the restaurant, weapons pointed out. Hunter. The master sergeant rose to a crouch and jogged over to Kinnick. He rotated a thick wad of chewing tobacco from one side of his mouth to the other. Folks out there are more ornery than a gator without a toothbrush. A brick went through the front window. Glass shattered and tinkled onto the floor in shards. Gary ducked and Kinnick flinched. Hunter only turned his head a bit. Hold your fire, Hunter said behind him. He turned back to Kinnick. Figured that was coming. What do you think, Colonel? A few warning shots scare them off? Kinnick eyed his gritty master sergeant. Hunter shoved his tongue down on his tobacco. You want to go talk to them? Kinnick watched the soldier's reaction, but Hunter didn't back down. Instead, he laughed. We seem to have been doing a lot of talking lately, and they're still getting all worked up. Just a bunch of damn snowflakes. Kinnick glanced at Gary. The restaurant owner's eyes were wide with fear. Whether that fear was for himself, the people outside, or Kinnick, he couldn't tell. Hunter looked impatient, as though he would hit the next person who talked to him. Whether we like them or not, these are the men and women we swore to protect, and I mean to do it. Put on your talking face. Hunter squeezed the chew into his lip, and Kinnick wasn't sure if it was a smile or an effort to extract the most buzz out of his chewing tobacco. Talk isn't my forte, Colonel, but I've charmed a few angry women in my day. Can't be that different. He gave Kinnick a wolfish grin. Kinnick grinned back. Me too. He turned to Gary. You can come with us, if you please. Gary gulped. Kinnick firmly placed his hand on Gary's shoulder. They're probably less likely to throw more rocks if you're there. Gary's face grew red and dropped his chin to his chest in defeat. I'm not sure of that, Colonel. Let's find out together. How lucky is Sheldon's lucky number 7? Gary licked his dry lips. How'd you come up with that name, anyway? The 3 men slowly walked to the front of the restaurant as if they were on death row. I was one of 7 kids growing up. I was the only one who didn't end up in jail. Figured it was more luck than anything else, considering the other 6 of us. Hope it stays that way, Hunter said. They reached the front of the restaurant. The shapes and forms of the angry mob were outlined outside. The wind blew their hair around atop their heads. Their cheeks were red either from the bite of the cold or the heat of anger. Kinnick couldn't tell, and it didn't matter. They demanded answers, and he would give them. If they didn't accept his answers, then they would be forcing his hand on something he knew he could not order. Their deaths would be on the commander-in-chief, or would it fall on the man who pulled the trigger? Gary turned the knob, and they walked in front of the store. The people grew quiet. He raised his hands up in the air. Now, everyone, hear what Colonel Kinnick has to say. He means no harm. Get out of the way, Gary, screamed a woman. Fucking coward! A chorus of yas went up. How can we trust the word of a man who is harboring these murderous cowards? He's probably in on it. Gary waved his hands and shook his head no. I'm not in on anything. I'm just trying to help the colonel figure this all out. What happened to the Biggs? Shouted a man. It was not lost on Kinnick that the man held an AR-15 in his hands. Kinnick watched Hunter from his peripheries. The Green Beret's form was relaxed, as if he faced a mob on a daily basis. Can we afford to leave hostile people in control of critical points in our defense? Not a problem, Gary. I'll answer them. The Biggs have been detained as suspected murderers. What? Where's the proof? The boy Randy admitted to being there when his father shot Private Gore. A man stepped out of the mob. You're trying to tell us that you're taking the word of some scared kid that you probably threatened to kill if he didn't fess up to it? Probably waterboarded him too. You're a liar! Kinnick shook his head. That's not true. He admitted it. We have a rifle that matches the caliber of the bullet that killed the Marine, along with the specific kind of bullet used in the attack. You want us to just take your word for it? What are you going to do? Put them to death? What about Andrew? Justice for Andrew! Justice for Andrew! Justice for Andrew! A woman howled. She turned her back to Kinnick and started pumping her hands in the air as she riled the crowd up. The mob joined her in yelling for justice. What about the justice for Private Gore? Where is his justice? He came to train these people, not to occupy their town. Kinnick tried to swallow his feelings of injustice. He had to be above it, at least here. I must treat this like a job, or I will get swept up in the whirlwind of the mob. He closed his eyes for a second and raised his hand in the air. He held it there while the people screamed for justice for their fallen. We'll give them a trial, and a jury of their peers will decide their fate. The group quieted down. A few shuffled their feet. Others stood on their tiptoes to see Kinnick. The man with the AR-15 spoke. You'll let us decide? It will be a trial by his peers, but I will be the judge, and we will only do this if there is no more violence. The crowd erupted into conversations amongst themselves, and a soft hum filled the air. The man with the AR-15 nodded as he spoke. We'll take you up on the trial only if you put the Marines on trial for what they done. Kinnick could feel Hunter tense next to him. Hunter hissed, Don't. You know what's at stake. All eyes were upon Kinnick, awaiting his ruling. He looked at the broken glass on the ground. Hunter's voice buzzed in his ear, but he ignored the soldier. The people were silent. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. People would live and die based on his decisions. The wrong move here, and he could be folding his entire operation. Is the American cause enough for them? Is it enough for me? It must be. He eyed the front row of the mob. The Marines will be put on trial for their actions. Gwen, Hacklebarney, Iowa. Everyone in town and all the leaders of Steele's band were wedged inside the American Legion Hall. No chairs were put out, and the townspeople stood shoulder to shoulder. There was a clear partition between the townspeople and the newcomers. In the middle were the sympathetic men and women who had helped Gwen rescue Mark. Gwen stood near the front next to a nervously pacing Mayor Dobson. He held the town charter like a Bible, massaging the cover over and over. He gave her a glance and a snort. They won't go for it. They already voted against what you did unilaterally without the community's support. Why would they vote for you now? Because they're going to realize that what I did was right. Ha! Then you don't know them. She turned, eyeing the weasel of a man. I know them better than you do. There may be a difference between nice and good, but some are both. Dobson snorted. The sheriff joined them. All right, everyone, let's quiet down. He waved his hands in the air to gather all their attention. The quiet murmur of hushed conversations died down to nothing. The newcomers had made them nervous. She could see the scared glances at the rough-looking bikers in Steele's military gear. Apparently, in our town charter, there's a special election clause that in times of emergency we may elect a temporary mayor to navigate a crisis. John Reynolds has called for a special election and proposed running his granddaughter, Gwen Reynolds, as a candidate. People spoke softly to one another. Are there any other candidates being nominated? The sheriff asked. No one raised their hand. That's fine. Ms. Reynolds must receive 66% of the vote in order to assume the role as emergency mayor. Each of you has a piece of paper in your hands. At the end of the nomination speeches, you must pick one candidate and write it on the paper, or pick none at all. He nodded his head and stepped to the side, assuming a place along the wall. He crossed his arms over his belly and watched. Gwen took a step forward. She started. I'll begin, Dobson said, waving her back. He walked near the front row of people. Gwen bit her tongue, but kept her composure. If I look too eager or angry, I will just be perceived as a shrill, pregnant bitch. She gestured out to the people. "Please," she said with all the poise she could muster. "Thank you, Gwen." His voice was that of a snake in disguise fighting for survival. "People of Hacklebarney, let me start by thanking you for coming, although I feel this is a waste of our time. Only a few days past, we were here and voted to keep these rough, uncouth people outside our city gates." He spread his arms wide. "Not because we don't care, but because we didn't know them and they could be dangerous. And you know what happened earlier today?" His eyebrows lifted. "They kicked in my door today and held me at gunpoint." Gasps were audible throughout the attendees. People shook their heads in disgust. Evil eyes went toward the bikers and the Chosen. "It's true. They basically forced this vote upon us, and for what? So we could feed them and clothe them and harbor them from their enemies? Why us? We're only a few simple folk, making do with what we have. Their presence weakens us and threatens our very existence. Even as we speak, the United States Army hunts for them as traitors." More gasps protested from the crowd. Angry yells burst from Steele's contingent. She glanced over at Mark. He stared hard at the man from beneath his eyebrows. He looked like he would spit fire and burn the mayor to ash. "How am I going to get these people to vote for me?" Dobson held a hand up. "Not proven, but nonetheless, they confirm that the U.S. military is after them." He shook his head in disgust. "Helping these people is not the right choice for us. Since they are here already, a dastardly deed that Ms. Reynolds orchestrated, we should let them carry on and travel away from here." People nodded their heads in affirmation. "Get 'em gone," said Colton Clark. He punched a fist at the stage. "I agree, Colton. Let's get them gone. But the first step to that solution is voting for me to continue to be your mayor. Thank you." He nodded his thanks to the people. Gwen bit down the anger boiling into her stomach. This lowlife is preying upon these people's fears. Pathetic. She gave the entire group a big, genuine smile. "You all know me. You heard my impassioned plea to bring these men and women across the river, and you voted no." She took a step toward them. "I understand that. I asked too much. Yet here we are. Look at them." She pointed a finger at Mark. His eyes grew large, and he glanced from side to side. He mouthed, "Me?" She smiled at him. "That man right there. He's the father of my child, a decorated counterterrorism agent. He has saved more lives than probably all of us in this room combined. He's done more than I could even think possible to protect all of his people from me down to a boy he just met. Max. But as a group, you turned your back on him. You turned your back on Thunder and the Red Stripes. Sure, they look rough and like to party, but they're survivors, and they protected innocent people trying to survive against the living and the dead alike. You turned your back on them." She pointed at Larry. "Larry served in the National Guard for 8 years. You turned your back on him. Margie was a stay-at-home with 2 kids at university. You turned your back on her. Kevin was a history teacher from West Virginia." She bit her lip. His body hung from the gallows. "You turned your back on him, and Colonel Jackson hung him for it. We're better than this. We're Iowans." She shook her head, trying to rid her mind of Kevin's corpse. "People joke that we're nice, but nice isn't the same as good. Nice and polite are just superficial things people do. We're better than that. We need to do the right thing. The right thing is to aid these people on the run for their lives. Give them food. Give them shelter. What happened to give me your sick, give me your weak, and give me your poor? These people are people like you and me, and just because they didn't grow up here doesn't mean they aren't like us. I'm here to tell you that what's across that river is more terrible than any war we've ever seen. Thousands of the infected, criminals, rogue military, one or maybe all of them are coming this way. And those men sitting over there," she paused and pointed at Mark, "they can fight. You need them as much as they need you if we're going to make it through this. Don't lay down and hide with Dobson. Stand for something. Be the good that I know you are." She stopped talking and greedily sucked in oxygen. Eyes stared at her. She could feel Dobson's eyes boring into her. B.B. Palmer stood up and removed his cap. His voice was like gravel. "Oh, well and good, but what about the military? Those are our boys. You expect us to commit treason against this great nation? That might be okay for you city folk, but that's not how red-blooded Americans do it." Mark walked forward. Colonel Jackson is not U.S. military anymore. I've fought with the real military against him. He's gone mad. He's murdered dozens of our people for no reason other than he's out for revenge. His unit is no more than a legion of AWOL mercenaries. He murdered U.S. troops trying to track down a doctor to find a cure. They're nothing but wolves in protectors' clothing. B.B. nodded. That's a lot to swallow. He sat down and said something to Annie. Mark gave Gwen a nod and continued. Gwen is a true wonder. She rescued us from the jaws of defeat. We all owe our lives to her and the people here that loaned their boats, risking their lives to help us. You have our deepest gratitude. Thank you. He paused, letting his words sink in. We'll respect your vote no matter how it goes. We are men and women of our word. He stepped back and leaned back against the wall. Well, I think we've heard enough from the rebels, Dobson said. He waved to the sheriff, composing himself for a moment before his rebuttal. I think a quick vote will do fine for this referendum. I bid you one final warning. If you pick Gwen, you'll suffer whatever crazy scheme she has concocted for you. Stick with someone that has dedicated his life to this community, someone who's been here, not some girl who shows up pregnant in the night to this place that wasn't good enough for her after living in the city for years. The sheriff ambled onto the floor, pulling on his gun belt in an attempt to keep his pants from sagging. Everyone place your ballots in the basket. He handed out a basketball-sized wicker basket to people in the front, like he was in church collecting alms. The basket passed hand to hand through the attendees. Dr. Miller, in the interest of transparency, will you count for us? Dr. Miller smiled. Of course. He joined the sheriff, dragging a table and chair from near the wall. Gwen wrung her hands together. It was her turn to be nervous. She stared out vacantly at the crowd. Dobson's mouth turned out a smug little smile in his assured victory. Do I even want this? She felt a hand removing hers from their tight mess. Mark's eyes read hers for a moment. It's okay, he said softly, trying to reassure her. His kindness and gentleness surprised her, but she knew that it shouldn't. Even after all this time, he was the same man. Emotions were welling up in her, but instead of going for his comforting shoulder, she stood tall, squeezed his hand, and let go. Leaders don't cry at the podium, and they don't need their hand held. Time ticked by slowly as the basket went from person to person until it ended up back in front. The sheriff handed it to Dr. Miller. He began removing the papers one by one. Dobson, he read, setting the piece of paper in a pile. Reynolds. He set them in separate piles. Dobson, Dobson, Dobson. With each Dobson, she grew further and further from becoming an emergency mayor. The doctor read every single ballot aloud. She lost track of how many she had gotten and how many Dobson had. She swallowed, trying to coat her drying throat. She looked at the doctor. The doctor scratched his head. That's all of them. He took his arm, laid it flat on the table, and separated the two piles of tiny paper even farther apart. He studied the piles. We have 203 votes for Dobson. He stopped and licked his lips. And we have 398 for Reynolds. The words barely registered with Gwen. Fraud! Dobson exclaimed. The newcomers must have added votes. That's the only way. He took a swipe at the piles. Recount! Dr. Miller stood. Now, Mayor Dobson, I stand by my count. No, you backstabber! You were on her side the entire time. How could you people vote for her, you stupid inbred dipshits? Spit flew from his lips into the audience. I pretended to care about all of your pedal pulls and fairs and goddamn parades. You got a parade for the goddamn corn harvest, for Christ's sake. You got the pork queen contest. Jesus effing Christ. But then you let some knocked-up whore come in and play on your do-gooder emotions. His voice grew mocking and nasally. Help the poor, save the refugees, blah, blah, blah. I'll tell you one thing. When that Colonel Jackson comes this way, I'm going to him and telling him what you done. He pointed at all of them. You'll see. You made a mistake, he screamed. Fatal mistake. Gwen walked over to where he stood. He shook in anger, his face redder than a ripe tomato on the vine. What are you going to do? He hissed. She wound up and punched him square in the nose. His eyes went wide, and blood started to pour from his nostrils. "You broke my nose!" "The only regret I have is not doing that earlier. You're a coward and a scumbag, and these people deserve better than you." She finished her statement off with an affirming nod. Dobson took a step in her direction. Mark appeared at her side. He pulled his tomahawk halfway from his belt loop and shook his head. "Don't be foolish, Dobson. It's been a long day." The sheriff pushed Dobson toward the door. "Come on, George. We should get you home." "Take your hands off me, you ingrate!" Dobson walked quickly through the multitude and out the doors. Gwen watched him leave. The crowd stared back at her, and they erupted in furious clapping. After a moment, they quieted down. She smiled at them, giving them the fullest smile she could muster. She gave Steele a glance from the side. "Let's get to work." Steele, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. "Here you go," John said with an unsure smile. He handed Steele an old, faded map. Steele nodded his thanks. "Things haven't changed much. The bend in the river's widened a bit over time, but the elevation should be right." "Thank you." Steele blew the dust off and carefully rolled out the map on the Reynolds parlor table. He set an old brown book with yellow pages he'd been reading on one end. The only legible portion on the spine was scrawled in attractive cursive, Morgan. John handed him another tome of literature, and Steele placed it on the other side of the map. He scrutinized the topographical landscape. The Mississippi River meandered in and out over the map of southeast Iowa. A couple of gray squares on the map represented Hacklebarney. A thin gray line crossed from Hacklebarney to Illinois. His eyes scanned down the coast of the river, looking for more bridges. A dotted line down the center of the river represented the division between Iowa and Illinois. Steele peered at Thunder. The big biker ran his fingers through his beard, untangling snarls. The fire emitted a low crackle in the background, with an additional pop every few minutes. "We can't let him cross, or it's a toe-to-toe fight against Jackson's superior forces." Thunder shook his head. "And we can't run. All our vehicles are abandoned on the other side of the river." Steele knew that of all the things that irked his big biker ally, it was the loss of his motorcycles that stung the most. All the gangs had lost their freedom of mobility, and at the same time severely limited their scouting usefulness to Steele. Steele sighed. "Hacklebarney doesn't have enough vehicles, and if it did, how long before he catches us?" He ran a hand up and over his scarred head. "Gwen, do you know anyone in these towns down here?" He tapped a finger on Keokuk, the furthest southeast point of the state. "Sure. Don't know if they're still there, though. I know more people through here." She pointed. Tiny dots littered the interior of Iowa, west from the Mississippi. "How many people? And do you think they will fight?" Her long blonde hair was around her shoulders today, and her skin glowed. "Those are the villages of Van Buren County, each village less than 1,000. Stand up against the might of the U.S. military? I don't know. You saw how difficult it was to get Hacklebarney on board." Steele nodded and placed a hand on his beard. Frank grimaced. "We need to sink those bridges and hope we can play defense." "My girls can handle it," said Red Claire. The old female biker frowned. "Gotta keep on the lookout for those dog-fucking wolf riders." Steele turned toward her. "I wish I knew what they ran into, but I'm assuming it was bad." He glanced at Gwen. She pored over the map, trying to hide her worry about their mutual friend. Frank eyed Red Claire and then Steele. "We need a plan in case we can't blow them in time." "I sent Warchild this morning. That old fucker was excited about getting to blow something up. Thunder has the bridge into Hacklebarney ready to blow. I'd figure maybe we wait until somebody we didn't want to cross decided to cross." Thunder smiled, looking like a sinister Santa Claus. "Smart," Frank said. "Only if it works. Otherwise I could have sent Warchild into a nasty scrap." His eyes darted up. "But we need to take care of the bridge near Burlington in case Jackson goes north." He looked at the leader of the Seven Sisters. "Red Claire, can you head that way?" The leathery, reddish-haired biker nodded her head. She flashed him some yellow-stained teeth. "I'll get some of the girls going that way, sweetie." Steele sighed. "Back to our worst-case scenario. This is what I got. If Jackson comes from the south, we'll set up here. It's about a mile south of where we stand now. Close enough where we can deploy quickly, and it's between both us and Hacklebarney. He tapped the map. 2 small circle hills stood near one another with a low-lying saddle between them. Another hill stood a few hundred yards north toward the Reynolds farm. "John, do you know the names of these hills?" Steele asked the old man. John scratched his cheek. "Don't suppose they'd be on a map now, would they?" He glanced at the map. "But I know 'em. The 2 furthest south are Sock and Fox Hills, and the bigger one is Black Hawk Hill." "Thank you, John." Steele's finger tapped the edge of the map as he thought. "They're mobile, and we're not. Advantage Jackson. He's flanked us in the past, but I think he's gunning for us. His victory was stolen from him on the island. Now he wants it even worse." He glanced at the small, black-haired woman. She stood, but the hunch in her shoulders gave her an uncomfortable appearance. She gave him a pained smile. His eyes said he was sorry, but he couldn't say it in front of the pastor, nor would he say it in private. Tess had to understand to survive as a group, she couldn't just off the leader of another group. The tall man in black watched them from across the table. His eyes soaked in everything, weighing the meaning of a single blink. "Tess, I need you and best shots of the Sable Volunteers out in front of the Sock and Fox Hills. Hunting rifles only." She smiled. "The sharpshooters will do the trick." Steele nodded. "I'll keep Trent. I need him." "He's all yours." "Okay, you'll likely run into a scouting force, a squad or platoon of soldiers searching for us. You are a delaying action so we can get mobilized. Slow them down and retreat. Back behind here." He tapped the line between the hills. His eyes jumped to the pastor. The man mirrored a Puritan clergyman at the Salem witch trials, unforgiving at best. "Pastor, I need your chosen here between the hills. It's exposed, but Hacklebarney has enough sandbags to construct a protective wall." His eyes moved to Gwen. Her body language was confident. "We've thousands of bags ready to go," she said with a smile. "Usually we use them if the river's going to flood, but it's not that time of year." "Perfect," Steele said with a nod. "It should protect them from most gunfire." The pastor's sharp eyes pierced Steele as he turned toward him. Weeks ago, that man had tried to murder Steele and half the people in the room. "My men are not expert fighters." He paused. "They have fervor, but none of the formal training of the bikers." He said the word bikers as if it was a cigarette butt on his tongue. Steele nodded. "I only need them to hold." He was cut off by someone pounding on the farmhouse's old wooden door. Everyone's heads turned. Warchild burst in. Blood ran down his face, and his white hair fell loose out of its braided ponytail. "What happened?" Steele asked. His mind ran away with every potentially awful thought possible. The old biker breathed heavy, and his voice came out in a gravelly groan. "They're across." Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. Kinnick sat behind a square restaurant table. In front of him was a notepad, a pen, and a glass of water. He faced a dim restaurant even during the middle of the day. The windows were still barricaded, blocking most of the ambient light from the overcast sky. The tables had been cleared out, and only the dining room chairs remained in short rows facing his direction. He clasped his hands in front of him, feeling like a mob boss awaiting the townspeople under his protection to pay him tribute. In reality, he was waiting for the people of Warden to finish filtering into the dining room. He could sense Hunter looming near the right-hand wall like a court bailiff, ready to jump into the fray at a moment's notice. He only had his sidearm, as did Kinnick, and none of the townspeople were allowed weapons inside the restaurant. Washington and Duncan patted people down at the door. Duncan peered into a woman's purse and waved her through. A line formed running along the building. Kinnick checked his watch. They were 15 minutes past the agreed start time, so he nodded to Hunter. Hunter waved to Washington, and the Marine stepped into the doorway. "There's no more room." A man peered around him. "Come on!" The large African-American soldier stood his ground, blocking his path. "You can see through the windows." A crowd had formed outside. They looked over one another in an attempt to see inside. Kinnick picked up his pen and clicked the silver button on top with his thumb. Click, 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 click. Hunter positioned himself near his right again, hands clasped behind his back. "Hunter, bring them out." The Green Beret disappeared into the kitchen. Kinnick stared at the people. They were regular enough. Some were overweight, others were thinner. Almost all were white. He saw the old woman that had witnessed the Marines kill the boy. She will surely testify. An eyewitness did not bode well for the Marine's fate. Volk had all but confirmed that he was guilty. How can I be fair and see this horrible situation to a successful conclusion? You can't, his mind mocked. A cluster of boots thumped the floor in the back, and a moment later, Hunter brought Volk and Whitehead into the main dining room. He escorted them to chairs. The townspeople whispered angrily to one another. A lanky man with a ball cap on his head stood and pointed with a stiff finger at the Marines. "Fuck you for what you done! My boy's gone!" Kinnick raised his hand. "Enough, sir. We're here for a trial, not a lynching. Next outburst, and you're gone." The man looked like he was about to spit, but instead took a seat next to his wife with ear-length blonde hair, who wiped her nose with a handkerchief. He placed a comforting arm around her, his eyes piercing Kinnick. Kinnick spoke loudly so even the people outside could hear his voice. "You all agreed to a dual trial for the Marines and the Bigs. They will be judged by a jury of their peers, and I will preside over the decision. Is this clear?" People nodded their heads. Kinnick gave Hunter a single nod. "Bring them out." In less than 30 seconds, Hunter brought Martin and Randy Biggs out and sat them at another table on the other side of the room from the convicted Marines. The left side of Martin's face was different shades of black, purple, and yellow. Randy was slumped over in his chair, already defeated. He dipped his shaved head and stared at the floor. "We'll start with the murder charges brought against Sergeant Volk and Private Whitehead. We will begin by hearing Sergeant Volk's story. You may stand." Volk stood in his spot. He lifted his chin a bit and stared unafraid at the townspeople gathered against him. He sneered a bit. "At approximately 03:30, Private Whitehead and myself began our nightly curfew patrol. As we all know, a curfew was put into effect after the assassination of USMC Private Gore. At approximately 04:15, we came across 2 civilians near the docks. They were in clear violation of said curfew." He turned toward Kinnick now. "We had strict orders to treat all civilians out after curfew as immediate threats." He turned back to the assemblage with a tight-lipped smile. "However, since they were a couple of kids, we decided that we should just scare them a bit and send them on their way." He shuffled his feet. "I asked the older of the 2 what they were doing out after curfew. He gave me some sort of bullshit about checking fishing lines. I told him to get lost, and he responded by telling me to fuck off. I'll admit I took a swing at him and knocked him down. I mean, come on, we could have executed him for violation of curfew, for Christ's sake." "You did!" shouted a lady. Kinnick pointed at her. "We'll have order or nothing." The lady plopped back down in her chair and clamped her mouth shut. "That's when the other civilian took a lunge at us. It took me a second, but he had a knife in one hand. We were so close he could have killed one of us. I shouted 'knife,' and I struck him with the butt of the gun. He went down hard." Kinnick jotted some notes. "Knife? How will we know if he's telling the truth?" "When I yelled to stay down, he tried to stand up, so I hit him again. Maybe a few more times, but we were dealing with a deadly situation. I guess he hit his head pretty hard." "How many times did you strike the civilian?" Kinnick asked. "Once or twice." Kinnick had watched the man as he spoke. His eyes drifted a fraction when he said the word twice. Kinnick's mouth tightened. "Which was it, once or twice?" Volk gulped. "Twice, sir." The townspeople probably didn't notice, but Kinnick did. There was more to his story, or he was being deceptive, or both. Kinnick also knew that a hit to the skull with the butt of a rifle could kill someone, but for that matter, so could falling. "And he had a knife?" "That's correct." Kinnick jotted some notes. "Whitehead, you may stand." Whitehead was nervous. He was young and had a healthy fear of punishment. His eyes peered down at the floor. "You may speak, Private Whitehead." "It's as Volk said. We were on curfew patrol around the dock when we saw the 2 civilians. When we asked them to go back to their homes, the older one took a swing at us. It was an accident. We weren't trying to hurt anyone, just scare them." "What was an accident?" Whitehead kept his eyes downward. "His death. Volk was only trying to scare him." "Did Volk tell you that?" "Well, yeah." "What exactly did he say?" Whitehead glanced at Volk. Volk's eyes were hard. Kinnick was stern. "Your commanding officer asked you a question, Marine." Whitehead stared back down at the floor. "He said if you weren't going to do anything about Gore, maybe we should put some fear into these rednecks." Cries went through the crowd. They whispered to one another in hushed tones. Kinnick clenched his jaw. I wasn't trying to put fear into them. I was trying to recruit them to fight with us. We was only trying to scare them, rough them up a bit, let them know we meant business. We're Marines, sir. Whitehead, did you see a knife? Whitehead's eyes dipped even lower. Yeah. What kind of knife was it? A black folding knife? Kinnick turned to Hunter. Do we have the knife? Hunter shook his head. We do not. Kinnick turned back to Whitehead. Where did the knife go? I don't know. Fell in the water, I suppose. Kinnick sighed. He circled knife on the paper. If they had no knife, it was hard to prove that they had any just cause to assault the young men. Now, Whitehead, was there a knife? I don't understand. Whitehead looked to Volk. A confused look settled upon his face. Volk said there was a knife. Kinnick squeezed his eyes closed for a moment. No knife. Volk, what have you done? So Volk said there was a knife, but you didn't see the knife. Well, yeah, he yelled knife, and we took quick action. I only assumed. The kid had a knife, Volk piped up. He crossed his arms over his chest. I saw it. Where's the knife? No idea. Bet you one of them took it off his body or it fell through the cracks of the dock. But he had one. Kinnick gave Whitehead a short gesture with his hand. Whitehead, you may sit. Next we'll hear from Doug. Kinnick scanned the seated people. Where's Doug? The teenage boy stood up hesitantly. His mother leaned in and whispered something to him. He nodded a swollen, battered face. The left side of his face was the shade of the sky at dusk. His lower lip stuck out, a fat earthworm twice as big as the upper lip. He was skinny, but taller than average, as if he had just started his pubescent growth spurt. He walked down the aisle, his shoulders slightly hunched. He stopped near Kinnick. Kinnick pointed to a nearby chair. Go on and tell us what happened. The boy gripped his hands in front of his body. Well, me and Andrew, we was checking the trot lines like we do every morning. You see, we let out a bunch of trot lines out from the docks every night, and before dawn we check them to see if we got anything. Usually bring about 3 or 4 catfish every morning. He glanced at Kinnick for approval. Kinnick nodded. Go on. Well, we was almost done. Had a real good catch, too. 2 good-sized catfish. Had to have been 25 to 30 pounds each when those 2 over there came up on us. Doug pointed at Volk and Whitehead. You know Andrew was funny. He always was making jokes. Sometimes they was mean, but that's just how he was. A jokester. What was Andrew joking about? Doug's eyes danced nervously about the people. He glanced at his parents and dipped his eyes in adolescent shame. Doug, you can tell us what he said. You aren't in trouble. Doug looked away. He was talking about Cat Mulligan. What about her? Doug frowned. Andrew liked her. He was talking all big about having sex and stuff with her. About how they did it in his car. The crowd murmured to one another, and eyes drifted to only who Kinnick could assume was Cat Mulligan's father. Blood rushed to his face, and it turned red. It's okay. Was he joking about anything else? Doug's shoulders slumped, and his lip twitched to the side like he might break down and cry. Doug, please. This is serious. Answer the question. Doug gulped. He was talking big about fighting the monsters. Said he figured that Marine would be a monster now, and that he'd probably have to take him out too to keep the village safe. What else? That's when the Marines walked up on us. They asked us what we were doing. We told them we were checking lines like we do every day. That one called us little cunts, and then he punched me in the face. I fell down. That's when Andrew tried to stop them. Is that when Sergeant Volk hit Andrew? Yeah, he hit him with the butt of his gun in the face and it knocked Andrew down. Then he kept pounding his head with the butt. Doug's plump lip trembled. The sound was so bad, it was like a tree branch breaking, and his head was like mush. Doug took a deep breath, his chest shaking as he tried to control his emotions. Andrew's mother cried in her seat, hands on her face. Kinnick let the boy collect himself. He leaned a bit closer. What was Andrew doing when the Marines came up on you? He was untangling a trot line. Thank you, Doug. Doug bobbed his head and quickly stood. He took a few steps forward before Kinnick put his hand in the air. Doug, wait. The teenager stopped, and his shoulders sagged. Just one more question. Yeah? The teenager looked like he wanted to shrink away to nothing. How was Andrew untangling the trot line? Doug gave him a quizzical look, not understanding how Kinnick didn't know how to do this. He pulls the line in and checks each individual line for fish. If the lines get tangled, he cuts it and lets it go. What's he cut it with? His knife. Kinnick circled the crossed-out word on his paper again. Knife. Wait, Doug. Andrew had a knife on him? Yes, always does. What's the knife look like? About 5 inches, black. You're released. If we had the knife, this would be easier. Kinnick stood up. Mrs. Thomas, can you come up? The old woman with perfectly curled hair walked forward and sat in a chair near Kinnick. Her head went from person to person. She waved hello to a few people, loving the attention. Kinnick tapped his paper with a pen. Can you reiterate your story for everyone? She matter-of-factly nodded the affirmative. Yes, I can. I was getting ready to cook breakfast. I heard some shouting and looked out the window. I saw that man there. She pointed at Volk. He was hitting Andrew with his gun over and over until he stopped moving. Mrs. Thomas, where is your house in relation to the docks? Kinnick studied his notes. He jotted a long rectangle representing the dock. 4 doors down? Her chin rose up slightly as she spoke. And about how far would you say that is from where Andrew and Doug were standing? I don't know. About 40 yards. Mrs. Thomas, what kind of vision do you have? Her brow scrunched up and her eyes squinted. I wear glasses, she muttered. Where are your glasses today? She seemed taken aback. I didn't wear them. Why didn't you wear your glasses? 'Cause I only need them for reading. He drew a line from the house back to the docks with an arrow and jotted 40 next to it. He glanced up at her. Were you wearing your glasses that morning? No, I was not. Her mouth settled flat. Can you do me a favor? Can you turn your back to everyone? Her eyebrows shifted to their lowest point in offense, but did as he asked. Kinnick waved to Whitehead and Volk. Go to the edge of the restaurant. Hunter, Washington, all of you. Kinnick's men lined up against the wall of the restaurant. Before Mrs. Thomas turns around, does everyone agree that this is about 20 yards? A shorter distance than what Mrs. Thomas claims to live from the docks. People looked at one another, and heads nodded. Good. He turned to face Mrs. Thomas. Now, Mrs. Thomas, you may turn around. Mrs. Thomas spun around. She immediately squinted at the far wall filled with his men. I don't see why this is necessary, she said angrily. It is. I want you to pick out the 2 Marines you saw that day, the 2 that hit Doug and killed Andrew. She licked her lips. Let's see here. Her eyes scanned back and forth down the line of fighting men. I'll say... With hesitation, she lifted a hand and pointed at Boone. I'll say... Her hand drifted down the line. Him. He was the one I saw, and him. Her hand pointed to the end. Yep. Are you sure, Mrs. Thomas? This is important. Her chin rose even higher. Absolutely positive. Those selected, you may step forward. Duncan and Boone took a step forward. You selected 2 Marines that were not there. No, you tricked me. Those 2 men were there. They were not. Please have a seat, Mrs. Thomas. She shook her head no. I swear I saw them. The elderly woman walked back to her seat. Kinnick exhaled. It's enough of a finger-pointing match to call it, he thought, but the boy is still gone. Kinnick sat back in his chair and wrote, No credible witnesses uninvolved on his notepad and circled it. He cleared his throat, prepping himself to speak. Before we move forward, I believe it prudent to hear Biggs's story. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Give us justice!" Kinnick shook his head. "Now hold. These cases are related. Mr. Biggs, can you tell us your story?" Mr. Biggs shook his head in disgust and stood. "Not guilty," he said loud at the people. "I didn't do it, and I don't recognize your authority here nor the authority of this illegal court." Kinnick sighed. "Yet here we are. Are you saying your son is a liar?" Mr. Biggs glared at Kinnick. "I'm saying my son was confused. He didn't know what he was talking about. Listen, he ain't none too bright, and all your big words got him all scrambled like in the head." "So you did not shoot Private Gore 3 days ago?" Biggs pressed his lips together and nodded. "I did not." "You may sit. Randy, can you stand up?" Randy nodded and stood. He was about 16 years old, his frame thicker than average, with a shaved head and a snub nose. Acne spotted his face. "Randy, do you remember our conversation a few nights ago?" Randy nodded. "What did we talk about?" "I don't remember." "We talked about the shooting at the water tower." "I can't remember." "We talked about how you felt when my unit came to the town, about how your father made you accompany him to the water tower." Randy shook his head no. The packed restaurant grew restless. "You're leading him," said a man in the front row. Kinnick held up a hand. He pulled a bullet casing from his breast pocket. "We found this below the water tower. It's a casing for a .300 caliber Winchester Magnum Cobra AP bullet." He scooped up a baggie in his other hand. "Is Dr. Yentz here?" The doctor stood up, his eyes large behind his glasses. "I am." Kinnick waved the baggie. "Can you look at this?" The doctor walked forward and took the baggie in his hand. "Is this the bullet you removed from Private Gore?" "It is." "You notice anything different than normal?" "Well, I haven't treated many gunshot victims, but it seems different than a normal bullet." "How's that, doctor?" "The metal I found it in was steel." "Thank you." Kinnick took the bag back. "Hunter, what kind of bullets are .300 caliber Winchester Magnum Cobra APs?" "Cobra manufactures an armor-piercing round for rifles." "Is this bullet consistent with what you know of Cobra Magnums?" "Yes, it is. An armor-piercing round is usually designed with a steel or other hardened core, and with enough velocity, it will penetrate body armor. Of course, all of this is dependent on the weapon and the level of body armor. It's not unheard of to have regular rounds go through armor. But Gore's body armor looked like someone drilled a hole through it. To me, that indicates an armor-piercing round was used in the assassination." "And it matches the casing we found?" Hunter brought forward a scoped rifle. Kinnick held it up in Randy's direction. "Randy, do you recognize this gun?" "Yeah, it's my dad's." "What kind of ammunition does this shoot?" .300 caliber mags?" "There has to be a dozen guns just like it in town," Mr. Biggs said. "That's true, but how many people have the Cobra rounds?" Hunter brought a box of ammo and tossed it on the table. The rounds jiggled together in their case. The packaging had a coiled Cobra on the side. "We found those in your closet," Kinnick said. He pushed the ammunition. "Gun, ammo." Kinnick let his voice trail off. He turned back to Randy. The group was beginning to see the reality of the situation. Kinnick had the bad guy. He had the weapon. He had the placement. He only needed a motive. "Randy, have you ever heard your father speak badly about the government?" The young man's brow wrinkled as he thought. "Go on ahead." "Yeah." "Like what kind of stuff would he say?" Biggs stood up from his chair. "We do not recognize this court." "Enough, Mr. Biggs," Kinnick said sternly. He turned back to Randy. "You may continue. What does your dad say that he hasn't said already today?" Randy stared down at his hands. "He doesn't like the stuff Congress is doing. He thinks the federal government doesn't represent us. We didn't sign any contract with them." Kinnick pushed on the boy some more. What kind of contract? I don't always understand all of it, but we hold our own sovereignty that is given to us at birth. He looked out at everyone, and not getting the response he thought he would, peered down at his feet. I see. Did your dad like the president? Randy kind of laughed. No, he hated that guy. Nervous laughter sprinkled the crowd. Did you ever hear him say anything about the military? Yeah. He said you were the control arm of the government, and it was only a matter of time before the government used them against us. You guys showed up just like he said you would. Kinnick nodded. That's correct. We came to help. What about when my men and I arrived? Did he say anything about us? He talked a lot about how you were only here to collect food and taxes. You only wanted to take advantage of us, then leave us to get murdered by the monsters. Kinnick nodded. Have we done any of those things? Randy glanced around. I don't think so. I mean, you hurt Doug and killed Andrew. Kinnick paused. I see. Did he ever talk about hurting any of my men? I guess. I mean, kind of like, I'll take care of them. Not a crime, Mr. Biggs said. You are correct. It's not a crime to talk about something in passing. Kinnick stood and began to pace, hands clasped behind his back. Randy, have you ever been up to the water tower? Kinnick stopped close to the young man and stared. Well, yeah. We ain't supposed to, but sometimes we climb up there for fun. You can see really far. What can you see from up there? You know, across the river, houses, the school. Can you see the building we're in now? Can you see this restaurant? Sure. Kinnick turned his back and paced the other way. Your dad ever go up there? He looked over his shoulder when Randy didn't answer right away. Randy's legs started to bounce up and down. I suppose so. What about a few days ago? No, Randy muttered. Kinnick spun around. Randy, did you go up there a few days ago? Yeah. Randy rubbed his hands on his leg, forcing his leg to stop shaking. Kinnick cocked his head. But your dad didn't. I mean, he might have. Randy's eyes drifted back to his father. Well, was he there or not? Randy licked his lips. Yeah, we climbed up to the top. Why? Randy lifted his shoulder as he spoke. I don't know, to get a better view of the area. But not to shoot any of my men. Randy regarded his dad and then flicked his eyes back to Kinnick. No. Randy, do you like your dad? He kind of smiled. Of course. Kinnick paced forward. He ever hit you or your mom? Only when I was bad. He ever make you do something you didn't want to do? The young man cracked a small smile. Yeah, all the time. Did he ever make you do something you felt was wrong? Deep down you knew he was wrong, but you did it anyway because he's your dad? I don't know. Kinnick stood up straight and gave the townspeople a sweeping gesture. Randy, all these people are here to try and fix this problem. We just want the truth so we can make it go away. Wouldn't that be nice, Randy, to make this all go away? Kinnick got to within a few feet of Randy. Which one of you shot Private Gore? I... The boy stuttered and looked back at his dad. Biggs's lip curled. Don't answer that, son. The boy stared at Kinnick, watery tears filling his blinking eyes. Kinnick leaned even closer. Answer the man, said a man from the audience. Yeah, cried someone else. Kinnick held up his hand. Let the boy speak. He stood up tall again. Now, Randy, I know you're not a bad kid, and we all make mistakes sometimes. I get it. We came into town unannounced, and it seemed hostile. You thought you had to stand up for your rights, so you climbed up there and shot one of our men. I get it, Randy. I'm a patriot, too. I've been fighting for our country and our rights since I was your age. We're the same, really. You shut your goddamn mouth. You and him ain't nothing alike. Mr. Biggs, I was talking with Randy. You can wait your turn to speak. Mr. Biggs stood up. You don't make the rules here. This country was founded on rights, and all you've done is stomp all over them. Mr. Biggs, I'm going to ask you to sit down and let Randy speak. Kinnick turned toward Randy. Randy, no one thinks you're bad. But why did you shoot that Marine? This is very serious. He died as a result of that shooting. Randy's jaw dropped. But I didn't. His mouth gaped as he stared around the room. I swear it, I didn't do it. He shook his head, begging for someone to believe him. Mr. Biggs shook with rage. Quit hammering the poor kid. He didn't do nothing wrong. I did it, and I'd do it again. You pieces of shit only ever take. You never give. All you do is lie and tax the shit out of us. Electricity goes out, and a few months later, after we've been doing just fine on our own, a boatload of you guys show up and want to help. Probably here to see how much we have so they can take it from us like the criminals you are. I don't recognize your authority here. I only recognize my sovereign rights as a citizen. Your laws do not apply here. Kinnick sighed and nodded his head. Martin, you can sit down now. Confession. Kinnick moved back to his table. This is an ugly situation, no doubt about that. Not much good has come since we've been here. You've heard everyone's testimonies. I've heard them. I want people to feel like there is justice done here, so I will leave their fates in your hands. Will you hang Volk for murder? Will you hang Martin Biggs for murder? What will you do, people of Warden? The restaurant erupted in shouts. Volk's mouth was tight like he wanted to spit. Fuck you, Colonel. You can't do this to us. It was an accident. It was a fucking accident, and now I have to answer to the likes of them? He pointed out at the people. You saw what they did to Gore? People pointed and shouted. Hunter rested his hand on his sidearm, ready to go hot if things went south. The shouting reached an apex, and Kinnick could stand it no longer. People, please, listen. Slowly they calmed and took their seats. I will admit this has been a disaster. One of my men killed a young person of your community. He did so out of frustration for the loss of his own brother in arms, but he seems sincere when he says it was an accident. We also have Martin Biggs, a man who has admitted to murdering one of my Marines in cold blood. Can we come together and say that enough death is enough? Can we recognize that there is a greater threat and we have to stick together or perish? Let these men live and let us fight the greater evil, the dead. The people eyed one another. Some nodded. They had all seen the dead or the monsters. Others shook their heads no. Too much injustice had been done. Kinnick dipped his chin and folded his hands behind his back. I'll give you until tomorrow to make a decision. Everyone's dismissed. Mauser, southeastern Iowa. Mauser's boots crushed dead grass beneath them as he circled a pickup on foot. It was so riddled with bullets it was almost unrecognizable. Fuel leaked out from the truck, puddling underneath. Blood ran out the bottom of the doors and dripped onto the ground below in a tiny crimson stream. The dark blood of the bodies refused to blend with the oily fuel. He held his scar downward. Mauser peered through the shattered window. 4 remains were in the cabin. He reached in, grabbing the sleeve of one. He jerked the man, or what he thought was a man, his eyes trying to decipher the gore-stained patch. Some sort of mechanical gear. He let the man slump back over onto the remains of his seatmate, no more than another pile of ravaged, uncooked meat and bone. Bullet holes covered the bodies like a sickening plague. Blood seeped from every single hole. Jackson had let one of his .50 caliber turrets open up on the unsuspecting pickup from less than 20 yards away. He glanced over at the Humvee responsible. Langston, you sure there were more? Yes, sir, at least 2 other trucks that got away. Mauser turned back to the pickup. He moved closer, ignoring the puddle of bodily fluids gathering nearby. He leaned over into the truck bed. 3 large packs sat in the back. He picked one up and turned it upright. He dug his hand around inside, expecting food and water, or at least bullets. His hand wrapped around a plastic-enclosed rectangular block. He pulled it out and felt its weight. C4 explosives. He tossed it back down into the truck bed and marched back to his squad's Humvee. He yelled at his firing team as he passed. "Find out where they went." "Yes, sir," said Bankston. He jumped into the Humvee, and they headed north down the bumpy road. Mauser hopped inside his Humvee. Specialist Brown sat in the driver's seat. "Get me back to Jackson's command," Mauser ordered. 10 minutes later, Mauser nodded to two soldiers in front of a red-brick two-story building with a white door in Montrose. It was about 11 miles from where Jackson's command had crossed the Mississippi, unimpeded by the dead or Steele's group. He ran up some wooden steps to the top-floor apartment. He banged on a white metal door. "Come in," came Jackson's voice. Mauser swung open the door and walked in. Jackson sat at a white card table. His coat was unbuttoned, and his bald head glinted on the side facing the window. Lieutenant Colonel Davis stood nearby, arms folded across his body, and Major Ludlow glanced up at Mauser with his bug eyes. Jackson grinned when he saw Mauser. "The noose continues to tighten on our mutual acquaintance and his rabble of misfits." Mauser glanced away in irritation at the mention of Steele. "The men we shot on the road appear to be a part of his group. The back of their pickup was filled with explosives." Ludlow's eyes grew even larger. "Vehicle-borne IEDs? It feels like Iraq out there." "It wasn't rigged to anything, but they were planning something," Mauser said. "If I was a betting man, I would say they were coming down here to blow the bridge over Keokuk." Jackson shook his head with a smile. "That boy's clever, but not quick enough. Tomorrow I want our entire unit on the move straight north. That's where they were coming from?" "That's correct. I sent Sergeant Bankston's fire team north to see what they could find. Can't be far now." Davis spoke. "Based off where they were last seen, I'd say somewhere south of Burlington." He pointed a long arm down at the map on the card table. "They couldn't have gotten far from where they evaded us on the river without transportation." Jackson smiled, a skeleton face grinning. "Which means our little renegade boy is near the end of his rope. Wonder if he'll do the hangman's jig like the rest of his friends. Maybe I'll give him a choice. A firing squad?" Ludlow smirked. "Waste of bullets, if you ask me." Jackson tilted his head to the side, considering Ludlow's comment. His lips pursed in consideration. "We could line up a bunch of them and see how far a .50 caliber bullet goes through them." "An interesting experiment. Now I'm intrigued." Jackson nodded. "You and me both." Mauser looked at his boots, then lifted his chin and stared back at Jackson. "Sir, if I may speak freely." Jackson turned his way, lifting his non-existent eyebrows. "You may?" Mauser moved closer to the table. "Steele's not stupid. Wouldn't we be better suited using some flanking maneuvers to gain an advantage? I don't think charging up the road is the best idea." "Would you look at this guy?" Jackson chuckled, prompting the other two officers to laugh. "They have no place to run. They're tired, unorganized, and beaten. I'm done chasing that traitorous bastard. His continued living is boring me. Tomorrow it ends, swiftly and decisively." Mauser gulped. He knew at least a few people in that camp. "Like Kevin, one less now." He blinked the thought away. "They made their choice, and you've made yours." Mauser's radio kicked off. "Mauser, Bankston here." Mauser ducked his head and walked to the edge of the room. "Report. Sir, we've come upon a substantial body of people. Infected? No, sir. Big farm. I'm thinking up over 1,000. Over." Mauser licked his lips. "It's got to be him." He clicked on his radio. "Good work, Sergeant. Come on back." "Copy that." The radio crackled and went dead. Mauser walked back over to the table. Jackson's eyes were expectant. "Bankston's got eyes on a big farm with a ton of people on it." "Perfect. The entirety of command will be moving north for battle tomorrow early." "Sir?" "What, Mauser?" Jackson's irritation could quickly turn sour. "You're not going soft on me, are you?" "No, sir." "That's my boy." His eyes went back to the table. "Our flanking maneuvers worked well against Steele's force. May I suggest continuing those?" Jackson hit the table with a fist, his maps jumping in response. "Jesus! You're afraid of this guy, aren't you? This pissant piece of shit pretender." No, sir, but I know him. He's not stupid. He knows you're coming. I wouldn't expect him to roll over. Jackson blew air through his nose, calming himself. Neither do I. I expect him to bend over and take it like a man. The officers laughed at his crude joke. Mauser cracked a weak smile. Jackson shook his head at Mauser. You used to have a lot better sense of humor, you know that? I do. Do I have permission to flank Steele's forces? Jackson shook his head in astonishment. Yes, since you are so worried about these bandits, you can lead a platoon around the flank when we engage. But if we tear them up with HE rounds and the mortars before you get in the fight, don't blame me for you missing out on the action. Mauser nodded. I will not. Thank you, sir. You may take your leave, Jackson said firmly. He shooed Mauser away. Mauser turned and left. He jogged down the wooden steps. Dual sets of Humvees were blocking each street, forming a short cross-intersection for Jackson's command. Mauser's squad had commandeered a 2-story metal-sided green and white house across from Jackson's. Mauser opened the door. 4 soldiers sat around a light brown wooden kitchen table playing cards. Another lounged on the couch with an old CD player. He nodded his head slowly to the beat. Sergeant Yates slammed down his cards. Full house, boys. Read 'em and weep. Fuck, cursed Vaughn. He tossed his cards onto the table. I had 10s and 7s, 2 fucking pairs. He picked up a beer and slugged the rest of the contents back. Sir, this is bullshit. What am I supposed to eat tonight? Brown complained. Not my problem, soldier. You're resourceful. Go find something. I'm sure one of the survivors around here hoarded something. Brown shook his head. This sucks. Brown stood up and walked to the door. Find some booze, called Lowe from the couch. And pussy, Jarvis said at him. Like any chick is gonna want to get with you with all those little fucking fingers around your neck. Jarvis's brow furrowed and his hand lifted up the necklace. This shows my warrior prowess. When they take one look at your little pecker, they're gonna want one of those, Campos said. The black-haired tan man with the round face grinned. Jump in some of that thick Midwestern ass. Lowe removed one of his earpieces. Like those farm girls outside of Houghton or Huffman or whatever that tiny shit town was called. Or how about Ash? Brown laughed and gave Lowe a look of disgust. Dog, come on. You can't be messing with Jackson's peace. I mean, Lowe cut himself off. Brown shook his head at him. I'll be back, you horn dogs. Don't come back without any chicks, Vaughn yelled at the man. Brown snatched up his carbine and walked out the door. Yates, can I talk to you? Mauser said. Yates gave him a big smile and collected his winnings of food and batteries with wide forearms. Well, I ain't playing anymore. Don't want to give these peckerheads a chance to win their shit back. He stood up and walked closer to Mauser. Bangston's crew chewed up a pickup of Steele's men on the road. They had a buttload of explosives. Jerk-offs don't give up, do they? Mauser sighed. No. The colonel wants everyone ready for tomorrow morning. They're camped about 9 miles north. He wants this done tomorrow. Thank fucking God. He wants to move right in for an attack. I don't like it. Steele's not stupid. He wouldn't just wait out in the middle of nowhere to get chewed up by our machine guns. Yates snorted. That's about all he's done so far. Yates wasn't wrong. Jackson had pummeled Steele's forces their entire way across Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois, even when his units had used deception and tried to spread out. Jackson rounded them up, too. Jackson was a master tactician and always seemed a step ahead of Steele in this cat-and-mouse game. He always knew where Steele was running to, probably even before Steele did. A couple of squads are going to circle around and hit their flank. Maybe we can end it early, Mauser said. He stared Yates in the eyes. There wasn't much feeling inside his orbs, only a ferocity tempered by what he'd seen. The man had seen too much, and survival wasn't a huge priority. The boys will be ready. Mauser nodded. They always are. Mauser went into a back bedroom he had claimed. He set his scar down in the corner next to the queen-sized bed. It had been left untouched by whoever had lived there before. He sat down on the edge of the bed. He massaged his temples. The chatter of laughter and revelry resounded in the next room as the soldiers continued to drink. He stripped off his ACU jacket and threw it on a rocking chair. He looked down at his tan boots. They were tainted with mud and grime, making them almost permanently brown. His heart pounded in his chest. He took his Beretta out. The bed bounced a bit as he set it next to him. What am I doing? How did we get here? He glanced at the Beretta. The black handgun rested there, only as deadly as he would make it. He picked it up, feeling the weight in his hand. He held it open-palmed, staring at it as if it held all the answers. He gripped it and pointed at himself in the dresser mirror. He peered over the sights at the man pointing the gun at him. A gaunt, bearded man stared back, and his eyes held little life. Who are you? He set the gun back down. It had been easy to ignore the things that had been done in the name of survival. It came first, driving all other ideas away. Then there were the things that were done, things that went beyond that, things that men did because they held the power and had nothing to check their base instincts. The 2 farm girls in Holton. Private Lowe couldn't even get the name of the town correct. He wasn't the only man to blame for what happened, but no man had taken a stand against it, so it happened, and nobody seemed to care. After all, there were so many worse things out there, namely the dead. Then there were the people they had killed as insurgents. Nobody had given it much of a thought. After all, they had the green light from Jackson. It was us or the other, and the other never got picked over us. The insurgent looked guilty and sounded guilty, but nobody even bothered to verify where he'd gotten the stash of military guns. More bodies in the ground, and nobody even asked the question. Mauser glanced back up at the man in the mirror. A dead man reflected back at him. I'm not me. He took both hands and held his head, rubbing his fingertips into his temples, trying to quiet the voices that screamed at him for the decisions he'd made. His hand found his M9 Beretta, and he gripped it tight. In a fluid motion, he pointed it at the side of his head. The muzzle touched the hair of his temple. Just do it, you pussy. One quick squeeze and you will be released from this hell. He watched himself in the mirror as if it were someone else. He felt so far away from that man sitting there, so distant and detached from this reality. The man had the same face as Mauser, but he didn't know the imposter who sat in his place. He dropped his hand and tossed the gun onto the bed. Jesus. He shook his head. Not worth the bullet. There are still things to fight for. He just didn't know what they were anymore. The Pastor. Sauk and Fox Hills, Iowa. The wall of tan sandbags was only about waist high. The bag wall stretched for 40 yards between 2 low-lying hills, divided by a 2-lane gravel-based road. The heavy sandbags were stacked 6 deep. Red oak, white oak, and hickory dominated the landscape, preventing easy circumvention of the road over land. It would act as a funnel or bottleneck for Jackson's forces, or that was at least what Steele had told them. The pastor stood tall behind his chosen people, watching the road ahead. His followers sat with their backs against the sandbags, cradling guns between their legs. Others rested their guns on top of the wall. The pastor turned and looked behind him. His eyes ran along the field that stretched on either side of the road and disappeared into the trees and another hill. The hill was taller than the 2 flanking the pastor's line. Steele and the rest of his men waited in the trees like natives. His former enemy had personally requested the pastor to stand with him in the back, but he would not stand to the side when God's battle was to the front. He was a shepherd, and he would not abandon his flock in their time of greatest need. He grasped his hands behind his back and patrolled down his line. He could feel his shadow Peter behind him. Peter wasn't the same man he'd been before his captivity at Little Sable Point. He was still loyal, but broken. The man couldn't make eye contact with Steele. Pastor, you shouldn't be so exposed, Peter said behind him. The pastor glanced at him from his side. Peter clutched his AK-47 tightly in his hands. Nonsense. God giveth and he taketh. If it's my time, then it's my time. No need to beat around the bush. If he wants me, he will take me whether or not I hide. Peter's voice dipped. Yes, Father, but you are our shepherd and our leader. Your flock will be lost without you. The pastor stopped, considering the man for a moment. Will you? Peter stuttered, his eyes widening. Why, of course. The pastor smiled. Have faith in the Lord, and you shall not fear. Do not put your faith in me, for I will leave you wanting. Lord, give us the strength to fight in your name. Let us not all fall here today. He continued walking. He passed Brother Adam. The former nursing assistant held a double-barreled shotgun. It did not have a great firing range. The bald man nodded, but his eyes were afraid. Gather strength from the Lord, the pastor said to him. The goateed man swallowed, nodding feverishly. The pastor continued. Brother Luke held his AK-47. His long black hair hung limp around his shoulders. He wiped the dirty hair back over his ear and gave the pastor a wicked grin. When do you think the dirty Philistines will arrive? Soon, my child. But they are the Romans, and we are the tribes of Israel. God will take pleasure in the slaughter. He licked his lips. Our slaughter. Stay vigilant, for God is with us. God wills it, Luke said loud. God wills it, the pastor responded. The pastor continued on, speaking and praying with his followers. He knelt with a group for 10 minutes, leading them in prayer. He blessed men and women and absolved them of their sins. He assured them that heaven awaited their obedient souls. Even with the fear of battle, they did not fear death. He stopped and bent down near a teenage boy, maybe 15 years old, but no older. His curly brown hair was matted and snarled. His face and clothes were covered in dirt. What is your name, son? Alec, father. He clutched his gun like a football. Fear not the pain of death, Alec, for an eternity of life awaits you in Christ's kingdom of heaven. Be not afraid, for God is with us. We are like David before the Philistine giant Goliath. Faith steadies our hands and fills our hearts with courage against the might of a great enemy. And no enemy shall prevail in the face of God's faithful. The boy blinked and gulped. He visibly calm before the pastor. Yes, father. The pastor lifted his eyes to the sky. Dear God, bless your holy soldier. This boy Alec was the heart of the lion David. Bless this warrior of God, and give him the power to punish those that would do us harm. The pastor bent down and squeezed the boy's shoulder. You will fight like David did against Goliath. Remember his story. A boy no older than yourself defeated the mightiest warrior of all the Philistines. The rumbling of an engine quaked in the distance, the loudest sound for miles defiling the bucolic back road. The pastor turned his head, facing its direction. He stretched his neck and forcibly straightened his back. Prepare yourself, boy. The pastor clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes were not what they once were, but he could see the dust cloud and the shadowy tan vehicles emerging in the distance. Single gunshots rang out. The .50 caliber machine gun rippled into the surrounding trees. That would be the Little Sable Point shooters kicking off the battle. One of the 50s went silent. He couldn't see if the soldier had been shot, but he assumed the devils of Little Sable were doing their dastardly long-range work. Even as he watched, he knew that they retreated through the timber toward the hills on either side of the pastor's line. Soon their day of judgment would be upon them, and all the heavens would rejoice with the songs of angels. After a stop-and-go, absorbing long minutes, the tan trucks grew larger. He started to be able to make out that they were the standard military Humvee. A helmeted soldier's head and shoulders stuck out from the top. The pastor released his hammer from his belt, gripping the worn shaft and thrusting it into the air. Pastor, they're closing in, Peter hissed. He crouched behind the sandbag wall. The pastor let his voice command the choirs of angels. It was loud and clear and held no fear of death. Fear not, God's chosen people, for heaven awaits all who stand before the wrath of Legion. More tan vehicles lined up. He knew guns were pointed their way, but held his place. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, but I fear no evil. He waved his hammer at Colonel Jackson's soldiers. The rusted carpenter's tool held in place over a military vehicle. He let his voice come out as a shout. They all must hear this. Captain Steele demands we hold for 3 minutes. His mouth formed into a snarl as he watched the soldiers drive forward, whipping up dust. I say, let's give him 10. He held his carpenter hammer up in the air, and Peter began shouting behind him. God wills it! God wills it!" the pastor shouted. His eyes went from brother to sister down the line of his people. "God wills it! Now send them back to hell!" He let his hammer fall to his side. At 400 yards, the Humvees opened up. Smoke exploded from their barrels. Fast, furious, and terrible do. Thunder clapped from turret guns. The 50 cal cut into his line. Peter dove to the ground. Sand spurted into the air as the bullets thudded into the layered sandbags. Brother Herman's head was too far above the bags, and it disappeared. His body collapsed onto the ground, and his neck squirted ruby-colored blood into a pool at the pastor's feet. "Fire! Fire!" the pastor screamed. He watched the enemy press closer. The enemy's bullets whizzed and whistled by him, but none could find him. "Father, please," Peter pleaded. "Take cover." He leaned onto the sandbags, and his AK-47 pounded out bullets into a Humvee. The sandbags stopped most of the bullets. The densely compacted sand was an effective means of protection as long as his people didn't expose themselves to the large-caliber rounds thundering their way. When they did, his men fell, missing arms, shoulders, and heads. Yet the line held. He walked down the line, the battle raging. Bullets were breaking through the bags. They could only maintain their integrity for so long. In some places, his men fell. He was brazen and unafraid. His body glowed with God's warmth. Leaden smoke engulfed his line like a morning fog. "Fire! Fire for the Lord!" Bullets winged and twanged and whizzed past him. He turned his face to the sky. "God is with me." Men were exiting the Humvees. Using their doors and timber as cover, they continued to rain hell upon the pastor's line. "Fight for our Lord!" he screamed. The ground erupted in the center of his line. Sandbags and his people flew in the air. He turned, watching his people writhe on the ground. Vince picked up his arm with his other hand. His unblinking eyes stared right at the pastor for a moment in shock. Bullets cut him in half, and his torso fell from his legs. Another bomb exploded the pastor's line. They were literally blowing his line into pieces. "Hold!" he called out. He waved his hammer in the air, thrusting it at the enemy, but he couldn't even hear himself over the roar of battle. The gunfire heightened, deafening him. In a slow-motion moment, the earth beneath him disappeared, and his body was engulfed in a weightlessness. His body was in flight, along with chunks of earth and debris. Minutes seemed to pass. The sky appeared above him, then his body crashed into the hard, cold field. The whole world rung in his ears. The clouds parted above him. He felt as if he were immersed in flames. His mouth barely moved. "Take me, O Lord. I am ready." The ringing in his ears turned into the glorious trumpets of the Lord. His voice came out in soft whispers. "The Lord has come. Deliver us from evil." He raised a bloody hand in the air. Red blood ran down his finger and onto the handle of his hammer, still gripped in his hand. "Your servant has come home." Peter's curly head shadowed over him. He was yelling something. The pastor felt himself being lifted like a child off the earth. Peter jostled him as he ran across the ground, trees bouncing around him, as his eyes dimmed. Steele, Black Hawk Hill, Iowa. Steele shifted to the other side of a tree for a better view. He squinted, trying to peer through the branches and trees of the forest. He placed his left hand on his chest, feeling both Thor's hammer and, below that, his counterterrorism badge beneath his shirt. He wore the necklace for his friend Jarl. He wore the badge out of some nostalgic superstition that he had grown used to over the years of being a counterterrorism agent. The cacophony of gunfire dominated the field in front of him, but closest to him, he could hear the shuffling of nervous men and women laying prone and hidden behind trees, rocks, and down logs. A quiet, anxious cough was emitted here and there. Then came the screams of the dying on the pastor's line. His followers were in the process of breaking. Craters appeared where once men in sandbags had been. Piece by piece, men and women sprinted for the forest surrounding Black Hawk Hill. It would be a dangerous 200 yards for them to run. He knew it when he had asked them to hold the line, but his plan would never work without drawing Jackson's men in. Without the chosen sacrifice, the battle would be a slaughter, and Steele's forces would be on the receiving end of it. The chosen ran down the gravel road that twisted right along Black Hawk Hill and cut through thick timber that made good white-tailed deer hunting this time of year. He glanced to his left. Gwen's contingent of Iowans were closer to the fighting, stretching down the sloping left flank. She knelt with her grandfather's shotgun in one hand. John leaned on a tree next to her, along with Sheriff Donaldson. Donaldson had a camouflaged hunting jacket over his brown sheriff's uniform. He pushed his brown cowboy hat up on his forehead. All the able-bodied men and women of Hacklebarney had turned out. Most held shotguns and hunting rifles. Steele even thought he saw a couple of compound hunting bows. Steele didn't know if it was the pride of not being left out, or if it was not backing down on their word, but they had come when called, covered in hunting camouflage and with a grim determination to fight. Steele's force was over half of the Sable Point volunteers. The rest of the volunteers were with Tess, hopefully still alive. Harvey, Trent, and Larry knelt closest to him, hidden in the trees. Every now and then Trent would place his optics up to his eye and stick his tongue out as he squinted with the other. "I could probably take a few shots from here," Trent said quietly. The goateed hunter glanced back at Steele. "Sit tight. They'll be on us quick enough." "What are they doing?" Frank asked softly. His black and gray beard jutted out as he watched the firefight with intensity. The Iron Drakes overlapped on the Steele's volunteers' right flank, stationed in the center of the line. They would be the linchpin in their defense, as the road curved deeper into the forest at this point. Frank peered out, pointing at the pastor's collapsing line. "I thought you told him to hold for 3 minutes. The idiot's been standing up for almost 8. "I did. Well, he's really selling it. He's going to kill himself and all his people." Pockets of people ran from his line. He could see the Chosen wavering. A series of concussive explosions shattered the rest of his line. They made a run for the trees. Bullets cut down the slowest, punching through their backs and out their fronts. Anyone still alive ran for cover. "Too many bodies are still there," Steele said to himself. The pastor's stand, while admirable, had chewed up his followers. Humvees gunned it for the broken line. It was as if they raced to see who could be the first through the breach. From a distance, the M2 50 caliber machine guns hammered out gunfire into the trees and the backs of the pastor's men alike. Steele clenched his jaw as 3 of the Chosen were shot from behind before they could make it into the relative safety of the forest. "Keep coming," Steele whispered as he watched the Chosen soldiers die. The farther into the trees they ran, the safer they became. The remainders of the pastor's men flooded and weaved through the trees up toward Steele's line. Peter's curly-haired head bobbed as he weaved through the trees, carrying a fallen man in his arms. The gray-haired man was limp in his arms. Steele was amazed at the speed in which the beefy man moved. Peter struggled up the hill and collapsed to his knees after passing through Steele's volunteers. His chest pushed up and down furiously, and he went on all fours, fighting for air. The pastor lay motionless, his clothes drenched in brown dust and bloody dirt. "Is he?" Steele asked. Peter closed his eyes. "No, he lives." Steele turned back to the enemy, racing his way. Humvees drove through holes in the sandbag line. Others drove up and over the collapsing wall. Sand exploded from the bags as Humvees whipped through the meager line. A single Humvee stopped. A soldier jumped out and fired his gun point blank into the back of a crawling man. They were already savoring the taste of victory. "Keep coming, you bastards. Keep coming." Steele blinked back the carnage, swallowing his anger. "Hold your fire," Steele said to those around him. He touched Larry's shoulder gently. "Pass it along. Turrets first." Larry bent near Nathan, and his men played telephone with his orders. Steele turned toward Frank. "It's about time you go back to your line. Turrets first." Frank slapped his Iron Drake's patch twice and jogged off at a crouch. The Iron Drakes had a bone to pick with Jackson, and Steele wanted them at the center, where the fighting promised to be the fiercest. He watched the men fade through the gray trees. Down on the Iron Drake's right flank, Steele could barely make out the ancient biker Warchild and his war machines. They were armed with AK-47s, M4s, and at least one Browning M2 50 caliber machine gun. Where they had acquired such firepower, Steele did not know. All were interspersed throughout the trees, weapons trained on the forest road. The road cut into the hilly timber near the lower portion of Black Hawk Hill, and if Jackson wanted to give chase, he had to lead his men into the forest. That's where Steele's forces waited. He watched the road with intense focus, knowing that threats hastened his way. The first Humvee slowed down before entering the forest. A bit of intuitive caution overrode the surge of bloodlust against a defeated enemy. The driver must have seen some of the men running through the trees ahead and sped up again. A second Humvee gunned it close to the first, tailgating behind. The turret gunner showered bullets into the trees, hoping for a random hit. It was followed by the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Humvees. Steele peered back at the sandbag line. More Humvees followed through in a column. Guns swiveled on turrets, searching for easy victims to annihilate with giant 50 caliber rounds. Steele peered at the smaller Sock and Fox Hills on either side of the sandbags. He wondered if the Red Stripes and Seven Sisters were ready for what was about to happen. One of the last Humvees passed the sandbag line, then came the oversized Macomb People Mover. The giant airport lounge bus with retrofitted steel plating over the windows bulldozed the gap and came to a halt. Camouflaged soldiers climbed down from the back, and they spread out, approaching the forest. They marched brazenly over the field, putting bullets into the fallen. A minute passed until the dismounted soldiers neared the forest edge. That was his cue. Steele touched Trent's shoulder. The first 10 Humvees were already past their portion of the line. Warchild will have fun with those. The goateed hunter glanced back at Steele. Steele nodded. Trent licked his lips and took aim through his scope. Soldiers on foot were entering the woods now, passing between trees like a line of deer hunters pushing deer in a fall hunt. In a few minutes, they were within 100 yards of Gwen's line. More Humvees passed his position. Steele's arm jabbed out with a knife hand in the direction of the enemy Humvees. "Unleash hell!" Trent's single bolt-action rifle sounded off with a crack. There was a momentary pause. The man in the turret seemed to stare straight at Steele, but it was too late for him. He jerked, and blood poured from his neck. He slumped onto his 50 caliber machine gun, head dipping forward. Gunfire thundered. Steele's line rained lead into the Humvees. Boom, pop, pop, crack, pop, pop, pop. All manner of gunfire erupted at once in a clamorous encore of battle. The soldiers in turrets unloaded bullets into the trees, not knowing where the shots came from, but that enemies were lurking nearby. There was nothing that massive amounts of bullets couldn't stop in their minds. Leaning against a thick oak, Steele put his affected arm against the tree and placed his M4 carbine to his left shoulder. It didn't feel right, but he ignored it and worked the trigger with his left hand. The recoil was worse than with two hands, but he was satisfied as a turret gunner directing fire against Gwen's line fell atop the weapon mount. Gun smoke began to blanket the forest in a thick white smog, the dense sulfur smell of gunpowder dominating the air. Steele ducked low and moved down the line. "Keep firing!" he screamed as he dodged between trees. Mauser, Black Hawk Hill, Iowa. The inside of the Humvee stunk like Jarvis's rotting fingers and unwashed men. Mauser was in the lead Humvee of 4, sitting on the edge of Black Hawk Hill in a fallow field. Gunfire vibrated the air from the other side of the hill, like a thunderstorm raging only a hilltop away. Mauser's radio had been buzzing with communications from the soldiers on the other side. "Sir, we're taking heavy fire!" The radio cut out. A man breathed into the microphone. "Spencer's down! Oh shit, he's fucked up!" Captain Ogden's voice came on the radio. "Keep throwing out smoke screens. 3rd platoon, provide support. 2nd platoon, push closer to the front." For the last few minutes, the radio chatter had gone from hooting and hollering about getting some to concern as the forward units took casualties and the resistance grew stiffer. It made Mauser's gut churn like waves beating an old dock. If he cared about living, he would be worried, but he had surrendered that part of himself a long time ago. He clicked the radio to the channel he had for his unit. He held the radio microphone to his mouth and depressed the side. "Yates, what do you think?" Yates sat in a Humvee directly behind him. Yates' voice came through the radio. "We should be up there already. Fuck Jackson. Our guys are getting crushed out there." "We're still waiting on the go-ahead from Jackson." Anger seethed in Yates' voice. "Copy." The radio clicked off. What Yates hated the most was losing men. It drove the man into a rage. Once the gunfire started coming from the hill, Mauser would have been up to the top, but Jackson was holding him to help wrangle any survivors instead of putting him in an overwatch position. The gunfire did not let up like a jackhammer on a busy street. Mauser tapped his hand on his Scar H nervously. Every few seconds, he would lean close to the dash and glance up the hill, trying to see the men on the top through the dying leaves and graying trees. "Sounds like a lot of 50s are going." Lowe raised a lip as he strained his eyes. "You think there's more of them up there?" Mauser scratched at his face. His beard itched terribly today. "I can't imagine there being that many insurgents, but it's possible they all clustered here." Jarvis leaned in the middle of the Humvee console. "Finally, We can put them all under at once and be done with it. He took a grenade off his vest. A couple of these should fix the cocksuckers up. How are you going to get your fingers, then? Lowe asked. A hurt expression crossed Jarvis's face. There'll be fingers left. I mean, on some of them. He pulled at his necklace, judging how much space remained. Always room for a few more. Mauser looked over his shoulder and snapped. Get that nasty thing out of my face. Jarvis sat back in his seat. Fine. You got no respect for the number of kills I got. Mauser shook his head and glimpsed worriedly up the hill again. We should be moving. Mauser, what's your status? Jackson's voice came through the radio. Mauser's eyes studied every inch of the hill, taking in the fall trees. Once the gunfire started, we moved up within range behind. He stopped reading and glanced at his map. Black Hawk Hill. He held the radio away from his ear and waited. Venom spit from Jackson's tongue. This fucking rebel thinks he set up a nice little ambush. It ain't gonna work, because you're about to ruin his day. Move up the hill and take them from behind. Mauser stared back up the hill. The dying forest could hold anything. Steele had made the mistake by not protecting his flank. It was Mauser's turn to exploit his weakness. We're on it, sir. Move your ass, soldier. We're counting on you to break this stalemate. Stalemate? Mauser tossed the microphone down and clicked on his radio attached to his vest. You heard the colonel. Let's move. He yelled at the soldiers in his Humvee. Doors slammed and his men converged near the edge of the hill. Yates jogged up, M4 across his chest, his team at his back. Campos held his M249 saw. Jarvis and Lowe joined them, checking the status of their weapons. Lowe threw a helmet atop his head haphazardly. Bankston's squad was the last to join. The gunfire grew fiercer now. The gunshots were becoming more furiously rapid. The battle had gotten closer together. Our men are in an ambush. They need us. Let's finish this for the Legion. On the double. Steele, Black Hawk Hill, Iowa. He hoped to God that Thunder and Tess, as well as Red Claire, had pinched the rear of Jackson's column. That was the only way it would work. They had to push all of Jackson's forces inside the kill zone, or they would leave too much to chance. He hid, standing behind a tree peering out. Smoke rose up from Sauk and Fox Hills. Thunder and Red Claire were in the fight. Whether or not they were winning was a different story. Just as he feared, the 50 caliber machine guns were tearing into his line. As the soldiers zeroed in on the enemy, the gunfire became more deadly. It was heavy, methodical, and louder than a SAW M249 banging a repetitive do, 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 do. Trees exploded and splintered, shooting wooden fragments into the air and his people. Volunteers ducked for cover, some to never stand again. Keep firing, he screamed. Turrets! Shoot the turrets! He had no idea if anyone heard him. An impenetrable white cloud filled the trees as soldiers threw M18 smoke grenades. Combined with the smoke from the guns, their ability to see was severely crippled. Smokescreen, he cursed. Fuck. No one could see anyone now. The enemy soldiers could move forward or backward with little impediment. More canisters were shot into the hills, and Steele ceased to see much of anything but the immediate trees around him. Bullets repeatedly exploded into the tree trunks, sending splinters of wood into the air. He ducked and moved closer to Frank's part of the line. Frank stood near a tree, letting rounds go off in bursts with his AK-47. Frank! Steele called at him. Frank gave him a snarl. Can't see shit, he yelled at the soldiers. Steele got closer. We have to move closer. Are you fucking crazy? We can't let them escape. He grabbed Frank's arm. This ends now. Frank gave him a crazed look. He barked aloud. Fuck it. He turned his head and called down his line. Iron Drakes, let's fuck some shit up. Move! He screamed. They stood, leaving their concealed positions. Frank gave him a sneer and sprinted down the hill for the Humvees. Steele turned back to his people. Sable, charge! Steele roared while running down the back of his line. Charge! Mauser, Black Hawk Hill, Iowa. Mauser's squads fanned out, and they began their trek up the back of the hill at a jog. Jarvis ran next to him, holding his M4 contact ready as he peered just over his optics. His finger necklace bounced on his chest as he moved. the fingers making an odd tapping noise atop his gear. On Mauser's other side was Campos with his M249, his cheeks puffed out in physical effort. The first 200 yards of the hill was a slight incline covered with tall, thin brown grass. The farther up the hill they moved, the steeper it became. Trees began to dot the hillside. Mauser's heart was in overdrive, and his adrenaline caused him to ignore the fatigue in his legs as they moved fast up the backside of the hill. He slowed down as his radio clicked. "Mauser!" "Sir?" Mauser's squads continued to move. He stopped, listening intently. "We're taking gunfire from the hills here." The voice grew faint as Jackson talked to somebody else with his microphone hot. "I don't give a shit. Pick up a gun and fight!" It grew louder again as he spoke to Mauser. "The bastards are charging down the hill. Get your men up that hill now." Mauser's men had drifted ahead of him. "Copy that, sir. We are Oscar Mike." "Hurry, goddammit! They think they can win." Mauser double-timed, jumping over logs and pushing his way through branches. If the battle wasn't raging on the other side of the hill, they would have easily been given away. Smoke tendrils curled down the hill. "Stay close, men. No blue falcons." Mauser half yelled at the others. The men naturally slowed as their vision diminished in the fog of battle. Mauser could make out Campos next to him, lining up the sights of his M249 saw through his 3.5 by 35 ACOG optic. Darker shapes formed in the hazy smoke. People were among the trees. Mauser took aim with his Scar H, his eye filling the scope, a man-shape zooming in. Campos opened up with his light machine gun in 6-round bursts with a high-speed dat-dat-dat-dat-dat-das. The M249's rate of fire was much higher than the 50 cals thundering on the other side of the hill. Mauser kept his breathing steady and depressed the trigger. His Scar banged. The extractor ejected a shell casing, flinging it into the air, and his target collapsed. The ghostly fog embraced them, and Mauser lost sight of Jarvis and Campos as they were consumed. He pressed forward, gun to his shoulder, both eyes wide and scanning the misty trees for enemies. Steel, Black Hawk Hill, Iowa. Bullets slammed into the trees behind Steele, cracking into the wood like an axe. He dove for the ground. Dying leaves and soft earth met him. Where are those coming from? He stooped his head and checked his 6 o'clock. A vertical line of bullet holes erupted into the oak where he had been standing. "They're behind us. They're flanking us." The thought had barely flickered in his mind before he rolled to his side. Shadows advanced from the back of the hill. They dodged from tree to tree. "Volunteers behind us!" Harvey turned around only to be struck by a bullet just below his eye. He twisted his head to the side and buckled onto the forest floor. Steele fired into a form charging for him, and the person fell to the ground unmoving. Using his other arm as support, he transitioned from target to target. He scanned the area, trying to find friend or foe. The Sable Point volunteers were mostly gone. Only Harvey's dead body, leaking brain and blood into the soil, was left. Steele stood cautiously. Ashen smoke enveloped the trees, an out-of-place autumn morning fog. Gunfire rippled in the background, a dozen thunderstorms converging at once. A murky form morphed into a man ahead of him. A predator of men, his rifle was trained on Steele. The form stalked ahead. Reddish hair emerged behind the sights. Steele's heart pounded in his chest, and his breath became shallow as the man took step after step, closing the distance. "Steele," the man-shape uttered. Steele's hand drifted to his holstered Beretta. "You'll never beat his trigger with your gun holstered, but it's better to go down with weapon in hand than defenseless on your knees." "Not so fast, buddy," Mauser said. He squinted over his sights. He took a step closer and hovered only a few feet away, staring at Steele as if he didn't believe it was really him. Steele started to sidestep in a circle slowly, never backward, step offline or take the initiative. The gun in his face took any initiative. The two men circled around each other. "Never thought I'd see your traitor ass again," Steele said. He took another step, forcing Mauser to keep rotating. "Me a traitor? You need to take a look around you, bro. We're what's left of the military, and you're up here with a bunch of armed criminals." "Jackson's a madman," Steele yelled. His heart pounded in his chest, echoing in his ears. "He's trying to murder us, and for what?" His left hand felt heavy on the handle of his Beretta, as if it had never been there before. Mauser's brow furrowed. "'Cause you murdered our men." "Our? What about what you did to Gwen?" Pain filled Mauser's eyes, and his eyebrows lightened up. The earth exploded 40 yards away. Steele dove into the earth, and Mauser was taken off his feet from the shockwave. He tumbled onto the leaf-covered forest floor. Steele blinked and wiped dirt out of his eyes. Trees cracked and toppled over near where the mortar round hit. Mauser rolled off his back, using his arms to push himself onto all fours. Steele pushed himself off the ground. He stumbled upright, his hand finding the handle of his handgun. Mauser scrambled onto his feet. His hand rested on his sidearm. They both were ready to draw, waiting to make a move. "Left-handed now?" Mauser said. "Took a round through the right. Hand ain't been right since." Mauser crossed his feet as he moved laterally. "Ha! You couldn't even keep up with me with your strong hand, let alone your offhand." "Don't matter." "Yes, it does. He's fast off the draw. Maybe with my right hand, but not the left. I know it. He knows it. Just not enough time to train it up to speed." They circled each other. It was more of a wolf circling the family dog. Mauser had every advantage. Steele's crippled arm, healing leg, and offhand draw all stacked up against him. The gunfire blurted out behind them. Shouts, dying cries. They locked eyes, Steele's harsh blue with Mauser's thundercloud gray. "Make your move, Kemosabe," Mauser taunted. He sneered like he knew an evil secret. "It will all be over soon enough. I wish it hadn't come to this." His finger itched for the trigger. Mauser's finger taunted him, tapping the handle of his gun. "You are my brother," he said softly. "Were. How quick are your fast-twitch muscles? How many reps have you put down range? How many times have you practiced getting the gun out of the holster and presented it to your enemy? How many times have you set your sights to shave time off your firing time?" Every question was a check plus in Mauser's favor. He simply was going to win the shot. "If I dive to the ground, maybe I can throw him off long enough to get a shot off." Once the firing started, it wouldn't stop until one of them ceased breathing. Steele went into autopilot. He stopped thinking and went through the motions of what he had done thousands of times, almost all with his other hand. It wasn't that the mechanics were different, but have you ever written with your offhand? It was just different. Clumsy and awkward at the same time. Still, practiced and deadly. He ripped his M9A1 9mm Beretta from his holster. He couldn't hear the gunmetal sliding over the hard plastic holster. He pulled the gun up and toward his face. The gun reached his chin. Fire burst from Mauser's gun. The close gunshots made his adrenaline spike off the charts. Steele punched out his gun, responding with sluggish bangs. Mauser flinched. His firearm wavered in his hand. Steele gazed over his sights. Mauser's gun lowered. He took a hand off his gun and pressed it to the center of his chest. He turned his hand upright and smeared the red liquid between his fingers. He looked back up at Steele and gave him a little smile. He dropped to his knees, his backside resting on his boots. Steele ran for him. Mauser tipped to the side and rolled onto his back. Steele jumped down next to him, dropping his gun. He grasped Mauser's hand tight, and it felt like he wrapped his hand around iron. The blood stuck between their palms, suctioning them together. Mauser grimaced, his face in pain. "Got me pretty good, didn't you? With your weak hand, too." "Not weak, just not as strong." Mauser gave Steele a faint smile, his teeth stained red. "You're stronger than you look." Steele let his chin dip to his chest for a moment, collecting himself. "How did this happen?" Mauser half laughed, and it turned into a fit of coughing. "No idea, buddy." Steele stared out through the gun fog. More shapes stirred in the trees. Random gunfire rang out. "I just shot down my best friend." "Hold on," Steele said. He pushed onto the bleeding hole in Mauser's chest. Mauser struggled to get enough oxygen with the added pressure. "We'll get you help." Blood pumped out from under Steele's hand. "Help!" Steele called out. He frantically looked around. Only trees, fog, and gunfire answered him. Mauser's voice came out soft, and he sounded like a totally different man. He had always had a booming voice filled with vigor and life. "Mark." Steele stared back at him. "Yeah, buddy." The crow's feet around Mauser's eyes deepened. "Sorry about Gwen. I never wanted to hurt either of you." Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He stopped moving, and his hand stayed gripped in Steele's, firm and uncompromising. Steele blinked a few times, unable to accept that his best friend was gone. "I did this. Your watch has ended, but you will not be forgotten, Benjamin Mauser." Steele ripped his badge off his chain and placed it over Mauser's head, letting it rest on his chest. Leaves crunched behind him as he sat back. He wrung his hands in front of him. He wiped his face, feeling the sticky blood streak across his bearded cheek. Seconds, perforated by gunfire and yells of victory, passed into history. He suffocated in gun smoke and drowned in the blood. The body of his best friend turned enemy lay next to him, pale and unmoving. The outlines amidst the trees grew closer as if they were hunting him. He could see the guns level in his direction. 3 men grew close and stood with their guns pointed at him. "Mark!" came a woman's voice. She ran for him and crashed down onto her knees beside him. Gwen cupped his cheeks in her hands. "Are you okay? What happened?" she said hurriedly, reading his eyes for answers. He looked over at Mauser's body. "Ben," was all he could muster. She glanced over at the still body. "Oh my God, Ben." She crawled over to where he laid. She put 2 fingers on his neck. Mauser was the palest shade of pink. After a moment, she glanced back at Steele. Angry tears filled her eyes. "He's dead." "I know." She crawled back to Steele. Tears streamed down her face. Beebe, Gerald Newbold, and Sheriff Donaldson peered down at them. Frank topped the hill, a big grin on his face. He raised his AK-47 up in the air. Larry hobbled up the hill with an arm wrapped around Trent. His people emerged from the fog of battle. He couldn't understand what had happened. He turned back to Gwen, his face pleading for an answer. Her tear-filled eyes softened, and she tried to wipe the grime on Steele's face with her hand. With a regard for Mauser, she sniffed back her tears and looked Steele in the eyes. "We won," she cried and laughed at him. "We did it." Steele eyed Frank and then turned back to her. "We won." She nodded her head. "You did it." He shook his head no. So many people had died for this victory. How can I live with all the loss? She wrapped an arm around him and helped him up. They walked over to the edge of the hill. Steele gazed down at the road. Bodies were strewn over the hill. "You will live with their losses, because there is no other way." He would have to live in a world where victories would be filled with sorrow for the dead and hope for the living. He wasn't even sure if that was a different world, or just the shade of the past. Smoke floated up from the Humvee engines. They were riddled with bullets. Camouflaged men were strewn atop the Humvees and inside open doors. They littered the ground where they had been brought down by a plethora of civilian small arms fire. Steele trudged down the hill, taking in the carnage he had unleashed upon his people. Their loss filled him with sorrow, but if he hadn't brought them here to fight, then all people would have been run down, enslaved, or murdered at the whims of Jackson and his men. Gunfire rippled from the sandbag wall. Steele held his binoculars up to his eyes. A half-dozen Humvees drove in the opposite direction. "Jackson's escaped," Steele said. "Most of his force has been destroyed," Frank replied. "True, but I know that man. He will always be a threat." Steele watched them drive away. Had he really won anything at all, except a bit more time? "Captain Steele!" shouted Frank. More and more people flooded in with the wounded. "Captain Steele!" "Victory!" his people yelled. They laughed and cried. They gripped arms and hands and each other in exhausted happiness to be alive. "Victory!" they screamed, holding their weapons up in the air. But all Steele felt was the tiredness of the long road ahead. He gave them a grim smile and turned his head to the sky. "Victory!" he yelled into the trees. Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. Kinnick lifted the pin attached to the chain from the freezer door. The silver handle was cool to the touch, and he pulled the lever. The heavy door opened. His candle flickered, and the light was slow to illuminate the two Marines sitting inside. Volk gloated, a sneer splitting his face. Whitehead was hesitant to lift his chin, using all his remaining energy to meet Kinnick's eye. "Come," Kinnick commanded. He waved them forward with his fingers. The two men pushed themselves upright. "What are you going to do with us?" Whitehead mumbled. Volk gave him a shove in the back. "Just go." Whitehead stepped passively past Kinnick. When Volk got parallel with Kinnick, he stopped. He studied the colonel's chin as if he was trying to find a place to punch. His eyes danced up to Kinnick's. "You know, Colonel," he licked his lips, "I'm not sorry for what happened. Those dumb kids had it coming." A small smile curled up on the left side of his mouth. "Don't make me regret this decision." Kinnick's words came out like a 1-2 punch. "Move, Sergeant." Volk stared down at Kinnick's lips, then let his eyes return to Kinnick's and gradually nodded his head. He turned away and walked through the dark kitchen. It was just past midnight. Kinnick followed them. The Marines in green berets stood waiting. Every piece of gear was on their person. Their long guns were pointed downward. His men relaxed. They stared at the convicted men and Kinnick alike. Gary and Martha stood to the side. Martha was wrapped in a robe, and Gary a thick woolen sweater. They appeared even more tired than his men. "Volk and Whitehead." The Marines turned and faced him. Kinnick took in the moment, seconds ticking by. "Collect your gear. We're leaving." Volk gave him his signature sneer. "I knew you wouldn't fall for this bullshit." He elbowed Whitehead. "See? I told you. We ain't subject to that bullshit." Hunter tossed the men their guns. They caught them and hugged them dearly. Volk checked the status of his quick. "Phew, I missed this little bad boy. Huh, so are we going to leave the Bigs a going-away present?" "We are not." Volk shook his head in disgust. "Seriously?" "That's not all." The men stared back at Kinnick. "Sergeant Volk, you have been demoted to private first class for actions unbecoming a United States Marine." Volk snorted. "You can't do that." "It's done." Kinnick looked at Washington. The muscled African-American Marine was stoic. "Washington, you are now rifle squad leader and promoted to sergeant. Duncan, you're now fire team alpha leader." He turned back to Volk. "I'll accept your resignation if you want to stay." Volk seethed in anger and continued to pack his gear. "Hunter, is Hamilton 1 ready?" The bearded operator nodded. "It is." Kinnick approached Gary and Martha. "I apologize for all of this. We meant to build an outpost and train the people here. Now 2 people are dead, and we are nowhere closer to setting up an outpost. I hope that you will be ready for the dead when they come." Gary's face was accepting of the facts. "We'll do our best. This wasn't meant to be." Kinnick glanced at Martha. "Your hospitality has been above and beyond the call of duty. When we meet again, maybe you can whip up some of those world-famous meatballs." She gave him a sad smile. "I will, Colonel." He turned back to Gary. "Wait a little while after we leave, but the goods will be on the docks. A dozen carbines, enough rounds to last you, and a crate of MREs. It's the best we can do and not be based here." "Warden does appreciate the government's assistance." "Hold the line, Gary. You can do what you'd like with the Biggs family." The 2 men clasped hands. Gary nodded. "We'll handle them." Kinnick left them and walked for the door. "Hunter, let's move." Hamilton 1 motored down the muddy waters. The sky was black and the moon covered by bitter nighttime clouds. The boat navigated the river at a slow pace. Once they were out of eyeshot from Warden, Coffee flicked on the lights over the pilot's house to assist him in navigation that an errant tree or infected body might hinder. The Marines were shady, camouflaged forms sitting along the front of the craft. Heads were down, and a general quietness hung over them, as if the week's events had placed a yoke of exhaustion upon their shoulders. Kinnick leaned toward Coffee. "We're going to leapfrog the other teams down the river. Take us to Hacklebarney." "Roger, boss." "Hopefully we'll have a better time than we did in Warden." Coffee kept his eyes on the river. "At least we got the bridge blown." "That should help." Kinnick maneuvered over and took a seat next to Hunter. The master sergeant's head was dipped. beard running down his chest like a scroll. His head bounced with the boat, and he stirred himself awake. "Colonel, Master Sergeant." I sat in silence for a moment, listening to the motor kick along. "I know you didn't agree with what happened back there." "Nope. That decision is on me, Master Sergeant." Hunter answered quick. "I only follow orders. I'm going to need you to watch him." All of their eyes drifted to the front of the small craft. Newly made Private Volk sat in the front, his gun between his legs. The decision had been a tough one. Kinnick had weighed all the options in his head over and over. Leave Volk to the public's whim, or free him and risk unrest. In the end, it was better to leave his team intact versus letting the mob string up his Marines. Best not to leave things to chance. He had left the supplies, knowing the town would need them to survive the coming winter. "I'll keep an eye on him." He smiled a bit under his beard. "My only eye." Kinnick gave a short laugh. "You know we've gone directly against an executive order. You know what that might mean in the future." Hunter's voice came out assured and relaxed. "I do." "I still have your support?" Hunter nodded. "You do. I don't disagree with your decision to leave that place." "What do you disagree with?" "You left supplies meant for people that will use them in the hands of a group that wants us dead. Not the best use of our limited resources. We don't even know when we're going to be resupplied." Kinnick nodded and sucked in air. "This situation is bigger than even that. As long as they fight the dead, they're helping us. They're critical to this front whether or not they want to be. If they won't fight with us, then they are on their own. But it doesn't mean we can't give them some sort of support. We are all still Americans." Kinnick gestured with his head at the Marines. "How do you think they will handle not having justice for Gore?" Hunter studied the deck. "This ain't the first time we've lost one with nothing to show for it. What's done is done." "What's done is done," Kinnick repeated. The men accepted the fact that eventually they would have to answer for going against orders. The woodland banks skipped by them, only dim shapes in the night. All manners of death marched their way, and the weight of preparing these people for it was enough to sink 100 ships. Do we even have a chance? Gwen, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. She stopped near the faded red barn doors. A deep sigh escaped her. Her feet were swollen and her body near exhaustion. Just don't think about it. She used the old wooden door of the barn to steady herself. "Gwenna!" Haley yelled at her from across the yard. The little girl ran up to her and latched onto her leg. Gwen gave her a faint smile. "Did you take those bandages to Dr. Miller like I asked?" The little girl's blonde head bobbed up and down. "Yep, all of them." "Good girl. Now take that bucket over there and run over to the pump. Keep filling it and bringing it to Dr. Miller, okay?" "Okie dokes," the little girl chimed in. Gwen stroked her head fondly. The little girl hefted a metal pail by its wire handle and trudged away. Gwen collected herself and turned the corner into the barn. The wounded and dying lay in shoddy rows. The deceased lined the outside back of the barn. She would have Mark and Pa hitch up a wagon to haul the dead away to be burned. It seemed to be the only way to cleanly handle the destruction of those that had expired. Dr. Miller stood next to Mr. Ewell, a farmer from north of town. He wiped his brow and gave her a sad smile. "Mayor? How's he doing?" Dr. Miller glanced down at the wounded man. He quietly shook his head no. "Not much longer." He glanced around the room. "I'm running low on supplies. He bent closer to her. "We can't handle the number of wounded." He rubbed the side of his head. "I can't handle them. I've never treated gunshot victims, let alone this many people at once." He stopped. "And inside a barn?" He sighed. "Gwen, I've never seen this many wounded. Many of these people are going to die because we don't have access to a hospital." "Keep doing your best. I sent the sheriff up to Burlington to see if we can find any help at the hospital. I'll send Beebe over to Keogh to see if Dr. Farmer can help." "Thank you," Dr. Miller said. He physically steadied himself. "I'll do what I can." He bowed his head and went back to checking his patients. Becky wiped her hands on a rag, approaching Gwen. "What did you do with that little girl of mine?" "Sent her on a mission for water buckets. Should keep her busy for a while." Becky's eyebrows climbed up at Gwen. "Break time? I could use a cigarette." Gwen smiled. "Me too." Becky's eyes grew large. "After all those lectures you gave me?" Gwen sighed. "Not with the baby, of course. I'm just saying, it might help take the edge off things." "Well, I hate to break it to you, but things are about to get even more stressful." "What?" Gwen breathed. Becky's eyes shifted toward the barn doors. A solid man stood there, arms crossed over his chest. He leaned on the frame with his red and black plaid sleeves rolled up to his triceps. Gwen saved an evil glare for Becky. "No one told you to date two men at the same time," Becky reminded her. Gwen opened her mouth to respond and closed it. "That's not what happened." Becky angled closer. "I'm taking a smoke break." Her eyebrows bounced on her face. "I'd suggest you make a break as well." Gwen shook her head at her sister, and Becky walked away. "Gwen." Gwen turned around. "Jake." She gave him a smile. "Hey there. Just came by to tell you that my dad and I got most of our harvest in. Got enough hay for the upcoming winter to feed the cattle. John's going to supplement with part of his corn harvest since there's no one to buy anyway. Most of the farms are going to have to dump part of their crops. Should be enough." "No, don't. Tell them to store it, even temporarily. We might be able to trade it, and we can eat it if we have to." He nodded his handsome face and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. She kindly moved his hand away. He blinked a few times, unfamiliar with her rejection. "What's the matter? You aren't getting too high and mighty now that you're mayor, are you?" She chided him with her eyes. "Jake, you know that this isn't going to happen between us. I'm carrying Mark's child." He chewed his lip and shrugged his shoulders. "I've never stopped loving you, Gwen. I thought that when you came back, we would pick up where we left off. We had something special." "We did, but as much as we could try to pretend that everything is the same as it was 10 years ago, it's not." She peered down at his chest before she continued. "I'm different. As much as you think you aren't different, you've changed too. We were flirting with the past, but we're living in the present. And in the present, there is no us. I'll always care about you, but only as a good friend." Jake's face drooped in sadness. "Can't say I'm happy about that, 'cause I don't think I'll ever change my mind about you." He took a deep breath and gave her a sad smile. "As much as you didn't want to believe it, I always knew you belonged here. Ha! Now look at you. Mayor of Hacklebarney, Gwen Reynolds." She smiled. "I have no idea how that happened." "Well, I sure do. You're the right woman for the job. Smart, tough. You love these people. The right kind of woman we need to lead us through whatever this is." "Thank you, Jake." "I'll be around if you need me. You know where we live." He embraced her and walked away. She gave a small wave. "I'll see you soon." He flashed her his winning grin. "I know." He tucked his hands in his pockets and walked away. She spent the rest of the afternoon caring for the wounded. Sometime late in the day, she wandered back to her grandparents' house. She was beyond weary. She dragged herself up the porch steps, petting at Dutch and Rocky, who laid at the top. Rocky's tail beat the wooded porch floor. Thump, thump, thump. Grandpa Reynolds sat in his wooden swing. "How about you take a load off?" He patted the seat on the swing next to him. She collapsed on it, and he gently moved the swing with his feet. She rested her head on his bony shoulder. "I'm proud of you." She lifted her head for a moment and rested it back down. "Thanks, Pa. I don't know where I'd be without you." "Nonsense, girl. You got a good head on your shoulders, but even more importantly, you have a good heart in your chest. You don't need much else with those two working for you. Except maybe a good man." He laughed to himself. "But it seems like you got a good one of those, too." "I do." The swing creaked as they swayed front to back. "I talked to Jake about the harvest. He says I'll have more than enough." "That should do. The winter will be long and harsh. We need to keep the animals well fed. There'll be a lot more mouths than usual to feed, but we'll make do. We always do." She could feel his eyes on the top of her head. "Did you talk about anything else?" She slowly lifted her head off his shoulder. "Yes, Pa." "He ain't too bright, but it ain't fair leading him along if he's not your cup of tea." "He's okay with it. He understands." "I'm proud of you." He squeezed her in his arms. "Your Gram's got some hot stew on the stove." She kissed his cheek and stood up. "Thanks, Pa." "Go on now." She placed a hand on the doorknob and turned. Yelling erupted down the drive. She turned around. Her grandfather sat up, leaning forward and squinting down the road. Helmeted men in camouflage marched down the center of the driveway. "Mark!" she screamed, and swept up her grandfather's shotgun. Steel, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. A fire crackled in the Reynolds farmhouse fireplace. Flames licked the logs with fiery tongues, reaching for the top of the chimney. The heat put out from the fire was small in comparison to the throng of people pressed together inside. Colonel Kinnick stood near Steele, surveying the map. His ACUs were still mud-splattered. His hand sat beneath his chin. "I can't believe you pulled that off against Jackson," he said, staring at the map. He gave Steele a little smirk. "Double envelopment. Nice work." Eye-patched Master Sergeant Hunter grunted. "Nice little ambush. Didn't save much for us." Thunder laughed through his gray beard. A red bandana held back his long hair. "Sure didn't. I thought the kid was crazy standing up against that little prick, but he didn't even see it coming. Drove right in through the sandbags." He glanced at the pastor sitting in an old chair near the fireplace, a blanket draped over his legs. The gaunt pastor looked as if he were prepping to give a fireside chat. "The Chosen really strung them along." The pastor nodded. "My people did what they had to do." Steele glanced at him. The pastor's bearing was impossibly frail, his face bruised and his body battered. "They held much longer than I asked. God was with us on that line." Steele gulped and met his eyes. The Chosen had lost almost 100 men and women in the battle. "Once the last Humvees had passed the sandbags, me and my old girl Red Claire opened up on them. The rear vehicles never saw us coming. I took a lieutenant's head off with my Benelli in the first 30 seconds. Red Claire coughed a smoker's cough and narrowed her eyes at Thunder. "Pretty sure the Seven Sisters did the brunt of the fighting, while you and the Stripes farted around in the trees." Now, Claire, me and my boys did plenty," Thunder said, patronizing her. "Ha!" Red Claire laughed. She gave Thunder a sly smile beneath wrinkled lips. Steele rested his left hand on the head of his tomahawk. "This had a lot of moving pieces. If any one of you had failed to do your part, we wouldn't have succeeded." He glanced at everyone in the room. His eyes passed from Warchild with his bandaged head, to Gwen and her grandfather John, to Tess, and finally to the badger of a man, Frank. Kinnick nodded his head in confirmation. "Unfortunately, we don't have much time to celebrate or hunt for Jackson and his renegades. There is a greater task at hand." Steele met his gray eyes. "What do you need from us?" Kinnick took a deep breath. "Well, everything." A small smile settled onto Steele's face. "Colonel, I don't think there's been a time when you haven't asked for everything." Kinnick gave a short chuckle. "I ask on behalf of what remains of our nation, however many few of us there are." "We will do what we must." Kinnick eyed him for a moment, almost as if he were going to ask something and thought better of it. He cleared his throat. "I will say that I was surprised to find you here, and with so many capable people under your command. More of a blessing than anything else." "We're not here by chance." Kinnick looked around the room. "Neither are we. The road's been long to reach here, and unfortunately, I can't offer much. Our operation is massive, and our front spans the entirety of the United States. I'm to rally the northern portion of the Western Front." "For what?" Steele asked, but he already knew the answer. He knew it was only a matter of time before the armies of the dead reached them. "To hold against the dead," Kinnick said. He studied the people in the parlor. "I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Millions of infected are marching this way. and we need to hold out until the military can get established enough to do what they were meant to do and take the fight to the bastards." "When can we expect military relief?" Steele asked. Kinnick sighed. "I don't know. I wish I could give you something, but don't plan on soon." Steele nodded. "Hold against all odds for an infinite amount of time. Sounds about right." Kinnick placed a hand on the map spread over the card table that originally had a chessboard on it. "I've been deploying partial ODAs and rifle squads of Marines all along the Mississippi River in an effort to train and set up a militarized civilian front to fight the infected. You being here has changed what I've been asked to do. To have a reliable fighting force sitting in the center of our line is huge for us." He looked up at Steele. "This means I can speed up to the next sector, and I don't have to deploy my Marines and Special Forces units along the rest of Iowa. You made my life a little bit easier." Kinnick gave Steele a happy nod. Steele stared at the map. Iowa shared an over 300-mile-long border along the Mississippi River. Steele had at most 1,000 fighters, and he was willing to bet the Iowans were entrenched and unwilling to leave their homes. Tall orders from Kinnick. "That's a long area of responsibility. What's in it for us?" Steele asked. He met Kinnick's eyes. Kinnick licked his lips, his eyes dead serious. "A vaccine." His answer sucked the air out of the room. Only the soft crackle of the fire reached out. Steele's breath went shallow in his chest as he digested the information. Gwen and Tess exchanged a glance. Thunder beamed. They could hardly fathom the idea of surviving a bite from the infected. "That's wonderful," Gwen gushed. She wrapped an arm around Steele. "You can't be serious," Steele said. Kinnick smiled with a slight nod. "Dead serious. You can thank Joseph. He was the mastermind behind it all." Steele stifled a laugh. "Damn that egghead. Glad we saved his skinny ass now." Kinnick smiled. "Putting you on that fight to Kinshasa was the best decision I unknowingly made." Steele blinked. "Not for Andrea and Wheeler." "At least it meant something." It did. Kinnick's eyes asked Steele to question his conclusion. He looked back down to the map. "I left Marine Captain Heath in charge of the Northern Iowa AOR. He has Marines and Green Berets under his command from Lansing to Clinton." His eyes flashed at Steele and went back down to the map. His finger ran up and down the border of Iowa. "I would have you command the Southern Iowa AOR. The border from Davenport to Keokuk will fall to you under a direct military commission." He glanced up at Steele. "That is if you choose to take it. But I will tell you right now, this is coming. Whether or not you want to play along doesn't matter, because either way, you're going to fight." The colonel said what Steele already knew. Steele sucked in air through his nose, looking up at Kinnick. The colonel appeared worn out, but still held a level of confidence. He believed in his mission. "Citizens of the towns that participate will be the first ones to receive the vaccine." Steele nodded. "Again, Colonel, you ask so much, yet I don't think I have much of a choice. If there is a vaccine, I want to make sure my people get it. I accept your commission." "Excellent," Kinnick said with a grim smile that quickly faded. "Technically, I'm enlisting you and giving you a field promotion all at once with no training. Not sure that's ever happened in our nation's history." He glanced at Hunter. "This will give you legitimacy in our military structure." The eye-patched Master Sergeant kept his face flat. Kinnick glanced back at the map. "I'm going to rejoin the split ODA in Davenport because it's a larger town, and my personal unit is headed south to St. Louis." His eyes went back to the map. "Those units were initially for either Hacklebarney, Keokuk, or Burlington. Garrisoning those towns will be up to you now. Do you understand?" "I do." "Good. I'm going to consider all of your units as militia, but the ODA and Marine squads in your AOR will report directly to you." Steele was taken aback. "Report to me?" He understood his units reporting to him, but not regular soldiers and Marines. Kinnick looked back at Steele. "Yes. Luckily, your commission fixes that. I'll make you a captain, but for all practical purposes, you would be a lieutenant colonel with this much responsibility. I can't send you to any school, so all of your experience will come from the field." Steele gave him a nasty look and shook his head in disbelief. Kinnick twisted his head in confusion. "Is that a problem?" Gwen laughed. Her smile, caring and genuine, displayed her white teeth. People around here have been calling him that for weeks, and he hates it. Kinnick raised his eyebrows. Well, I could make you a major or light colonel. Can't go higher than me, though. General Doherty would have to do that. No, I don't want that. Captain is fine, Steele said. Jesus Christ, there will be no stopping them from calling me that now. He gave Gwen a side glance. Don't get any ideas. Whatever you say, Captain Steele, she said. God damn it, he cursed under his breath. Kinnick laughed and his face grew serious. Captain Steele, I hereby place you in command of the southern Iowa area of responsibility. Take any actions, offensive or defensive, as you see fit to defend the Mississippi River line and the United States of America. Steele absorbed the man's words for a minute. He read the colonel's hazel-gray eyes. The colonel had been honest enough in the past. He had delivered Joseph and Patient Zero to the government and had been generous with Steele when they departed. But it wasn't the man that worried Steele. It was who he worked for, the United States government. He was wary of any promise they made, even if it was in his best interest. Kinnick put out his hand. Steele took it. Welcome aboard, Captain. Thank you. We will hold as long as you need, Colonel. Steele leaned closer. Just make sure that vaccine comes our way. Kinnick nodded. Your command will be the first. They released hands. That leads me to the next task at hand, the military prisoners. Almost 500 soldiers were dead or would be dead by the week's end. The rest were prisoners. Jackson and a few of his men had escaped, but they were so few that Steele didn't consider them an actual threat. As he stared at the map, he knew a much more deadly threat lurked across the river. Kinnick eyed him. We need them to hold this front. Every gun means something. Every trained gun something even more. A weird expression settled on his face as if he couldn't figure him out. Steele clenched his jaw. They will be given a choice. Life or death. Kinnick's eyes grew wide. I assure you, Captain, I of all people understand these men's betrayal to their country, but we have to look beyond that. He jabbed a finger at the map on the table. We have to hold here. If the infected cross the Mississippi, we will be overrun. Steele studied the map. Colonel, I will not have men fighting for me that are just as likely to shoot me as the enemy. They will be given a choice. What they do with it is their own journey. Let me take them with me. I can garrison them along the river, Kinnick said. He frowned as he watched Steele. Steele gently shook his head in contemplation. No. Eye-patched Master Sergeant Hunter chewed his beard, staring at Steele. Getting a little big for our britches now, ain't we? Kinnick is your commanding officer. Steele exhaled. I know exactly what he is, but he showed up about 10 minutes late to the fight, and these are my prisoners. He can take the commission back for all the good it does me. Kinnick and Hunter exchanged a glance, and Kinnick continued. Those prisoners are United States Army. They would fall under military justice laws. I will do with them as I see fit, and the way I see it is you need us more than we need you, sir. His eyes were unwavering blocks of ice. Hunter stretched his shoulders backward. Kinnick waved his prizefighter off. You're correct, Captain Steele. We do need you, and desperately. Just think about what I said. Those men could be of immediate help if pointed in the right direction. We shall see. Kinnick nodded gravely. We're going to stop here in Keokuk, then all the way to Portage des Sioux to join Captain Boucher's forces. Wouldn't bother much in Keokuk, Gwen said. Heard there wasn't many people left there, but there's a bridge. Kinnick shifted his stance and tapped the map. We'll take care of the bridge on the way through. Thank you. What about Jackson? Steele said. Kinnick glanced up. We'll have no problem cleaning him up if he shows his ugly face again. I got a bone to pick with him for Lewis and Gibson, Hunter said. Steele nodded. As do I. For Kevin, Ahmed, and Mauser. Hunter and Steele shared a hard gaze. Two hunters on the hunt for their very own white whale. Whoever got it would be the victor in more ways than one. Steele's eyes fell back to the map. His stare bounced from place to place. There are so many avenues for the dead. Too many. I will try to pull in the villages west of here. Gwen, how many are there? There are 11 villages in Van Buren County. Plenty of farmers between here and there, too. Steele nodded. He could count on maybe another 1,000 people to support him. Not many compared to the dead. A ton when compared with the living. When can we expect to get the vaccine? I'm not sure. Aside from those of us they sent to the front line, they will inoculate the armed forces and the population surrounding the Golden Triangle first. Gives you the shits for about a week, Hunter said, and pushed the huge wad of chew deeper into his lower left lip. A short smile cracked Steele's face. I'll take the shits over death, but shouldn't they start in the front line? We're going to be the ones taking the brunt of the combat. Kinnick gave him an apologetic look. Not my plan. They will get it out as fast as they can. Steele made sure there was no question to his words. We will hold. It's part of our contract with them. Kinnick nodded with a grim smile. His eyes were wary. We're good for it. Kinnick, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. Kinnick stepped down off the long farmhouse porch, followed by Hunter, Washington, and Hawkins. Their boots crunched through loose gravel back to the river. He made it down to an old wooden dock. Hamilton 1 bobbed in the frigid, muddy waters of the Mississippi River. Marines sat in the machine gun turrets surveying the river farmlands. Kinnick's boots thumped the old wood, and it groaned in response. He turned around and observed the old farmhouse for a minute. The farmhouse was white with black shutters that were a bit faded and needed a touch-up. The porch needed to be entirely repainted. The white paint was peeling away to reveal gray wood underneath. Steele stood on the porch, leaning on a wooden pillar with a gaggle of followers. His one arm hung loose at his side, the other propped underneath his chin as if he were in deep thought. A sidearm and tomahawk hung at his belt. Gwen wrapped an arm around him with her other hand resting on her swollen belly. Her grandfather stood behind her, watching him. Next to Steele stood an overweight biker with long hair and a bandana, his beard gray, and on his right was a wrinkled female biker with permanently puckered lips. A stout biker stood next to her, along with a short, black-haired woman he at first had mistaken for a teenage boy. A faint smirk lined her face, letting him know she knew a snarky secret that he could never find out. Farthest away from them all lingered the tall clergyman, with his broad companion, and another with wavy hair and a dashing smile. The clergyman's eyes were critical, as if he held scales and weighed Kinnick's every move. These are the people I've entrusted with holding the eastern front of the United States. This motley crew of bikers, farmers, fighters, and rebels. Kinnick blinked as he stared at them from afar. Forget something, boss? Hunter asked. His single eye scrutinized the farmhouse. He's a bit meaner than the last time we met. I like him. He is. Did I make the right choice by giving him control of this AOR? Or have I created a warlord in the power vacuum of a collapsing nation? There's something about him. I can't put my finger on it. Some things are better left uncovered. He'll keep his word. Hunter pulled out a can of chew and placed a wad of black tobacco in his mouth. He's fought in the past, and he'll do it again. That's all he knows, and that's all we need to know. I wonder if I made too many assumptions about the man. Kinnick eyed his one-eyed master sergeant. Hunter licked his lips, shoving tobacco down with his tongue inside his mouth. What's that? He's fought Jackson twice now, once to help us escape, and once in an all-out battle. He helped us find Patient Zero, killed plenty of the dead. He's an ally we not only want, but we need. You're right, but he was different than before. Look at him up there. He's practically a king. Kinnick shook his head, not understanding the entirety of the situation. Steele raised a hand in a short wave. Kinnick waved back. Have I created something that can't be stopped? How many times have we armed one group of rebels, only to fight them 10 years down the road? We can worry about it later. As long as he holds, we've got a shot. Hunter spit into the water. The tobacco plopped and disappeared from the surface. Where's the next fight? Is it here? Kinnick looked at the flowing water. Downriver. You know what they say. What's that? Hunter smirked beneath his thick brown beard. My grandma always used to say, if you're facing the right direction, all you need to do is walk. Hunter spit again and used the gunwale to hop onto the Hamilton 1. He smiled and gave Kinnick a hand, helping him on board. Kinnick nodded his thanks. "That's good advice, Master Sergeant." Hunter peered out with his single eye. "I reckon it is, isn't it?" This concludes the reading of The Departing by Daniel Greene. Copyright 2018 by Daniel Greene. This book was read by Keith Sarabica. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Rune Publishing, LLC, and was produced in 2018 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.